Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show. Welcome to a Saturday sci-fi Shadow Chat. Tonight is the free for all. Hungar, I see you there. Why don't you come on in? You know where the link is. Our good friend Justin is busy tonight. He's got something going on. I didn't pry. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully all you guys out there in TV land are also doing okay. I had a pretty busy Saturday so far, kind of scrambling to get these 60 some odd minis uh, painted by tomorrow evening so I can post them for the Mini War Mutt September painting challenge going the distance, where we're going to try to paint as many millimeters as possible. I think, you know what, I got a calculator around here somewhere. Let's go 28 times 60 equals divided by 10 equals divided by 2.5 equals about 67 feet of miniature. That can't be right. There's no way that's 67 feet. Maybe 6.72 feet is probably more like it. Crafting Gamer, what's happening? You know where the link is. Also, you're all ready for bed. Must be nice. I've got another 12 hours minimum, 12 hours, 6 hours minimum before I will see my pillow again. And to be honest, I kind of miss it. I would love to have gotten a nap today, but um, just busy, busy, busy. George, how are you doing? I know you guys were expecting us to do the alien thing, but it is the end of the month. So even though I did scramble and get my alien done last night, oh man, wait till you see the pictures. Ask Raven. These pictures are freaking nightmare fuel. I I used Night Cafe, but we'll go into that next week. I don't want to spoil it. But wow, I created literally one of the scariest aliens I've ever seen, ever, uh, in any format, any form, any uh, medium, if you will. I guess that's the word I was looking for, not format. But yeah, oh my god, it's terrifying. So tonight we are going to talk about whatever comes up. I have a topic I'd like to talk uh, with you folks about, but I might save that for Monday and just do another like 2 minutes short and see what people think about it, because it's something that I've been thinking a lot about lately, and maybe you guys have too at one time or another, but yeah, unless people start popping in here, it's just going to be me rambling for a couple of hours, and I don't think I got a couple of hours of random bullcrap to talk about. Uh, I did clean up the studio a bit and making some room, and also making a really big pile of things I'm going to be giving away. Hopefully, we'll be able to make it to 1,000 subs by the end of the year, and we can do another annual giveaway. I have literally about $1,000 worth of miniatures I'm going to give away, unopened, unassembled, sealed in the original package, kind of thing. So if you've got friends out there that might dig what we're doing and want to see more of this content, then please recommend them, share it, that sort of thing. We don't normally ask for that sort of thing, but really want to get there before Jackie uh, gets too well along in this school year, so that if we actually make any pennies, they will start going into his college fund. And since he doesn't have one yet, it would be nice to get started. With 2 years to go before he gets to that point, it would be nice to start putting some stuff away. I am going to do a little painting while we're playing around here, because, like I said, I have got a ton of stuff to get done. Not a ton, but there are quite a few minis that I really, really need to. Oh my gosh, somebody's got to come in here and cover for me, because I got a letter from one of you viewers today, and I wanted to share it, and I totally spaced. Um, and I can't really. Well, you know what? Let's go do it. You've seen me do this a million times before. Let's go get it. It's downstairs on the dinner table. Kind of a shock. Not really a super shock, because the guy who sent it to me, you guys all know, Brian from Weird World War II. and he sent me lots of stuff before. This was, like out of the blue, no warning. Just, hey, dude, here's something. I don't know. It feels like a check. That would be cool. I'm kidding. It feels more like stickers or something, which always like stickers. I just don't have a whole lot of places to put them. I put a couple on my laptop, but I don't have any more room for stickers. So let's see what Brian sent me. Hopefully, it's not like some hate mail. Like, dude, Of course, I'm sure it's not that. But updating software, George. No worries. Let's get the old Olfa knife out and use it the right way. I hope that's not right. And I'm going to keep it so you can't see his address because, that's the way it is these days. You got to. Did you see the stamp? Brian, if you're out there, you're always welcome to join as well. I will go send him. Oh, I was right. It is, in fact, a sticker. Keep it weird. Oh, there's two different ones. Keep it weird, weirdww2.com. That's freaking awesome. I think I could fit this on the back of my laptop. I think I might have to do that. And then the other one is Got Weird. Have you met us, Brian? Come on. Dude, these are awesome. Yeah, I you know what? I really want to actually just put one up where everybody can see it like always. Keep it weird. Just because Brian's such a great guy and he's been at this way. Saw stamp, nice stickers. I know, right? These are really cool. And I know they're not cheap and uh, maybe something like that or something like that. Maybe I'll find a way to hang it from the top so you can kind of see it. Uh, but thanks, Brian. These are awesome. Jackie's going to dig it. He's probably going to want one. And if you're selling them, let me know because I will chip in for a bunch more. No letter, just keep it simple. All right, Brian, you the man. Missed you last night in our game. Oh, that's right. I killed your character, so you couldn't have joined us. Well, I think I killed your character, but that's what happens when the GM runs somebody else's character as an NPC and they start getting uppity with me. No, you would never act like that in person. Your character would never be like that. Crafting, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
It's good to be here tonight. I don't know about you, but I'm excited as hell, and it's gonna be great.
I am going to find a way to clip that, and I'm going to haunt you with that. That's awesome. That was awesome. That was weird as hell. In line with keeping it weird. And I just found this today. I was wondering where it was, but here's one of my Blue Oyster cultists for my game.
Nice.
I
Pretty
just
good little sculpt.
it was a Reaper miniature, and the crooked onk, whatever it's called, was actually upside down. I cut it, pinned it upside down, so that would be the Blue Oyster Cult. And believe it or not, the garb is very similar. And I got the paint scheme right for their classic album, Fire of Unknown Origin, that had Burning for You and a bunch of other classics, Veteran of the Psychic War, Joan Crawford, all the stuff from the heavy metal movie.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm like, I have got to do this. And there's more of these cultists from Reaper, but in different poses. And in my D&D game that I'm running again tomorrow, the players actually ran across the Blue Oyster Cult, and I didn't even thought of it. It was just a cult that was on an island. It was a sea cult, and I'm like, and they're bad guys. And I said, oh, they've got blue skin, they bleed green goo and stuff. And I wasn't even thinking about it. And then I'm like, you know what, Blue Oyster Cult. That's what we're going to call them from now on. And it's stuck, and it's been hysterical because they've killed hundreds of them. And as everybody knows, Blue Oyster Cult's my favorite band of all time. Uh, so why not, right? So what
Yeah.
have you been up to, man?
Well, yesterday I put the very first sentence of the new book of the new story in my book, but today I decided to just sit down and paint. I tried doing the warm up challenge. Problem was I ended up getting distracted too much doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a child, dear God, I could do 1,000 things at once. Now I can listen and I can do one thing, but I cannot do like write a book, paint a miniature, write another book. No, it's either I focus on one book, I paint a miniature, or blah 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 blah. It's always
Well,
or, not and.
well, my secret, my trick is, believe it or not, I've only painted these while I've been on a live show, like Bruce, and I can see why he does that because you can do. They worship Godzilla and burn for us. That's awesome, um, George. I only paint now when I'm up here in the studio in front of you guys, and sometimes I don't even do that. But if I figured it out, it's like what, 2 shows a week, uh, two, let's say 2 hours, so 4 hours a week. I did this in 16 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, now they're not top notch paint jobs, but I did do this one that turned out pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. Bo's giving me a rash and a crap for it, but I know 1,000 painters that couldn't do it that good, and I'm not that good. I used a lot of cheating techniques. What the? Oh, George, you didn't look like you, George. You look totally different from the side. I don't take that the wrong way, but you had
You kind
that.
of got a Doc Flamingo vibe.
No, who was that? Gary Owens. You had this full-on Gary Owens, especially in the black and white version, going on. I'm like, oh my god, Gary Owens has come back from the dead to join us. Most of you don't remember him, and I only remember him because my mom used to listen to him on the radio when I was a wee little guy. I mean, really, really young, and I was just like, wow, that is so weird because
And now
I'm
for my next
noticing.
impression, Jesse Owens.
Have you guys noticed that as you get older, like the stuff that your folks were into, you're more into, or you understand, or like relate to why they were into those things as you get older?
I I was an interesting teenager. I hated being with other teenagers. Absolutely hated it. So most of my
Mhm.
likes fall under my parents and older generations to begin with.
Okay, so you got a head start on me, is what you're saying.
Yep. I know I'm getting a head start on you. You're too damn old.
Well, you know what I mean. And yeah, you know what? I was hanging out with DM James in the chat on his show earlier, and he was talking about Shauna, and I'm like, dude, no one's seen Hide in Her Hair as Shauna in almost a month. And Rick, a good friend of mine and his as well, even though Shauna and I don't get along much anymore. Rick's been gone for 2 or 3 months. Rick from 28 millimeter RPG. Like we keep losing these old farts, and who you guys have to turn to for ancient wisdom, right?
Yeah.
You're awful quiet, George. Everything okay? Because you're muted. That's why. He's probably been talking the whole time. Like, you guys are ignoring me, man. I come all the way out here, drive all the way down here to see you guys, and you're just ignoring me.
I'm not entirely sure he can hear us either.
Can you hear us? Nod if you can. Okay, okay. He can hear us, but we can't hear him, um, which is not good because there's, a whole lot of people in the world that I don't want to hear from, and I do, versus, like last night in Bo's game. Could every time we start to play, his audio is non-existent.
Of course.
Microphone issue. Well, we're not going anywhere for a while, so fix it. If you have to pop in and back out, I will let you in, of course. So do whatever it takes because uh, I got some other questions for you guys. Um, I got a mini the other day of Vampirella, another one. Yeah, I know.
Oh
Very
yeah.
expensive. Okay, right? Up, he'll be back. And I got this from China for like dirt cheap because it's 3D print. I don't know
Oh
if you
yeah.
can. I don't know if you can see that. This hand is missing a freaking finger,
How much did
and
you pay?
it's like $7, free
Oh well,
shipping.
if you pay that low a price, you have to expect kind of a lower quality print. If you
Otherwise, it's
if you pay
perfect.
it Yeah. Well, here's the thing: you can buy the same price for the Reaper and
STL.
things like that. Well, no, I'm saying it for Reaper miniatures, but with the 3D prints, you no offense to Reaper, you can actually get greater detail. So technically, that price tag is on the cheap end for a 3D print,
Yeah, yeah, and free
especially if you hunt
shipping.
down ones that use good resin.
Yeah. So I'm
Like
gonna have to figure out a way to fake a finger that's like smaller than a 000 brush head. So I'm looking at like hairbrushes and things like that, um, so that I can, just because it's going to look wrong. Because even from here, I can see it. That she's missing her ring finger because somebody bit it off or something. I don't know, but it's a really nice sculpt, and uh, I like the fact that it was in pieces. The
oh yeah,
base, the chair, and the miniature were all separate pieces because I've seen other ones of the same model but in a bigger scale, and you can see like the support beams are still intact in nooks and crannies that you'd have to dig out and things like that. And I'm like,
oh yeah.
and now knowing that you can print it in sections, I'm like, why wouldn't you just do that? Why would you, just do it all together? That
Well,
just sounds like,
well, that is a both sides are catch 22. Printed all together, it's one piece. You don't have to worry about it. Printed in pieces, if you didn't design it right, they don't go together very well, and whoever printed it has to do modifications or potentially breaks the miniature. It's
hmm.
a catch 22 in either direction.
But this one, except for the finger, and to be honest, I might have broke the finger off myself. There was one moment where I was picking it up and I dropped it, but I dropped it onto the packaging material, which was bubble wrap and things like that. And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh hey, and I looked and I couldn't find it, but it's not that. I've had way worse things
yeah,
happen
it's
with
yeah. It's
with
like I actually sent off a 3D print recently. I didn't design it, so it's not like I'm gonna reprint it and make more of it. But it was a male orc and a female orc. I'm one of those. Oh, beware the cute and sexy in my game. I will
Mhm.
literally put a sexy female orc in front of you and then have her big ass brother come out and hit you in the back of the head.
Why not?
And I sold them as a set. The guy who bought it, I did warn him beforehand. She is very fragile. She might come broken. I did not get a request for a refund, and I did not get a bad report. He did give me a report at all, but I didn't get a bad report. So
Yeah,
the warning might have
no,
been
no, no. If it was an eBay thing, believe it or not, no
yeah.
feedback is almost worse than negative feedback.
Oh really?
The way it
Well,
works,
well, that may be how it works, but I feel that's better for me because then at least I know he didn't mind it being broken or it didn't arrive broken at all.
and it doesn't show on your record because if people do look at your feedback and they see a negative feedback, they're going to take that
Yeah.
as the norm, not a one-time thing. And then when you see like some of these places I go to, they've got 10,000, 50,000 sales, and they've got 382 negative feedback in a month. I'm just like, whoa, and I stay away from them. But
Oh
sometimes,
yeah.
oh, dang it, that wasn't dry. I got, and I'm holidays are coming up, and I am running out of every one of my washes. I just put an empty bottle aside just a minute ago, and I'm like, I really can't be spending $100 on washes because that's what it would be to get uh,
All the ones you want.
all the original Reaper Army Painter washes, the 11 box set, but then
Yeah.
some of the new ones because I really want to try out the new ones.
Oh yeah.
But uh, oh, that must be George again.
I recently bought the
Oh no, it's Raven. Hey Raven.
Fanatics. I recently bought the Fanatics Metallics and the Metallics Most Wanted.
Yeah.
Fanatics Most Wanted, but that was because the Fanatics came with a miniature I really really wanted. So it's like, it's okay. It's worth getting a couple of doubles of paints versus the beginner box for the miniature type thing. It's like I could have gone for the beginner box that was cheaper and it had a miniature too, but I really really wanted that orc
Yeah, I
because
never buy those most
it's
wanted. How you doing, Raven? Welcome to the show.
well,
Great.
why I love that orc? It screamed to me, from the movies anyway, Tolkien Urukai,
Okay.
and I just absolutely fell in love with it. I like the most. I have to agree. The Most Wanted was not actually a good set. Here's the big kicker: they did not. I mean, it's mostly good colors. They are missing white, black, and a bright yellow. They are missing those three colors for the
That
Most Wanted.
instantly
Yeah,
disqualifies it
I know.
from.
I know. I noticed that afterwards. It's like, well, I got my miniature, but I'm not entirely sure it was actually worth it now because it's missing those three colors.
So Raven, what's up with the cat invasion?
I don't know. He does this all the time. Whenever I
I'm
get on the
glad I.
radio or get on YouTube, he comes out of nowhere, jumps on my lap, and starts just squalling. I don't know why. This is Mo.
I'm glad I have my headphones on because I have a female cat nursing her babies right now, and that would not be good for her to hear.
Mm-mm. No, definitely not. Definitely not.
She's my sister's cat, and they're temporary. They're going to be here as soon as they're old enough. They're moving off to a farm to be farm cats.
Mm.
That's awesome.
I'm making sure to get them used to human contact though, so they're going to be picked up, petted, get used to being around humans. I'm not going to get attached. I'm making sure of
Yeah.
that.
Uh,
Famous
They're
last
also
words.
used to with humans.
Famous last words. I'm not going to get attacked. Yeah, I've said.
Oh, I will admit, I will be sad, but there is a difference. I won't get attached. Like I got to keep one. It'll be like, oh man, I'm gonna miss those little suckers. But on the same hand, it'll be a relief because, dear God, they love. I usually go to bed somewhere between 10 and midnight, and that's when all of a sudden they come to life.
Oh yeah.
well, they're nocturnal creatures to begin with, so
Yeah.
hey, we got ourselves a party here, folks. Welcome back to the show,
Okay.
George. How you doing?
Good, good. I think it's working now.
Okay, awesome. Hey,
Well, we
real
hear you.
quick, crafting.
Yeah.
You up for a challenge this October?
Sure.
Okay,
I still gotta get a horse to paint, actually.
my buddy Armstrong, every October does an Orktober challenge, craft challenge,
Oh yeah.
and he's gonna blow my socks off this year. I think I won last year, but there's no prize or it's just a thing,
Oh yeah.
But
It's bragging rights. I understand.
it's just make something orky for October. I don't know if there's a sub theme. There probably is. I'll
Let's
find
see
out.
here.
And I've already got my idea. It's something that
So
anybody
do I.
else can do. He
That's
he's
why I
he's
gotta find.
he's a big 40K fan, so he's going to break out all kinds of GW stuff, and I'm going to break out a Pringles can and and some paper clay, big
I'm not much
difference.
better. Oh, see this?
Uh-huh.
Does that not look like the beginnings of a weird ass orc rocket?
It kind of does. I see what you're saying.
I'm going to have
Is
an orc. I got to buy a miniature that has an arm that I can pose, looking like it's holding reins, and there's going to be an orc riding this giant missile in a diorama.
Okay. There you go. You got the
Okay.
idea.
Like Slim Pickens at the end of Doctor Strangelove.
Yep. I was thinking something similar to that. Or the other guy from Dark Star when he was riding the ladder into the planet's gravity well. He was surfing on a ladder because he was going to die anyways. So he grabbed a ladder and surfs in.
Yeah. Well, you have to admit that thing is sufficiently orky, or the idea is sufficiently orky. An orc riding a missile.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And I have to be careful what I spend this month because I have to get a new laptop. My laptop is dying, and I'm honestly thankful it has not bitten the dust yet. Here's the big thing: I did not know two things about computers. One, never ever not turn them off. They got to get turned off every once in a while.
Yeah.
And number two, this is not a gaming computer. And come to find out that, especially for resin STL files, gaming computers are better, which explains why my computer and the program have crashed more than once. I have been abusing my computer.
Yeah, I remember in the old days, I'm going to say that they did actually recommend you don't shut off your computer, and I'm like, that can't be good. But
Well, way back when, that was due to temperature.
really, it would seem like that's the last thing you'd want
Well,
to do.
Does it get
Is
too
to
here's
hot?
the
keep
thing. How far back are you talking? Are you talking way back when computers were gigantic?
No,
All
no,
of
I'm
the first
talking like
towers.
90s,
Okay, yeah.
2000s.
Computers were much
Hey,
better with
Doc.
heating then. When you turned a computer off, you
And
had to let
Raven
it
just
actually
too.
warm back up. The suggestion was so you didn't have to wait for your computer to warm up after turning it off, and then turning it back on.
What's up, Doc? You know where the link is. You want to join us? We're just going to leave a spot for Raven
Oh, I just
because
realized Raven disappeared.
yeah, she does that. You know,
Yeah,
just poof, gone.
yeah. All we
She'll
hear
be
is cackling.
no. Well, maybe I'm not hearing it though. But I hear cackling these days, and I think of you know who, uh, and yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
So what do you got going on, George? You going to be sending us some of your writings anytime soon?
I've been busy with regular work lately. I just got like dumped with some extra. I mean, it's good, but it's just like I've taken too many jobs for my regular job, so kind of like kind of overbooked myself. But I did
Yeah,
do
that
some of
always
the.
does.
What's up,
I did do.
Mobius?
I did do something on the alien thing that we were doing, like
Okay.
writing an alien species. So they're from the planet Io, and they're sulfur based. And we are kind of doing that whole rock lobster. So I did some little AI art. I think I posted it on your Discord of like these
What was
yellow
that?
kind of insect-like creatures. What?
I've actually made several alien races for Palladium.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
I'm going to show off mine tomorrow. I'm real tempted to show you guys now. I mean, not tomorrow, next Saturday. Oh my,
Yeah.
Raven will test nightmare fuel, and the prompt. I don't know if it saves the prompt, but I'll tell you what the prompt was. It was basic. It was really simple, and no problem, Doc. And I'm telling you guys, these are a hit. If it just I I don't know if you guys ever use Night Cafe. You only get so many uses before they're you run out of credits or tokens or whatever for the day, and I managed to rack up some more doing some stupid shit, liking other people's creations, and you get a couple more. And I did 5 in a row. I just went, okay, love it, save it, and all 5 are so similar they could be the distinction between different races of humanity. You know what I mean, Asian, etc. And I'm like, I'm going to use them all. It's like, okay, this is this group, this is that group. Same planet, just they're a little bit different over here and they're a little bit different over there. Whether it's a evolutionary thing or environmental thing. Because of the temperature, the weather, things like that. Um, and yeah,
I actually recently found a video making AI program that I got to send over to Justin and see what he thinks.
yeah, I need to find another AI place to go because I wanted to do something that was a little risque for the cover of my next story, and that using the word nude is a no. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll take that out. And everything I got was like cartoony, you know. The first stuff they did
All right,
was like photorealistic, and then everything else because I had to change a setting. Uh, I like
which one did you
there's
say?
no way.
Which AI did you say you're using, Shadow?
Night Cafe.
Okay, I
Welcome to the
have one.
show,
This
Doc
I don't
Flamingo.
know if it
Hey,
does
Doc.
copy. I don't know if it does nudity, but it does weapons, guns, and all that kind of crap.
That wasn't the thing. It was uh, because it's we're doing serial killer month next month for the writing challenge. One of the people that got, you know, unalived, was naked, and it was kind of
Well,
part
no, no,
of
no.
the.
What I'm saying, Shadow, this one doesn't have some of the restrictions others do, so this one might work for you in that aspect.
Yeah, because I didn't want anything. If I had an artist draw it, it would, certain things would not be in the picture, but you'd still be able to tell that the bad guy,
Yeah.
did bad things. What's up, Frederick? Long time no see, man.
Come on.
And maybe I'll go back to the same one and see if I can get the photorealism that I was looking for. Uh, no problem, Fred. Hit me up in Discord because I wanted to ask you a very specific question. Not a little personal, but hit me up in Discord. And I just wanted it to be, part of the, the shock value of to what was going
Shadow,
on. And you,
I have sent you the AI generator on Discord,
okay,
and for the people who might be in the audience might be interested, this is the link in the private chat. So you can put it in
okay.
chats. I don't
Give
have
me
a
just
wrench,
a
so I can't.
second. Yeah, I just applied paint onto my brush.
Oh
Let me
yeah. Okay.
see.
Well, that's fine.
Kilogram.
The link's not going anywhere.
Uh, Copy link. Post link. And there it is, folks. Hey,
I
what's
know
up,
for a
old man
fact this
Nixon?
one allows guns. In fact, the cover of my previous book had a smoking black powder rifle. It did not look 100% accurate, but it was good enough.
So, Doc, what's up, man?
Not a whole lot. Running on the generator, wasting huge amounts of money on gas. They're telling us 2 to 4 weeks for our
Always fun.
power. All our line guys got tasked to Tallahassee and Orlando because apparently they got hammered.
Yeah, they did.
I would think it would be better to get their local people up and running and then go help out, but I'm not in charge of these things. So basically just that, sweating my ass off because we can't run our internal AC off the generator. So making do with a ceiling fan.
Yeah.
Where are you at? Did you get hit?
No, I'm in Cali.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I'll never get hit by that stuff for some reason.
No, but you'll get swallowed by the earth.
Yeah, right. I live on the San Andreas fault line, so when it goes, it'll take me with it, or
Yeah,
might take me.
I was only in California for one earthquake. It was pretty minor, but I have to say, wasn't for me.
I've been through all of them in the last 57 years, and I've never really experienced one that was, you know, bad. Thank God. But I've seen some people near me just lose their shit because stuff's falling. And I mean, where I am, if it happened right here, right now, I'd be a dead man. All that. I just put more boxes up there last night. Okay, so there's even more stuff up there. And if that Roman helmet, or
By the
that
time
Greek-
by the time they find Shadow, he's eaten half of his collection just to survive.
that was really good. That was really good. Yeah. So maybe I could dodge left or right and get out of here, but I wouldn't because those are my babies. I can't let Twilight Imperium get all beat up. I've never played the game. I've had it for
Yeah.
like 3 years now. Never played it. I won't get to play that till I have 7 people in the room and we've got 24 hours with nothing better to do.
Oh yeah.
Samurai Swords, I haven't played that in like 3 decades. Blood Berets, I've never played that. I've owned that for 35 years. I just got all the Zombicide Undead or Alive, the Western version. I opened it, read the first book, like halfway. I went, this game ain't for me. Oh, and then I remembered I didn't buy it for the rules. I bought it for the miniatures. So I have like a crap ton of Wild West zombies and characters and stuff. And
Oh yeah.
You
You're
know,
gonna go to play one of these games. No, let me give this a try. It's just gonna crumble to dust in your hand.
yeah. I've got some
Oh,
stuff like that. I was looking at. I've got a couple of games from Grenadier and other companies from that far back. They're still sealed in shrink wrap, and they're
Oh,
lead
wow.
miniatures. So I know when I open them, it's going to be nothing but little particles of rusted.
It's going to be exactly like the scene from the Crystal Skull when they opened the mummy cases in the tomb. The guy, the it looks pristine as soon as it's open, and then it just kind of crumbles into dust without even being touched because the
Hmm.
oxygen is eating away at it instantly.
Yeah, because lead rot is a thing, and it's a tragedy. And I probably should have opened those things a long time ago, but didn't. Uh,
Yeah.
so I'll just eBay it and like, look, I've never opened it. If you open it and it's full of, toxic rusted crap, sorry, you know.
Oh yeah.
But you could always do what I did and just hang on to it and wait for the price to go up, another notch, and then you pass it on to somebody. And sometime in the year 2400, somebody opens it and it does exactly that. The box and everything just goes.
but by then they're asking for it. So.
Oh, Shadow. I know you're planning on moving to Texas at some point.
Yeah.
You need to tell Jackie to hurry up and paint those Necrons, because I'm going to bring an orc or a Tyranid army to challenge him to a battle someday. So I am going to go down to visit Bruce in person someday.
Yeah, that's something I'm real. One of the things I'm looking forward to the most. Bruce is going to be there. Omen's going to be there. Uh, Total Party Skills lives out there. Somebody really watched the Crystal Skull. What's up, Mac? You want to pop in, say hi? You know where the link is. Um, yeah, I think I saw it too, um, but I wasn't paying full attention because it sucked. And hey, what's up, Eldrad? Long time no see, brother.
For the longest time, I had what's it called when I think it might have been some. I know it's a nostalgia-based word when you see movies in greater light than they actually are because you remember how much you love the first one of the series. I kind of
Mhm.
had that with the Star Wars series and the Indiana Jones series. It wasn't until later that I realized Crystal Skull just didn't live up to even the second one. It did not live up to.
Yeah, the second one was kind of bad, if you ask me. But
Yeah, but compared to the Crystal Skull,
it's a masterpiece.
yeah,
Yeah, the first one and the third one, really, really good. After that, don't need to watch anymore. You really don't.
and he keeps
I
making
actually
these damn
still love
movies.
the second one. I actually make that. I do make the sacrifice reference in my games on a fair basis. Rip out the heart and it's still beating while the guy's chest reflames and then he gets sacrificed downwards.
Mhm.
For people who haven't actually seen that movie, uh, here's the funny thing. Reading back to I like older things. I got a few people with that particular sacrifice because they had never seen any of the Indiana Jones movies.
Hmm. Gotcha. Oh, come on. I actually put paint on the brush, and then when I touched it, what is going on here?
What paint you using?
Hold on. Just give me a second. It's one of my favorite technical paints out there, and I need
Oh
to
yeah.
buy another bottle of it. It's Vallejo's Weathering Mecha Wash, light gray
Nice.
wash.
Nice.
This stuff
All right.
is like when you need just the lightest touch of gray, like when you're painting something white and you want to do like a shadow line, but you don't want to, go full out. It's fantastic. It's runnier than water. Mac
Yeah.
Thomas, greatest actor. I don't know about the greatest actor. Uh,
I think you might be asking who is your greatest actor.
my favorite actor is Charlton Heston. As a matter of fact, I have a Charlton
I
Heston
think he
miniature
was
right here.
reacting in horror to Shia LaBeouf.
This is actually a Star Schlock Captain Taylor from Planet of the Apes miniature,
Yeah,
and it
I
literally looks like him. When you look at the face, you're like, "That's freaking Heston."
Do you
Wolfbane.
have?
I actually refused to watch the newest Indiana Jones movie after they killed Mud. or Mutt, whatever the hell his name was. I always thought it was Mud. After they killed him, I refused to watch the new movie.
How
Because the
freaking
whole
old is
point
this
of that
man?
character was he was supposed to continue the fucking series. Yes, I know people don't like the Crystal Skull. I still kind of like the movie,
for the greatest
and I thought
actor.
there might have been potential if they got a new actor. And then they're just like, oh yeah, the entire story arc from the previous movie, they're just gonna kill it. That was so fucking stupid and made me lose total interest in the series altogether, or at least the
Well, they
next
couldn't have a toxic male in the movie.
one.
I know, and Harrison Ford was like literally his career was based on playing that kind of a guy. You know,
Yeah.
not necessarily toxic, but what people would call toxic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you freaking sellout.
Isn't the man like in his mid to late 80s at this point, and he's still making
Yes.
I
these
think
damn
so.
movies?
Yes.
He should be coming out with the Walker.
Well, that's part of the that's part of the reason why Han Solo was killed. A lot of people, it's not common knowledge, but it was actually fuck, I already forgot his name when we're talking about him.
Harrison Ford.
Fuck. Harrison Ford. Thank you. It was actually Harrison Ford who had his character killed. They wanted him to come back for the next movie.
So
He
he
was
pulled
hard.
he pulled a Chuck Heston.
Yeah, he wanted to die, kill the character off in Return of the Jedi. They had a big blowout about that. He wanted the character killed off then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Chuck Heston did not want to do the second Planet of the Apes movie.
Yeah, they talked him into being in it for like 5 minutes.
Mhm. Yeah, because he didn't need to be in it.
Yeah.
He really didn't. He did what he needed to do, and they didn't even need to make the rest of the movies. But once in your lifetime, you've got to watch them in order, all of them, and you'll see that
Why
was.
isn't she going for the banana? Because I hate bananas. Oh God, she talked.
Yep.
The
That is a
what's his
good
name?
scene.
Ricardo
Oh.
Montalban's character was pretty good in that too. In those,
Yep.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him in that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it was
Circus
actually
owner.
it was one of my favorite roles of his because he was just such a nice guy, you know, and nobody could have played that part better. Nobody. At least that's my opinion. And I just picked up last year the whole box set, and I'm trying to get Jackie to watch it with me, and you know, no can do.
Tell Jackie I said he's a loser if he does not watch Planet of the Apes.
I will be sure to tell him that.
Has he
He
not
ruined
seen
everything.
the first one? Has he never seen the very first one?
I honestly, I think he has, but it was like when he was like 7 or something, you know. So, even
Yeah.
if he remembers how it ends, it's not the same. You've got to watch it, um, start to finish, get some popcorn,
yeah,
the whole deal. I agree,
was-
Mac. They ruined everything. We can't have nothing nice.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was like 6, 7 years old, I forgot when exactly. I don't know what it was called, but it was a store where you could buy entire sets of movies, like a quarter of the entire Godzilla series in one set. I had that for a while because my mother and father, we were poor, but we would get decent income checks because both my parents worked. My sister and I would get a percentage to spend as we want. So I got a quarter of the entire Godzilla series in this huge, it was like 10 movies or something like that, like between 6 and 10 movies. I can't remember exactly. And my parents bought the entire Planet of the Apes series.
We had a place like that called DVD Planet. The day it went out of business, my buddy and I, every Friday, we would go out to dinner together, and we'd stop there, and we'd walk out with a bag of like $100 worth of $100 purchase, but it was today it would easily be like $1,000 or something like that. And I picked up all the Babylon 5 there. I picked up so much stuff in my collection. Um, and because it was right after Blockbuster closed, and that popped up. And I'm like, okay, I wanted to own this stuff anyways. Let's do this.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for physical media.
Eldrad, no, we haven't decided. It's definitely not going to be space opera because I want it to be simple. Uh, I thought about Star Frontiers, uh, but I'd have to do so much work, I think, and it's with the as weird as the characters are. I don't know if you've been paying attention. Um, I think Traveler will do that better because we've got characters that are, you know, very very off the wall. Although, because almost none of them are military, it might actually be easier to do Star
Well,
Frontiers.
Traveler would explain why my character is 65.
Right, right. Vintage Space,
And Agathics.
1889. No, because we're gonna set it. I think in the year like 2300, and I don't want to use Traveler 2300 because I don't own it. Uh, and I want to, with Traveler, it's so easy to get the PDFs or something off
Oh yeah.
the internet, and not even the high seas. You just type it and it's there for free. And the game hasn't
Oh yeah.
changed, but just a little bit in since 1977. It's essentially damn near the same game. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some things they've made, some improvements they made in Mongoose, notably when you make a group. There's a bunch. There's like a box of skills that you get to dish out to everybody because they're this group to kind of round them out.
Oh, that's cool. That's a neat addition.
It is. It's it's like I think about 10 skills, and depends on the kind of game you're going to run. What skills are in this box to make sure, absolutely without question, if you're gonna be on a starship, and nobody rolled up pilot, you're SOL. How are you
Yeah.
doing that? Or if you're going to run a detective game or whatever, they've got like 5 or 8 boxes of, this is the package the group gets, and you guys get to choose who gets what.
Oh,
Like
that's cool. I like
it
that.
really is. It's a neat little thing. It doesn't break the game, So I mean, you might get 1 or 2 extra skills. Whoop de freaking do, right? And they're
Travel is a
all.
great generic game too for sci-fi. It's basically just a task resolution system.
Hmm.
Yeah,
and and
it's easy to get your head around it too. This whole sort of the two dice. It sort of simulates a bell curve where sort of the average roll is 7 and things like that. And it's harder to get more pluses as you get along. Like getting 12 is much harder than getting an 8.
yeah, and if you're exactly the whole thing, it's you got to roll this, you get pluses for this, and now you get pluses in Mongoose for your stats, but I think they only start giving you a plus at like 10, 11, or 12. I mean, it's really way high up there. So it's not like you're gonna have a bunch of characters with a whole bunch of pluses from stats. You'll
Well,
have like 1 or 2 characters maybe that have like an 11, maybe.
Yeah,
Otherwise, okay, you just add your skill bonus to the roll. Simple. You can't get any
yeah.
simpler than that, other than maybe flipping a coin.
And
And
if your character doesn't know what they're doing, if they're unskilled in it, it's -3.
yep.
yeah, I think with the
And
2d6 system, even a +1 is a pretty massive
mhm.
bonus or penalty if it's going the other way.
It's like what is it boiled down to, like a plus 15%, something like that.
Yeah, close to that. In fact, let me open this up. I have it all broke. The probabilities all broken down
Hmm.
because I use the same system in my game. Actually, let's see.
Yeah, I want to look at Starclad's Eldrad because I deep down I'm a percentage guy. I don't mind using just a D10, you know, but I'm a percentage guy. Everything, all the careers and professions I've had, everything was done in percentages. It wasn't like my boss never said we got a 1 in 6 chance of making this happen. You know what I mean? It was never like that. It was we've got to do it by this percent or that percent, and you know it's just the way the world works. I suppose if we had, six fingers on each hand, it would have been different, but I don't know. But it seems to, be kind of a built-in thing, and I dig it. And one of the games I'm working on is going to use a D10 to make it simple, but every percentile game I've ever come across just gets so many things wrong, like shooting. Okay, if you're hiding behind something, you know, and the only thing they can see of you is maybe your head and your hand when you're ducking around to shoot, you're looking at 90% cover, right? Something like that, but they'll give you, oh, you get +1 because you're behind cover.
Yeah.
What? It's not, no,
Yeah.
no. And I get it because you also got to add in, their dexterity and their skill and blah blah blah. It don't matter. There's this much of them that you can see. Making that shot. You know, Considering it's moving, even if it isn't moving right then, there's a chance it's going to move. You know, and so many other games I see things like cover and here's another one. If you put a scope on a weapon, right? It doesn't improve your odds of hitting by +1 or +10%. You know what I mean? If you've ever been out to the range or done any long distance, the difference between that and not having that is massive for long range shots.
Yeah.
Up close, maybe not so much. But when you're trying to make the hardest shots, it's not. It's like you know,
Yeah.
it's a
Well,
completely
that's
different.
why that's part of the reason why for my snipers in the game I'm making, instead of making them get a whole crap ton of bonuses, they actually are ignoring penalties for their shots.
That's part of it. That's part of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Boot Hill was a great game. I love that game.
I only
And
ever played that once. I had a lot of fun though.
some of those games, we forget how it was people like us now that were playing those games then. In age bracket. I didn't see a lot of teenagers playing it. But when I played it, I was playing it with people like, the equivalent of like my grandpa. You know, they were, old timers that knew a thing or two, but yet they're willing to sit down and play a game of Boot Hill and mess you up.
That's something you haven't really seen. Are there any Western games out now?
Oh yeah. There's a couple of different Deadlands. I've got almost every Western game. I even picked up this one that I guarantee none of you have ever seen. It's called Wizards and Gunslingers.
Cool.
Oh, weird.
And one of the things this book has, and the reason I kept it, because otherwise it's crap. Not going to lie. Sorry to Comstar Games, $30. Nice try, but you dropped the ball. But what it did, and I want to address Eldred's comment in just a second. Books. If you find a book, a non-magical book, right, in a game, and you read that book, it has an effect on your character now. You can gain something depending on what the book is about. You could gain something. I mean, if you've read, a cookbook, right, and you're looking for that simple recipe for something, and you read it, and now you memorized it, and now you know how to make that one thing, and you're never going to forget how to make that one thing. It did the same sort of thing with depending on the book, you'd get like a plus to this or a plus to that, or something tangible, and then you'd have to, of course, write that down on your sheet that you read this book so that you couldn't read it again and double up on the bonuses. It's like, but still, it was a simple mechanic, and I dug it because I've read tens of thousands of books, and I've forgotten 90% of it, but I still there are things that I was able to hang on to in my memory that still carry over to this day. Uh, Mar Barker's perfected system is really good. I just picked up a copy of the Pedal Throne, and I have not. Well, I picked it up months ago, um, but I have not yet read it. It looks like it's gonna whoop stage dive. It looks like it's going to be interesting, but I don't know that I could. Uh, you know, I could try and get some people to play it, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's if you don't know anything about the guy, maybe. But as soon as you do a little digging, you're like, yeah, no, I'm out. Sorry, I'm out. He uh, he had some issues, but it was one of the very first games of our hobby, so I had to pick it up and just at least you know give it a cursory glance, if not a full look see, because I mean he was it was like Tolkien in a lot of ways. For him it was all about languages, and he went into this trying to make his own languages, and then he got even further and made his own worlds and all this other weird stuff. That's pretty hardcore. How many of us have ever tried that? To make our own language. Um, I don't know, but one guy who's ever tried to pull that off, and I know he's just like throwing crap at the wall and seeing what sticks. When we're like it's Bo when we're in his GURPS
Yeah.
game, he's just pulling out little phrases here and there. He's probably written down all kinds of sentences and stuff. And it's probably not a real language, but it definitely gives us the feel when we're role playing of trying to communicate with people. Uh, because that's one thing that I think from Star Trek on we have just hand waved over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah.
does the you don't understand what they're saying for like weeks and weeks and weeks. It's like let's find a way around it. You drink the John Carter juice or whatever.
I think
The babble
Stick your fish
fish.
in your
the
ear.
I think the only time I'm making languages is when I'm drawing maps, and I'm not even making languages. I'm just sort of having naming conventions for certain areas, assuming that the people speak differently there. Like they might, the word land, like like I don't know, rockland or something, might be something. I might just kind of mix some words together, and that means rockland in the map. And then this part is kind of a similar name, but that might be I don't know, grassland, but they call land something else in the languages, and so
Mhm.
it would have a different suffix or prefix.
See, I'm actually very careful about doing stuff like that. When I come up with a word, I usually go on Google and ask, "What does that word mean?" And I've gotten some pretty
Mm.
interesting results.
That's actually not a bad idea because God help you if you uh, made a mistake, like a really bad one. The word you made up actually means something somewhere else, and it's horrific.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Oh
remember
yeah.
one guy
Well,
making like a sci-fi world, and he called it diphtheria, and I'm like, I think diphtheria is a disease.
Yeah, but if you're doing a tongue in cheek thing, that would
No,
be
he
great.
wasn't. He was,
And Mac, that's like I said, that's more than I've ever even contemplated doing. That much work on the language because, let's face it, 75 to 90% of my games was fantasy. Okay, that eliminates the issue in moments. If you're still
yeah.
having that issue at the end of the night of the game, you've done something wrong. There's translators, there's magic gadgets, there's spells, there's probably even a freaking potion that you pour in your ear or
Well,
something
well, I'll admit,
to
I got.
fix that.
Well, I'll admit, I kind of got a little lazy when it came to languages in the game I'm working on. Oh, not lazy. I can't really say lazy. It's the fact that my first game I wanted to keep it simple, so there's a lot of things I didn't add. But if you, I got to find a. I think I'm. A lot of people are saying I should make my book one thing. So,
What's that one thing?
well, I mean, not like don't have a GM's guide, don't have a player's handbook and things like that. Actually, just make that one book.
I
I always prefer single books.
uh, I get it in this economy, etc. But I was reading Dragon Slayer. It's great, really good. Of all the AD&D clones out there, it's the best. Um, but having all three in one was what kept, if you remember, at least for me, back in the very beginnings of playing the game, not knowing what's in the DM's book, and knowing it was this big thick book that he had, but we didn't, made it so much more fun. And I, being the typical me, I went out and got one of those as quick as I could, and that was the last time I played as a player for probably a decade. It's like, you're the DM now. Oh shit! And all of the mystery, just there it was. There's the answers. There's the answers to everything, And as a player, if you pick up the book and it's got the monsters in it, and it's got the treasure in it, magic items and all the spells and stuff, it ruins so much. Especially if you think about the new kids that are playing now. They get the book and they've got everything. It's all in here. They've got, they know if they read it, most of them aren't gonna these days. But think about those kids that read everything and they're like, just as intelligent as the DM because he's, they're both 16, and you got a kid who's the DM, you got another kid who's the player, but he's now read everything. He's going to lose so much of the fun and the mystery of the game by having done that. Now, for us old farts who want, you know, to not waste a bunch of money on a game and want it all in one, for most of us, it's that mystery and that, you know,
Well, admittedly, I've been toying with the idea of starting with the book basics all in one, but still creating something like a GM's handbook that has more to it. Oh yeah, there's a
yeah,
few stuff in the main book. There's a few treasure items in the main book, but if you look in the GM's guide, you'll find so much more.
What
well,
I was thinking
it's
about
not
doing,
just. Go ahead.
sorry,
Don.
what I was thinking about doing with my game, it's the whole. I'm gonna have the whole rule book come out as one, but then I'm gonna make separate. Like one's just gonna have the spells and the magic system because it would be useful to have another copy at the table of that stuff, and then maybe make a player insert one that's like a really short that's just the character creation and basic explanations without the rules.
Is it Old School Essentials that does that? That has like a whole bunch of little books for everything.
I know one of them does. I can't think of which it
I think
is.
it's OSC. Traveler did kind of the same thing, but
Yeah.
in Traveler there wasn't that element of as much mystery and wonder. You know what I mean?
OSC has a player handbook and a GM guide, and I think they have like additional stuff in their zine that they publish.
What's the one that comes in the small hardbacks in the box sets, kind of? I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of, where it has all the monsters in one book. I think it might have all the spells in another book, things like that. If you can wing it, especially if you're going and you're going to use something like Amazon print on demand or something like that, there's no cost to you as the producer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you just section everything off into sections, people can buy what they want as they need it, and if they're buying PDFs or print on demand, and there's small books, and they're not going to end up costing the guys $40 a piece, then I would be totally digging on a game where it's like $10 a book printed. Here's all this, here's all this, here's all this. Get it as you want it. Let the players, pick up what they want. If they pick up the monster book, it's going to happen anyways. But the longer they don't have that book, especially that book, the more fun you can have with not knowing what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I hate bumping into a monster.
Forbidden Lands does a decent job. It comes with, let me grab it, I got it right here.
Well, I mean,
It
like,
comes with two books in it. There's basically the player's book and the DM's book. They're both reasonably small.
what is it? What is that?
This is Forbidden Lands,
Oh, okay.
and they're very.
That's one of the games that
Modern
uses
Forbidden
like a
Lands.
million different dice for everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. And I hate games where your stat is a die. That bugs the crap out of me.
Yeah.
If I can lift 200, at the gym I can lift 250 pounds. I can do that all day, any day. I don't need to roll for that. You know, so unless suddenly I'm sick, I've got the flu, and I can't get out of bed, fine. But if I know what my abilities are, so to speak, how do you justify? Well, you rolled that one on a D12. You can't lift, what you're trying to lift, but you've lifted it every day of the week, and now suddenly you can't, and you're not sick. You know what I mean? Or injured. Okay, George, no worries. Um, but I get it. At the same time, people like to roll dice, and they wanted a new mechanic, and I also get that it's not quite the way I described it. But that's the first thing I thought of when I was like, wait, my stat is a die, huh? So on some days I'm dumber than others. Not even some days. I just at some instances I just I get it. I'm running a senior. I'm having a senior moment, and I've literally forgotten everything I've ever learned. Okay, that'll okay. And of course I'm also poking fun, and I know it's not quite like that, but we've for all of gaming history, your stats have been a set number. It's this. This is how you rely on. We can rely on this guy. You're the strong guy, right? Well, I don't know. I rolled a one today. You know what I mean? It doesn't work. It shouldn't work that way. I mean, you've got friends that are like that. When you need someone to help you move, you know,
Rolled a one, dude. Sorry.
all right, I rolled ones all day, man. Can't. It looks like you're doing the lion's share. But you're still buying pizza, right? You know. Uh,
I can't get there. I failed my navigation check. Can't find your house.
we haven't figured that out yet, Mac. I for the game, it can't be something that takes months to get from Earth to Pluto. Okay, but at the same time, it taking a week to get from Earth to Alpha Centauri is too quick. You know what I mean? I want something a little slower, but at the same time, um, I don't know. I still need to get a little more feel for everything because we're as a group we're going to make up. You saw us make up the characters. We made the aliens. We're also going to make the worlds and a few other things. Maybe even uh, the tech level. Maybe something like that to where everybody involved who's going to play it is going to help design everything or almost everything.
So
Not
what?
quite any of that 4D, style of everything, but I do want everybody involved to, be involved and be able to say, that they helped contribute to everything before we actually even started rolling dice. I think that's a fun experiment for all of us, especially since, like Raven, she's never done any of this. She's like brand new, and she's actually come up with some interesting ideas that you might not get from like if you pull a teenager or a college student, you might not get as much positive assistance, if you will.
How long are you looking for like interstellar travel to take place?
I'm not sure. uh maybe I don't want it to be so long that like if you're chasing somebody, they got away ahead of you by a couple of days, but now they're essentially months ahead of you because you've got to waste all that time, to catch them.
Now, if you
Or
use like I worked this out for a story I wrote. If you use a like warp drive kind of system that can go about 2,000 times the speed of light, you can get anywhere like within our solar system within 10 hours, and it generally takes you 2 or 3 days per light year between star systems. So
maybe
something
I
like
kind
that.
of also like jump gates for some reason, and I love that Aloha Centauri. That's funny. I know it was a typo, but um, yeah, I don't do perception rolls um, like most people do. I'll use them occasionally, but it's more like a surprise or a notice. It's not like um, oh, I walk in the room, I make a perception roll. No, 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 no. You tell me what you do, where you look. Do you look behind the bed? Do you look behind the paintings? Do you move the books in the bookshelf? If not, you might not find the exact specific place that I hid something. And I'm not going to just give it to you because you rolled the right number of dice. Because then everybody's going to say, "Oh, I want to do it too," because he failed. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
If you didn't look behind the freaking, you know, whatever the bookshelf, let's say, then you won't find it. I don't care what you roll, and I'm sure we all know this, but just because you made a roll, if I didn't call for the roll, it don't mean shit. It's like I'm making a perception roll. No, you're not. What do you mean no, I'm not? What are you trying to perceive? Where I hit it? No.
Yeah.
You tell me where you look. Or
In my
or
game, when it comes to perception rolls, because I do have them, they are not meant for I find the hidden thing. They are called for specifically. I got to write it into the game better, but they are called for specifically by the GM, and they are meant for things like, you feel a slight breeze to your left. There might be a hidden door there. The rug is slightly askew. It's meant for that kind of things, not you find the hidden door. No, no, no. It's meant for tiny things that the GM calls for. Do you actually notice these little things?
hey, Mac,
And
real quick, is space opera on the internet, like for free and kind of thing? Because I don't want to buy it for a third time. Uh, Actually, I might have it. I'll take a look. I might still have a copy of it. Um, yeah, FTL in the game I was designing, FTL actually had speeds. It was kind of like Warp 1 through Warp 10, but that got shelved decades ago.
Yeah, with like stuff like perception rolls, I always do those on my own in secret, and it's just to see if they notice something going on around them, and I never tell them unless they see something. And a lot of times I'll roll for no reason just to make them think that they missed something because I'm a
Yeah.
sadistic prick that way.
And Eldrad, I'm going to get to your stuff. What I'll do is I'll officially like schedule time in my freaking razor thin margin that I have for October. This month is like kind of in the can for me, and if I have even a moment's rest, it'll be like the very last freaking day of September to where I can just go. What do I feel like doing? Chances are it's going to be a long nap, but I don't have a lot scheduled for October. Normally I would because it's like our biggest month, but Jackie's uh, schedule is so tight as well. We haven't been able to do much together.
Yeah.
But we'll talk in Discord, and I'll tell you some stuff I'm looking for, and you can send me some stuff, and then I'll be more than happy to like do some actual reviews for you, help you, bring some people over to your stuff because if you've put out 70 plus books, and I'm just hearing about it now, that's a crime against humanity, in my opinion. If you've literally gone to the trouble to write that many, even if they're only 50 pages each or less, that's still something. Um, I mean, since I want to say like 23, I wanted to write something, a game supplement, something, and you know, many decades later, I have yet to still do that. So
Not decades, not centuries, millennia later.
there have not been role playing games that long, unless you count Cowboys and Indians, and that's like 1 century. So
Oh no, no, no! For you, Shadow, when you first invented it, it wasn't technically role playing. It was just actually going out and beating the crap out of somebody. And then you later on you realized, this would be a fun game.
yeah, and that's how cricket was invented.
The dice were made of actual bones.
Yeah,
Well, there's a lot of bone dice out there.
you know, I I would love to be able to find one of those D20s from ancient Egypt, on the market, just to be
Yeah.
able to enshrine it and just go, look, you know. But yeah, no. Who do we have here? Chances are, wait a minute, one, two, three. Oh, it's Eldrad. Hey, what's up? Okay,
Hey, what's happening?
what's happening, man?
Hey, Eldred.
Last spot is for Raven, wherever she might be. out there in the universe. Yes, Eldred writes books. Hey, what's up, Justin? Hope everything's doing well for you. Raven, I'm tempted to let Justin in because it's Justin,
Well,
you know.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
she
I'm gonna
Even
log out
track.
anyway. I got my kids just came home from a trip, and
You
yeah, I
don't
know
have
I
to
got
do
a little
that. You
bit.
know, if you want to stay, you're welcome.
I'll I'll
But if you get
I'll, I'll make space because I'll probably be in and back and forth a lot.
okay, no worries. Just keep chatting if you got something to chime in. You
Hmm.
know, otherwise, I guess I'll see you Monday, maybe.
Maybe Monday morning. Yeah, I'll see what my schedule is like.
All right, man. Good seeing you again.
Same.
Well,
Oh, your head is killing me. Okay. Well, your face is killing me. So we're even.
well, when it
Um,
comes to my books, though, don't expect much. I'm a hack. I just write zines, basically. The stuff you'd have seen in the '70s and '80s.
okay. Have you ever heard of Arduin?
Yes, yeah, I have copies of that. So
Okay. I go all the way back. That was one of my favorite publications of all time. I'm good friends with all the people behind the current project, as you guys know, and I was just on the phone with George from Emperor's Choice for 2 hours today, just
wow.
talking the thing, you know. But that's how that was in the day, and I have massive amounts of respect. If you could just even get that something like that made, and uh, okay, well, we'll be really, really quiet for you, Justin. Um, I love that. I've always dreamed of being able to put out like a zine, you know, a monthly, every 4 months, something like that. You know, just to throw my ideas out there. But now, you know, we've got the internet, and it's most people are very comfortable with that. I'm going to give Eldrad a chance to send me a link, and I'll pop it in there for you, Mac, because Uh, every one of us, over, I'm just going to say over, how old are you crafting? Okay,
33.
over crafting's age, has the ability to to put something, pen to paper, type it out, whatever, that we can all benefit from, even if it's, you know, one thing, you know, think of all those games you've read and all you borrowed from it was just the one thing. I've got hundreds of games like that. This one's a perfect example. Okay. I got one thing out of it. I didn't pay the $30 for it, but you know what? It was worth it. That one thing, I can now figure out how in my own games you found a library. Okay. You take the books, you find the time to read this one book. What did you get out of it? Right? And figure out a on the spot game mechanic. Okay, you get uh I think it's the former Mac. Like say like before it was a cookbook. Okay, well you maybe you get a plus to your cooking percentages, or your skill, or what have you, or maybe you just learned a recipe for some sort of survival food. So now you know that when you're in this kind of area, you can always find something to eat. It may not be great, but you won't starve to death, and you won't start losing you know points on your die rolls or things like that because you're staying fed. It may taste like ass, but it's better than getting minus 20% on a thing. Okay, I don't know what is going on with you, Eldrad, but that is weird. Is everybody seeing what I'm seeing when you look at Eldrad? Are you in the
It's
witness? Are you in the witness protection program?
I may be. I'm the Witless Protection Program.
All right, I won't hold that against you.
He's a wraith. Run.
I am one of the Nazguls, and I use the financial system called the Nasdaq because I'm a Nasdaq. Never mind, that's a terrible joke.
Nice, dude. Nice, nice. You see what
Yeah,
happens when you're not here, Justin?
yeah. I'm gonna try to be sober on this one here because
Hey,
I may have had a few drinks that last time I was on here, but
it's okay as long as Shadow Person. Hey, Mike, what's happening, man? What's happening? Hey, real quick, Mike. When's the next video? I haven't seen anything from you guys in a while, and you guys do great stuff. So, especially with October coming up, you got to have something cooking, right? Am I the only one that has a special appreciation for October when it comes to
Uh,
gaming?
I like to try to run a Halloween game if I can.
Yep.
I'm actually. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, because you know what, I can't remember too many Christmas games or Thanksgiving games or New Year's games, but Halloween, that just seems to, there's just something about it. Take care, Mike. Sorry, I mean Mac. I read that too quick. Uh, take a look at his stuff, um, and let me know or let him know what you think of it, because you know, with all the crap that's coming out these days by people who don't have our best interests at heart. Oh, Eldred, you got a channel?
Yeah.
Which is shit. You should have told me that like day one, man. I will
I
go.
didn't. I forgot because I have like a photographic memory, just no film in the camera. So
Okay, I'm looking at it. I'm gonna go look it up right now. Uh, okay. All hit the bell, did the thing. I will check out your channel after the show, because that is one thing we absolutely have to do is have each other's back and be
yes, correct,
Yep. New sub.
See, you're going to hit 100 by the end of the night. Awesome.
dude. I did a 50 count celebration. Now y'all don't be jealous when I had the international grandpa let his granddaughter put makeup on him day. Y'all just don't be jealous. So.
Such an underrated book.
Oh, I had 2 copies of that. I had to sell them because the termites were going to eat them.
Yeah, you told me about that. Thanks, George. See, told you. Everybody out there. And also, speaking of which, uh, go check out Married with Gaming. That's Mike and Jen. I get the distinct pleasure of getting to game with them every other Saturdays. I can't wait. I was actually terrified, Mike, that today was game day and we were having car troubles and some other things. And I'm like, there ain't no way I'm going to get to game today. There's just no freaking way. And it was like, okay, it's next week. All right. All right.
So tell me on some of your videos, what's the most hits you've ever had, and what was the video?
It's in the 2000s. I work, or I used to. We got to start working with this company called Archon Studio that makes this product called Dungeons and Lasers. And our very first video was a Dungeons and Lasers video because
Oh,
I
cool.
bought their first Kickstarter, whole bunch of terrain and minis and stuff like that, and dragons and all this cool shit. And it was coming in the mail, and my son was 11, and he's like, "We should make an unboxing video." I'm like, "What the hell's that?" I never heard of that. I didn't do YouTube back then. This was, a little over 4 years ago. He's like, that's where you open up the box in front of the camera and you show everybody what you got. And I'm like, do people watch that crap? He's like, oh
No,
yeah, people love it.
I've never
And
gotten that.
and that's how the channel was born. We started doing tutorials with Dungeons and Lasers, and then crafts and book and game and movie reviews. Me and the boy, and he, like I said, he was 11 years old in the first video. He's now 16, going on 17, and uh, I'll never change the name, even though he's never on the channel anymore because high school and girls and all that other JROTC and fencing class, chess club, and volunteering every chance he gets, and all this other stuff. I love Dungeons and Lasers still to this day. I know Crafting's a big fan of it as well. They make some of the best miniatures out there, almost GW quality at a
Yes,
tenth
I'm looking
price.
at it. Yeah, I'm looking at the website. Oh my god!
Honestly, the only thing that I'd say that they have lacking in GW quality is assembly. The sculpts, in my opinion, are just as good. Their plastic, in my opinion, is just as good. But assembly in
Mhm.
comparison sucks.
Yeah, sometimes, and it's not always. It's like out of a set, there'll be like that one piece that you're like, oh my god, you know. And now the thing that they do is because they're in Europe, it's all about they can't print the instructions or it costs way more. Not because it costs more, but because the EU doesn't want people sending instructions. They want you to do it online, and that's a pain in the ass because now instead of using my device to watch a video while I'm assembling a model, I got to stare at the instructions, you know, until I get to the next step, and it's a drag. And I saved all the old paper instructions from when they did that, but now it's, you know, look it up and download the instruction book and blah blah blah.
What an
But there's
insanely stupid and pointless regulation.
it is
You have to save
okay.
the trees. Yeah, you have to save the trees. You must not cut down on the trees. Even though we could grow paper with hemp, like 3 times the amount of paper per 1 acre with hemp, and you can grow hemp every year or every 2 years or so.
Preaching to the choir, buddy, but
Yeah.
that's how it is. And you know they've I'm not going to say they've gone woke, but they want to stay in business, and they've made a mint. You know, they've made a lot of money doing what they're doing, and you know they have no problem. You know, uh, being 5E compatible. You know, even though why? Um,
They also like their customers. Like
Yeah.
I was watching one of
Yeah.
their live streams, and they were talking about how part of the reason why they weren't doing, I forgot exactly what it was, but they weren't doing something, a particular thing, because instead of, like, I think you said 3 times the cost, it ended up being 5 times the initial cost. So that made it an inconvenience, but it made it cheaper.
yeah, they're good guys. Don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, I'm an American, and we do things differently. That's all.
Oh yeah,
But their stuff is top notch, and most of it you can still get. You know, it's not like other companies. It's like, up, we broke the molds after we did this. You can't get it anymore. There's almost nothing you can't still get. There might be things, but if you can't get them, wait to the next Kickstarter that's like related. Like if it's a Dungeons and Lasers Kickstarter, you can probably get everything as an add-on. If it's what's the other one?
well, I
Rampart.
still
They
got to
did.
pay the I still got to pay the shipping for the last Kickstarter, and I think they'll send me stuff.
Yeah, I've got one payment left on the Caves Kickstarter, which, oh my god, crafting, that's literally going to change everything. I used to be a big fan of
Oh yeah,
Dwarven Forge until I dropped something and it shattered in a million pieces. This, this
oh yeah.
stuff, Eldrad and Doc, it's literally like Legos. Everything clicks together, and when you're done, you take it apart, and you can. I don't have the box handy, but
The
any
Dwarven
kind
Forge
of
is made of
storage box.
dwarvenite. Dwarvenite, right?
Yeah, but it still shatters
Oh,
like
okay.
ceramic. If you drop it off a table onto a hard floor, maybe not wood, but like a tile floor, it's ruined. And not in a million pieces like Herstart's mold stuff, you know, because that's dental plaster, and that's a hit. That's a 50-50 whether it's going to break it all or it's going to turn into freaking glass, and you're sweeping it up and crying after all that work. But like say you get like one of the sets to build a dungeon, you can file all the pieces. Take care, Justin. I hope you feel better. Hope to see you tomorrow.
So yeah,
Uh, but you can file it all in those storage boxes with the cubbies and just put all the floors in this one, put all the walls in that one. And the little guy, my son, when we first got it, he'd literally be playing with it like Legos. You know, he'd take his Star Wars miniature game miniatures, and then he'd build a dungeon and have the people, you know, doing things in the hallways and stuff like we wish we could have done back in the day, you know, when we were little
Yeah.
kids. And it's, you can't break it. And now they've made pre-painted stuff like the walls and the floors and all that, and I could literally take you know, a buck knife and try to scratch the paint off. It's not happening. Justin says it's like a powder coat. It's the same stuff your car is painted in. It's not coming off, but you can add washes and other paints to it if you want. But now it's just going to come sprued and already painted. Oh my god! I
It
I've
just
spent
looks awesome though from the website I
I
posted
have
on there.
spent hundreds and hundreds of hours painting the same wall because I have 500 of them. You know, here's the dungeon wall. They all look the same, and now I'm painting them, trying to make them either look identical so they match, or a little bit different here, a little bit different there. And now it's just going to come to you already painted. It,
I'm honestly
all
kind
that
of
stuff
surprised this
from
didn't happen sooner because everybody I know only. I don't know anybody who likes painting terrain. Everybody I know is like painting terrain sucks.
I'm 50-50 on that. If it's a cool piece of terrain, I could get really into it. Okay, but
Yeah.
I'd rather be painting miniatures. And better than that, I'd rather it come pre-painted, not the miniatures, but the terrain. But that
Oh
usually
yeah.
costs a lot more, because they have to pay kids in China to do it. I've seen stuff like that, and that's the way it comes. But this, it's on a sprue. Okay,
Yeah.
a
Oh yeah.
machine's going to get it just the way you want it, and you're paying. You paid for the machine, you pay for some electricity, you pay for some lubricant, and you pay for the paint, and there's no labor involved. And it'll just crank that stuff out all day long. And now, back in the day, everybody was asking for caves, and they're like, all we can do is straight lines right now. Tile pieces that connect together. It's a room. You can make it L shaped. You can make it however you want, but there's no curves. Well, now they can do curves. So there's curved wall pieces and curved floor pieces. So
Yep.
making a cavern, okay, instead of just drawing it on a dry erase board, you can build this cavern, and when you're done, you can take it apart, and the next time you play, you can build with the same pieces a completely different shaped cavern.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
so like the old geomorphs, you guys remember those?
Oh yeah.
Back in the it's well, now it's 3D, okay, and it's already painted, and it comes with scattered terrain and monster sets to go with it. It's just like, for a 3D guy who wants hands-on, not virtual tabletops and stuff like that. You really you can't ask for more. And
Sounds
when we
like
and we
it looks
and when we
awesome
get
too.
and when we get it, we used to build dungeons, Jackie and I, and we'd show them off. And we haven't done that in like 2+ years. And we'd light them up with little LEDs and do everything but the fog machine, right? And now we're going to be able to go back to the dinner table, because that's where we started, was at the dinner table, and we'll build something with the new set and show it off uh, as soon as it gets here, and go back to our roots, which we were talking about that today, because my son had to mow the lawn, and we still have this mask, dust mask, that I used in one of our very first videos, and we've held on to it because it was during COVID, and I made a COVID joke about having to wear a mask, but I was spray painting out in the backyard, showing people spraying these pieces. And he's like, "Is this the same mask?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "We kept it all this time?" "Yeah." "Why?" "Because it's funny, you know. Um, and one of these days we'll probably have to put it in one of those shadow boxes and put it in a frame on the wall, because we've had so many giggles over that, and I'm really looking forward to being able to show that stuff off, and get Jackie's friends who play D&D to come over. It's like, all right, we're doing a dungeon, and then unveil it, and it's going to be, oh my god, because these kids, all they know is uh, theater of the mind, or miniatures and a dry erase board, which is cool. That's how we started. But there's a couple of the players that are really into it. You can tell they're going to be playing D&D in college. They're going to be playing D&D when they have kids of their own. And that's one thing that I'm a big proponent of, is keeping this hobby alive, because I'm sure we could all imagine how 10, 20 years from now there could be nobody playing these games, just on their tablet, their phone, or whatever, trying to get that same sort of experience, and they'll never get it with a digital device, right?
Yeah.
I would hate to see this hobby disappear, except for wargaming. And don't get me wrong, I could get into that, but I'd much rather be playing a game with my friends at a table, if not a table online, but still doing it, instead of, waiting for the next holodeck program to come out, that everybody's playing the same game.
Or ran by AI.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Speaking of that, have you heard about the supposed sales numbers of the sixth edition? It's like it's
Yeah,
too
they're like
easy.
3,000 players handbook sold. That's it.
Yeah, I haven't met. I've only met like three people who said I'm going to buy this. I can't wait. I mean, pretty much everybody's like, "What they come? We didn't ask for another edition." Pretty much that's all they're saying.
Oh, I know that feeling. When second edition came out, I was like, "What? We didn't need this." But that was politics that I was unaware of at the time, and you know, it sucked. But
So it's nice to see Wizards of the Coast crash and burn.
absolutely,
Brings joy to
absolutely.
my black little heart.
I've got a Wizards of the Coast miniature here. Bruce sent me. Uh, if they just did this, I would have nothing to say. This isn't gonna preach to me. This isn't gonna tell me I'm a bad person for doing this or that. This is just a plastic monster miniature that I can do whatever I want with it, and nobody can tell me otherwise. I'm not going to
Yeah.
get reprimanded. I'm not going to be told to get out of the hobby or any of that crap. If they just kept their freaking mouths shut, think about that. If they would have just kept doing what they're doing and kept their mouths shut about how they feel about anything other than here's the new product. I hope you enjoy it. If you've got any questions, here's our thing. How much better off they would be doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And instead, we get this crap that we never asked for. Nobody wants, and the people that buy the most of their product are not the people they're talking to.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, or not the only thing. One of the only things about the internet that I don't like um, is that it allowed people like that to inject themselves into my life, whether I want it or not, just by you know being annoying and being, uh, for lack of a better word, petty little bitches, and just minding their own damn business. I'm not going to, go to somebody's table and tell them yeah, I'll be a bad person on my own terms. Yes, exactly. I don't need, anybody pointing a spotlight on me. I'm not perfect. I'm, you know, I've got my own flaws and foibles and whatnot. But they're not, you know, telling people how to game. I'll help them. I'll give them some advice and some suggestions. This is how I've been, successful at doing this or that. But I'm not going to be like, if you do it this way, you're wrong. If you're this kind of person, you're wrong. Those are things you can't help. You know, that's that one thing that I've noticed we don't do. That's us YouTubers and stuff. We don't give our friends a ration of shit for things they can never change. You know, okay, so you're overweight. So what? So you're this or you're that. So what? Are you coming to the game tomorrow? Awesome. I'll see you then. Right?
yeah, but you do know they got a point about the orcs. The orcs actually are. We always felt they were Armenians, so that's what I was thinking. That's what they
Wait,
were
they're not
saying.
Mexican anymore?
No,
When
they're
did this
Armenians. Obviously, you can look at them and see.
happen?
When I showed my son that picture, because his mom's from Mexico, when I showed him that picture, I literally saw him die a little inside, and he told me, I just died a little inside. I'm like, I'm sorry, son. I had to show you because it's funny as shit how retarded that was because we never thought that. Even though I had essentially a best friend who was also Latino, and I gave him shit about that all the time. But you know, he knew I was kidding. He was my best friend, and I miss him every day. But
Hmm.
we were kidding. We kid each other about all kinds of stuff. But that was that wasn't Tolkien's thing. Because orcs are Tolkien. I don't care what anybody says. There'll always be a Tolkien thing, and because it had it not been for him, we'd have never heard about him. I've read a lot of literature over the years, and pre-Tolkien, I can't find a single reference. After, oh sure, just about everybody who's written a fantasy game has had orcs or something damn near orky, you know. And to do that, but to be fair, to be totally fair about that, you know where that actually comes from, Eldrad?
It's like ancient, like Nordic or Finnish or something like that.
No,
The
no, no, no,
orcs.
no, no. What Wizards of the Coast did?
Oh, it was a guy's article. This one fellow wrote an article.
No, right here.
Wait, about the orcs? It came from that?
The Latino orcs comes from this.
Oh,
Yes, because Hollow Earth, while it's inside Mystara, every culture in the Hollow Earth comes from Earth. They got
no.
different names and they've got different little tweaks here and there, but there's Egyptians, Mongols, Vikings. They're all in here. And the orcs, they're Latino. This is literally one of the worst pieces of garbage ever put out by TSR.
Hmm.
This lacks so much. This is literally devoid of imagination. Okay? Because all they did was take all the ancient cultures, Rome, Greece, and just tweak them a little. The Egyptians, they make pyramids, they do all the Egyptian stuff. They look like Egyptians. They act like Egyptians, they do all the Egyptian stuff. But they're in Hollow Earth.
He said they cook tacos. You know that? That's what they do.
Right. Why? I literally, if I only had a day, I could crap out 12 fantasy races better than what's in here.
I got thrown off, I think it was RPG.net a while back, because I asked a question like, if we make the orcs white people, can they go back to being evil? And I got, within 5 minutes of posting that, I was fucking thrown off the site.
Yeah, we have one of our local gamers is one of the moderators on that. He's one of the people that did
Nicely
the famous
done, Doc.
the famous
Nicely.
review on Fatal. Of course, this guy's a major liberal though. He banned me many years, ancient decades ago. But really good gamer though. I love to game with the guy, but he just on the keyboard he's badass. In person, he's like, fellas, we need to really be nice to each other. He went after one of my friends as well on the Facebook, and my buddy was like, "Let's go meet up somewhere." And he happened to be at a party like a few days later, and he was like, "Hi, fellas, what's up?" Anyway, it was funny.
I'm certain, I'm 100% certain he talks just like that, doesn't he?
He does actually.
Yeah, the internet is just like a massive road rage simulator for some people.
It's weird when you meet these people in person, though. When you actually meet them in person, because it's like when I met the guy, I'm like, "Hold on a second, man," because I was like, "I know your name," and he's like, "Yes, that is me," because he thought that he was famous, and but I just happened to, yeah, but he's a big RPG net moderator, Anyway, he just
That's
he'll let you know he has a degree in political science, and I need to stop talking politics. Starter, we're trying to talk about gaming, but he'll let you know.
I'm trying to do that too. I've actually thought about making a political channel. Me and the boy want to do that, but it's rough, man. It's rough. Every one of the channels that I've ever liked like that has gotten some sort of problem that he's protecting the community. What a hero! What community? Actually, I don't actually have a problem with that word. I kind of like that word because, to be honest, I don't know what other word we would use. That doesn't sound kind of just weak.
Call it the collective. No, the comrades. I don't know.
You want to keep coming back? I'm just saying.
That's the FKR
We are
collective.
Borg. Resistance is futile.
The Borg. That's it. The Borg. Yeah.
Yeah, no, guys.
I thought it sounded great.
Other than using the other word that I would use, which would be family. And then other people are going to be like, "You're not family." Hey, you know what? I don't have a whole lot of family, so you guys are my family. Like it or leave it. You don't like it? There's the door. Don't let it hit you where the good Lord split you.
Or how about call it a house or a cult? How about this? A cult.
Yeah, I like cult. That's got a nice ring to it.
I'm a cult leader. Hello. What's going on, man?
Yeah, but it's not a cult unless you're getting laid. And no offense, guys, but that's it's. I just don't feel that way about you. The hobby, yeah, the hobby works, but it's a little too generic. Um,
What the hell is this? The Dick Van Dyke Show or something? Hey.
right.
But hold on, I'll be right back. I have to get me
It just
some more of
caused
this
the
honey.
theme song from the Dick Van Dyke to start playing in my head. If it's not gone in the next 10 minutes, you will be hearing from my attorney.
I did that. That's something I wanted to mention today. I actually, that's what I did. I listened to nothing but music. Actual, remember that? Remember how we used to do that? We'd actually listen to music instead of these various pundits for whatever, not just politics,
Yeah,
but
that's
for
actually how I write
gaming.
my books.
I
I just
need to
listen
go
to
back
music.
and do that. I heard some songs today uh, that just brought back so many great memories, and I remember that being such a huge part of my growing up gaming experience. Was my buddy would come over, hey, we're gonna play some D, let's hey, put this on or put that on, this record or this cassette or whatever, and it wouldn't bug us, it wouldn't detract from the game, you know what I mean? We were able to actually listen to the music, even if somebody was singing along, it's like it didn't break anybody's immersion, didn't interfere at all. It just made it better. Mind you, we had better music. For those that time. I mean, you can't find like mainstream music that's D&D friendly. You know what I mean? You could easily play a lot more even genres of music back then that would fit. You know what I mean? Not just like heavy metal. Play some Rush. Play some Led Zeppelin. Play some Pink Floyd. Play some Iron Maiden. Play some Judas Priest. Play some Black Sabbath. Obviously a lot of those are from kind of the same genre, but you could also just turn on the radio and hear half those bands and other bands. Aerosmith or whatever. And now it's like it's got to be this like this ridiculous, almost hippie sort of muzak. You know what I'm talking about? That people will have playing in the background.
Dungeon synth, as they call it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, stuff like that, or they're trying to recreate what they think Vikings would listen to. And damn well Vikings, if they had any music. Nice, Mike. Nice. That's so scary. That's so terrifying. Uh, you totally lost my train of thought for me. Thanks, Mike. I'll get you back Saturday.
Well,
I'll
the
send
thing
you
is,
first into the dungeon.
Vikings would listen to the most hardcore music in the streets, like Justin
Yeah,
Bieber
that. Thank you.
and
You, you,
NSYNC and
you,
stuff.
you were paying more attention than I was. I could just picture some scald or whatever. He's got his lute and he's just like, you know what I mean? Playing
I
immigrant
think we're
song or
alone now. I never see me anyone around. I think we're alone now.
something. I heard
Such
that song
terrible.
today. I heard that song today. That's so funny. I've got this. I didn't know I had it, but apparently YouTube has been compiling songs to make a playlist for me, and I'm like,
How sweet of them.
I've got some great damn taste, like music. Thank you, YouTube. You get 3 hours of yeah, yeah. No, I don't want that. No, I want to hear uh, maybe even stuff that's completely inappropriate. You know what I mean? Because I guess we come from a different stock as the newer gamers, where we can do that. We can listen to some Led Zeppelin or some Rush, and it's not going to just like take us completely out of the game. Uh, Now I get it if everybody wants to this is a really important game, guys. We got to focus. Okay, no problem. Quiet. just us, no music. That's fine. And there should be those kinds of games where you really can't get distracted. But if it's, I don't know about you guys, but I used to play every day. I mean, literally every day for decades. After work, after school, that's what we did. Friends would show up, we'd play, we'd have dinner together. 9, 10 o'clock. Everybody's got to go home to work, go home to go to bed to go to work. They'd be back the next day. If they didn't show up, it was because they were sick or they were in jury duty or something, or family was coming over, something like that. That's all we did. Some of us actually were involved in sports, softball leagues and things like that, and we'd go support them and watch them play, and then afterwards, hey, let's go play some D&D. Yep, damn right.
God, you had a great life at one point in time. It's interesting.
I had a really strong group of D&D friends, and mind you, some of these people would drive like an hour to get to my place. Okay, and we would play every freaking day. Mind you, in the beginning, a lot of it started because we lived in the same neighborhood, and there was 5 or 6 of us, and we lived in the same on the same block. So we're playing D&D. If we weren't, we were playing video games or doing some other stuff. Um, but eventually it's like, hey, wanna play some D? You know it.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna need to sign off. I got to get to bed. I got a lot of yard
speaking of
work to
which,
do tomorrow. I will catch
no
you
worries,
guys
Doc.
later.
Good seeing you again, man. Don't be a
Yeah,
stranger.
you.
Have a great weekend. Have a great week. If you see James before I do, let him know. I got to find like a very specific day that I can hang out with him. It's like, okay, dude, my schedule is literally this tight. Can I like, book a spot on your show so we can hang out so you don't get all,
Yeah, he's pretty irregular except for Mondays.
yeah, yeah. No, I know. It's just like every time I show up, he's like, you don't love me no more. It's like, dude, you know better. You're one of the few people who's got my phone number, and if you guys want my phone number, let me know and I'll give it to you. It's not a big deal, but he's one of the few people that it's like, here's my phone number. You ever want to talk anytime? Not a problem.
Okay. I will catch you guys later.
Take care, Doc. I'm gonna have to go check on Raven because she said she would be here, and now she's not. So, what's your game of choice, Eldrad?
Well, the one I'm currently actually playing is Dragon Slayer.
Uh huh.
But the one I prefer to run is my own game, Back to the Dungeon, which is like a mixture of Zero E and BX with a little bit of D20 and a unified system. I know people frown on that, but I just like something to go as quick and fast as possible. I like a game to I don't like rules to slow a game down. I want it to be just to flow fast.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my ideal. Um, if I'm playing something old though, I'd really like to get somebody together and play some original D&D or something like that, or some Delving Deeper, which is just the little. It's a clone of the little books, the three little books, without
White
any
box.
of the additions. Yeah, the white box. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's basically that. Pretty awesome. Uh, I've been fiddling with that for a while as well. Oh, that's a better background.
I just
Yeah.
read White Box, all the expansions, etc., and it was really really close to AD&D.
Yeah,
I always thought that it wasn't, but by the time I read all the expansions, I'm like, this is so close to being AD&D.
yeah. Swords and Wizardry Complete is basically all that compiled in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Mr.
And
Matt Finch.
yeah, I know him. Um, we've had a couple of dealings before. Um, I think it's him, or I'm thinking of somebody else.
Out of
Um,
Houston, a lawyer.
yeah, I think so. It was for another game, but I could be thinking of somebody else. It might be Jim Wampler, if I'm
I
thinking
don't
of.
know. I know. Matt Finch also was the one who started Osric, and then he handed it over to the other British guy. But
Yeah, I just, maybe it's because I know AD&D so well. I just don't see what the problem with it was. Every argument I've ever heard, to me, literally falls on deaf ears because it was the best. And I've yet to see something that does everything it does better. Maybe formatting doesn't mean squat to me. I can literally uh, crafting those. I can literally almost thumb to the exact page I want in any of my books. Just open it up and there I'm at that page. I've had them in my hands so much that I can find whatever I need. I've got it all memorized. And when I was looking at Dragon Slayer, I'm like, this literally took out my favorite parts of AD&D out of the game.
let me guess, the multi-classing parts. Is that what he did?
No, well, that was one of them. But I can understand that it was a little complicated, and some people, for some people, multi-class, like elves especially, were just so OP at the beginning that it could throw a game. I get that totally, especially if the party's like, oh, we're all going to be multi-class elves. Like, ah, shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I always played humans, but
Right. Even like a multi-class dwarven party where you've got fighter thieves, fighter clerics, fighter assassins, assassin thieves, assassin clerics, everything but the magic user, you can still seriously, mess with a first level module or a first level dungeon, from the old days. You just wreck it, just totally wreck it, right? But my favorite thing in all of D&D is a simple thing called enchant item. Sixth level magic user spell. Almost nobody ever gets to 12th level, so for most people it didn't matter. But every game, literally every D&D clone type of game out there, that's the first thing they take out.
and what's that spell again?
Enchant item.
Yeah, why do they take that out? Huh.
It's a sixth level spell. Why? Because I was explaining to George today. The process for enchant item is you get a special item, you get it made, and you cast enchant item on it, and you got to hold that item all day. If you have to wipe your ass, you can put it down, kind of thing, right? But you're focusing on that item, and then you pump in to that item the spells you had memorized for that day. So you're 12th level wizard. You've got like 5 first levels, 5 second, 5 third, and less all the way down to 1 6 level spell, right? Okay. If all you did was that in that one day, when you're done, you'd have an item that had 5 first level spells, 5 second, 5 third. You get my point. And okay, you just made a charged magic item, and you could do the same thing the next day and the next day and keep doing that, and basically create like a wand that had like, let's say you did it every day for a week, you'd have like 50 spells in it, maybe 10 different spells in it, and that would destroy your game, for most people. But that's how simple it was. You didn't need a permanency because you just made a charged magic item, and if you use the last charge, it's no longer magic. But it's that simple. Now, it's not cheap. It does take time, and there is a chance that you'll fail because you got to make a roll at the end. But that was essentially. Now, there's a few little things in there that you also had to do, but that was about it. What could you do with that? You know what I mean? With that, mind you, that means that the party's already 12th level. So you're already dealing with some hairy stuff whenever you go into a dungeon or do an adventure or whatever. But with that right there, you take all the magic. It's like whatever the DM now starts to hand out as magic items every once in a while. It's like, that's cool, but I can do better.
Heck yeah.
You know,
Definitely take care of those high level golems and stuff like that, and stone golems, and wipe their
you know,
asses out.
or imagine this, right? You got your 12th level magic user. He says, okay, I'm going to make all my friends a ring. Okay, basically a ring of spell storing, and the first spell he puts in it is 2 teleports. Okay, right, and then he puts like say only I think a ring of spell storing only holds like up to 5 spells, even though you could make one better. So let's say he just makes a ring for everybody with 5 spells in it. Everybody gets 2 teleports and then 3 other spells that they probably need more than, you know, like maybe this guy always wants this spell, or this guy like a defensive spell that you're always putting on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like stone skin or something like that, right? He's always asking you, hey, can you buff me? Oh well, no. Here, have this ring. It's only got 5 charges, but you know what? Five. When you're talking spell slots, that's huge. Now the whole party's got this ring on. That each of them have 2 teleports, so they can get out, get out of trouble and then come back to wherever we are meant to meet or something like that. Or just, I'm teleporting home. I'll see you guys there. Okay, cool. All right, one guy's gone, but the rest of us are going to continue.
Yeah,
Right?
that's like a scroll of town portal almost. Yeah, like on
With
Diablo.
no, with almost, you know, no repercussions. Yeah, you might have to make a percentile roll, but if it's keyed to teleport to your inner sanctum where everybody's going to meet up anyways, and you know it like the back of your hand. Oh, there's a 1% chance of failure. Oh, okay. It takes a lot away from the DM and the control they want. And for me, I understand that it might seem like a little thing because nobody ever makes it to 12th level anymore. But for those gamers that do, that's a big freaking deal, especially your magic user, where your magic user finally comes into his own, where he's like the most important character for a while. You can't, it's like you've protected him all these years, and now he's able to reciprocate. It's like, hey, you know what? It's your birthday. I made you a magic item. Holy crap. And the DM can't, of course he can say no, but it's harder. It's like, well, okay, make your roll. Okay, I guess you made it. Cool. And a lot of DMs just didn't like that. They wanted to be, you know, more in control of things like that. And that's to me, that's when the game actually starts getting fun. You know, I mean, obviously it's fun the whole time, or you wouldn't be there. But it's like a whole new level of fun that most players that I've encountered never got to be in those kind of games.
Yeah, we never got that high level up. But actually, back in the 80s, our dungeon master was a BX dungeon master. He had taken a look at the AD&D books, and for whatever reason, and that was like it was kind of crazy when I first saw AD&D. I'm like, because I started to ask questions like, well, how come there can't be an elf thief? And he happened to mention, well, that's advanced. We don't do that. And honestly, in the 80s, if you played basic, that was the baby game. But
It,
nevertheless, it was fun as hell. Still,
I've looked at all the versions, and I know why people called it that, but there's also a reason why it was called advanced,
yeah,
because it was harder or more complex and more complicated. Not necessarily harder, because one of my friends would argue that you have more hit points in AD&D, so it's not it's not harder to survive. It's actually easier to survive, but all of the things you could do and all of the things you could come across, etc., and all the ways of handling situations were more complex. Even though BX, I think it was, or Rule Cyclopedia, had a little bit more codified castles and domain play and things like that. Um, it was all still in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Everything you needed was there. Mid teens is
yeah,
still great though, Mike. That's like 12th, 15th level. Holy crap! You're like, you can almost make a permanent magic item at, I think it's 16th level, if you don't mind sacrificing the Constitution point. Um, you know that's phenomenal. Getting to cast like 7, 8th level spells, being a ranger and having your freaking army of woodland creatures, being a priest with a temple to go home to, and an army waiting at your beck and call to do whatever you need them to do, or a fighter, or even better, the most underrated domain game play was the thief and his thieves guild. You get a bunch of thieves from first to sixth or seventh level. You're the fat cat thief, mafioso type, right? Now you got all these flunkies, and you're going, okay, you go out and do this, you go out and do that. I need one of these, I need one of those. Find it for me, and you know you could either let other people play your henchmen, your thieves guild, or the DM could just like make a bunch of rolls and go, oh well, so and so didn't come back, or so and so comes back, he's all bloody and he got mugged or he got caught, and now the authorities are coming down on your head. You got all kinds of ways to play, like literally like a solo adventure. Now it made it more. Uh, I don't know about you, but I always felt it weird playing with one player, one DM. It seemed like, let's just wait for everybody else. But when you got to those higher levels, it was like, I don't want anybody around. Can you and me hook up, and I want to tell you what I'm going to do with my character? Then it was like, oh yeah, this is kind of like the way it should be when it's a one-on-one versus if it's a third level character and playing solo with the DM is like, you're going to die. You're just one guy going into a dungeon. You're just going to die. You know what I
You
mean?
hire NPCs that way, so.
Right, but then that's like, the DM's doing all the work. You're just giving orders, and it just seemed a little too in favor. The one player has like a little bit like an extra layer of plot armor all of a sudden. Well, if he dies, the game's over. And unless you didn't want to play that game anymore as a DM, you're kind of, obligated to play fairly, and, fairly might easily turn into too fair.
Our dungeon master killed us if we the dice said it, we died. That was
Sure,
yeah,
but
it was way more fun with a group of people though, admittedly. But interesting story is that he was running our BX characters through the Tomb of Horrors because he said it really doesn't matter about levels on that. It really doesn't. Uh, and I was uh, the first and only wizard to ever get Fireball in his games because he used the standard experience thing, so it took years to level up, which was pretty awesome because we'd survived that long, like from middle school to high school. But my wizard, I really didn't read closely enough about the Fireball radius, and it was the four-armed gargoyle in the Tomb of Horrors.
I,
Anyway,
I,
cast the fireball, killed my. I was the only character to die, and everyone else got their hit points halved. So it was a sad story, but yeah.
I got a couple questions. If it took you years to get to fifth level, did he not give XP for gold?
Yeah, he did, but he just you just we just never got. Well, let me rephrase that. It was like It was from middle school to high school. We never got any characters. Maybe fifth level at the most, sixth
Okay.
level, and that was
I,
about
I,
it.
I could see death being more of a thing, so
Yeah,
that makes sense. But if you had a lucky party that made it through, let's say, a half a dozen modules back in the day, that unless everybody died or lots of people died to the point where you have to keep going back to lower level encounters because you don't want that first level newbie to die.
yeah. Death is at 0 hit points with BX though. You die at 0, you're dead. It's as simple as. And he followed that rule very strictly.
Yeah,
So we
that is one way. BX was more lethal. Um, did BX give you XP for magic items?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, see, that's another huge difference. Because I was talking about that today. The XP for an item that was in the DMG was also a way to determine whether or not you should let a player find something like that. Because if it's enough XP to make you go up a level and a half, it's too powerful. Because you find this one cool thing, and then suddenly you went from first level to third just by finding this item in some monster's lair, that's too much. Because if you found that later on down the road, sure it's worth 7,500 XP, but you need 50 grand to get to the next level. It's no big deal.
I wonder if Osric does that. Let me look and see here.
Yeah, most of the games took that away, which I thought was. I understand why they would do that, but all it does is keep people down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Um,
I could see people's argument because you're already getting the magic item. Why should you get extra experience? But
sure, sure. Because it worked for 15 years and nobody complained.
I don't see it
I
in
mean,
here. They may have it somewhere lit, but with each magic item, they don't seem to have any XP on it. So
yeah. And if it's built into the game where you don't get it, that's fine. You know what I mean? Because that's the way the game is. They think about those things when they design a game. It's like, well, how fast do we want people leveling up? And if it's a game where the difference between one level and the next is like a full D10 extra hit points, a +1 to hit now over what you had, a +1 on saving throws and stuff like that. That's a big jump all of a sudden from like say fourth to fifth level. So you may want to make them earn that uh, over and above just the numbers, just because if suddenly the whole party goes up a level at the same time, then that 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 dungeon that they just left, but they're going to go back to. Now they're like, sure they've got the money that they acquired in there to buy some cool stuff, uh, but now they're all tougher, for the experience because they went up a level and they went back into caves of chaos or whatever, one of
well,
those
did you
long.
do you use training rules as well that
Oh,
advanced had?
absolutely, absolutely. And it can take, I think, 1 to 4 weeks for a level of training, depending on how well you did. Like if you were like a magic user who kept trying to use his staff to clobber people instead of using your magic, or if you were a thief who was constantly getting in fights, or if you were like a fighter and you were hanging back at the back of the party letting everybody else do things for you, then you'd get penalized and maybe it would take you 3 or 4 weeks. But if you were like, doing your job perfectly, it would take you 1 week.
Hmm. Yeah, training was something that when I read about it in advance, I was kind of like, what? But I don't know if anyone used that. No one used level limits or training or some other stuff. They didn't really use attack by armor versus weapon type.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really used that or psionics. Nobody like.
I do use psionics even in my current game. I have everybody roll to see if they have them. They don't know that they're rolling to see if they have them, um, because then everybody tends to roll 97 or above for some odd reason, or they don't want them and then they don't, kind of thing. Not in my current group, but I've noticed that. So it's like, okay, I need you to roll percentile. What for? Just roll. Okay, never mind. Moving right along. But I do use almost everything you just mentioned, except the weapon versus armor. Sometimes I do, if it's like, if I can remember, okay, like all this whole group of monsters are all wearing chainmail. Okay, then I can quickly look it up and go, okay, I can factor it in. But if I'm dealing with a whole bunch of different things with a bunch of different kind of armors, it just really slows the game down. But I do use weapon speed, kind of. Um, but again, that stuff when you're playing online, it's really hard. Going back and forth because like the way we're sitting here on the screen, if we were playing D&D, it would be crafting would go first, and then you would go, and then you know we just go in that circular sort of clockwise fashion on the screen for initiatives and things like that.
Well, how do you do initiative at your table though when you're actually playing? I
Um,
think you did one
one
d10 too.
player with the highest dex rolls a d6 and adds their dex bonus versus my d6 roll, and sometimes they get a dex bonus as well. Whoever gets highest goes first.
And that's
and then I
for
just
the party.
yeah, the whole party. I don't do individual. That's just it just takes up too much time. You know, reconfiguring the party order. It's a waste of time. You know, you guys get to drop on them because sometimes I get to drop. You know, I rolled a 6, you rolled a 2. Monsters are going first. I'll roll all the monsters' attacks, and take care of that, and then the party gets to go. And I don't, you know, like I've seen some games where it's like, okay, missile weapons go first, then this, then that. It's just like it's your turn. What are you doing? It's your turn. What are you doing? You know, because they just want it to be fast. Because chances are, the melee, the combat is going to be like 5 or 10 minutes, but then they're going to spend an hour or more doing a whole bunch of other stuff that's more important sometimes, unless it's like a you know it's meant to be like a more fun battle. If they're just fighting a rank and file bunch of orcs or a monster that's kind of blah, then they're going to take their licks. But chances are, they run up against like one cave bear or something. They're just they're going to surround the poor creature, and yeah, it might take somebody out or a couple of people out, but the bear's still going down. It's going to get hit with spells from behind. Thief might backstab it. The fighter's going to get mauled, but he's still going to stab it in the chest with doing a D8 plus some damage. It's the odds
Now,
are already in the party's favor a lot of times. Now, if it was a you know half a dozen cave bears, they better run, right?
heck yeah, get that going. But like BX though, their initiative is D6 per side, then it goes in the phases of missiles, magic, melee. And they
Yeah.
did. Some people separated movement. It was another phase, but
Hmm.
uh, usually what we've done in our BX type games, which tends to be a good portion of the OSR games, are some kind of BX legacy with advanced mix. But is we'll do it just like that. Now the other ones that have been doing is the what I call the modern initiative, where you roll a D20 dexterity roll, and you go in that order for the rest of combat. That seems to work really well.
Yeah, but mind you, um, if you've got an 8-hour game, sure. If you've got a 3-hour game, and I mean like 3 hours from the time you meet up to the time you end, that means a good half hour is going to be wasted in, you know, small talk and chit chat and stuff like that. And then next thing you know, you've got an hour and a half to play, to make some progress in the dungeon or in the campaign. If you're lucky, you get 2.5 hours. And I want to speed as much of it up as possible that, uh, what they can do, because a lot of times it's they spend more time planning than doing in real time, not game time, but
Yeah.
they're sitting around the table or around the screen, like, okay, what are we going to do? Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Next thing 45 minutes have gone by, and they're like, okay, let's go do the thing, and it's like, well, you got about an hour and a half before people are going to have to start leaving, uh, you know.
Well, you pointed out something really profound there. That, like, at least in the older games, all you needed to know that you were a fighter, and if you're a wizard, you kind of need to know what your spells do. But the players did not need to know the rules. They just needed to be there to play.
Hmm.
You
And
know.
I wish, even though at the time I didn't understand, and if my friend had told me, nice Cal, nice. Um, I'll tell you the story. When I first started playing, my DM wouldn't let us look at the player's handbook. He wouldn't let us look at the DMG. And my first character, first game, we all died because we found some invisibility potions and we took them. But because the bugbears, and we're first level fighting bugbears, um, they all had invisibility too, so they could see us because they were invisible.
Huh?
Exactly. And I
Yeah,
was like, that can't be right. That's got to be dumb. Okay, that's got to be just that can't be right. So I went out. and I mowed a bunch of lawns in my neighborhood and earned up the $15 to to buy a player's handbook. I brought it to the game next time we played. He's like, "What are you doing with that?" I'm like, "I bought it. What? You're not the boss of me." He's like, "Well, I didn't want you having the player's handbook." I was like, "Well, tough shit. What are you going to do about it? You're going to kick me out of the game?" No, 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 no. It's fine. It's fine. You know, you'll probably be a better player if you read the player's handbook. No shit. And but he was still kind of a jerk about it. And I'm like, well, the Dungeon Master's Guide is only $20. If I mow two extra lawns over the course of the next week, I can afford a Dungeon Master's Guide. Because I kept asking him. He told me, when you get higher level, you could start building buildings. You could build a tower, or you could start to build a castle. I'm like, you're kidding, really? Oh, I want to do that. Can I look at the thing? No, you can't. I'm like, what do you mean I can't look at the prices? No, you can't. Why not? You can't. I'm like, well, we've got like 4,000 gold. We just got. We should be able to maybe build a freaking shack, right? Like, no, you can't. Why not? You're not ninth level. I'm like, huh? You can only build something when you get to a level. You can't build just a freaking tower out in the wilderness. I had a ranger. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna build a tower and store my stuff there and have a nice place to sleep, so I don't have to always sleep in the taverns. Like, nope, can't do that. I'm like, all right, saved up the money, bought the DMG to the table. He's like, what are you doing with that? I guess you're DM now. I'm like, huh? You know, and that's how I became the permanent DM. And I wish he would have just said, "Look, you don't need it because you'll ruin it for yourself. You'll lose that sense of mystery and the unknown, the dangers. You'll suddenly you'll know too much." And I'm like, if someone would have told me that back in the day, that's why I think a player's handbook, monster manual, DMG are the way to go with any game design, or at least a player's book, a DM's book.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do kind of like the one manual. That's the way I did. I finally stuck all my little zines together and made a gigantic book for Back to the Dungeon.
Hmm.
I made it all, but I'm going to eventually separate it. Uh, I'm going to make like a more traditional version because this one here has all kinds of other races and classes and
And
stuff.
if you just explain that to people, it's like if you know everything, you'll lose some of the mystery and the excitement and the fear, especially the fear. Because as soon as you have a monster manual and you start looking at the monster manual and you're like, oh, what? Kobolds only have 1 to 4 hit points? Oh, we'll just breeze right through these guys. You start getting that kind of information that you shouldn't have. You shouldn't know that a troll is you know susceptible to fire. I've got a player in one of my games that didn't know that. I'm like, yeah, this is cool. This is the way it should be. You need to find this crap out.
Yeah, well now you're straight going into player knowledge versus character knowledge, and I absolutely hate player knowledge is character knowledge. Even if they're not allowed to metagame, oh you don't know how to deal with a troll, then your character doesn't know how to deal with a troll. Fuck you! I live in this goddamn world. He knows how to
Yeah,
deal with a fucking troll.
yeah, you would know that if you lived in the fantasy world, possibly. Like
Right,
I'm
but
sure grandmothers tell stories of trolls to their kids, to their grandkids, to scare them.
maybe. But if it's one of those other monsters that's far less common, you know what I
Well, that's a
mean?
different story. It's
Right.
just that's one of the things that James and I will 100% disagree with. He's like, yeah, you should know, and he absolutely hates Palladium having knowledge and lore checks because if you don't know, you don't know. It's like, no, your character lived in that world.
Hmm.
He should know things about that world.
But at the same time, if that's the case, the DM should kind of maybe tell you, uh, without you making the rolls. Like he should know, or make the roll for you. Like, hey, you know what? You're remembering this campfire story back when you were 13, and no, his name was Tony, not Kenny, but um, and say maybe give you a hint every now and then, and tell you some stuff that because he can't tell you everything you know. You know what I mean? But there comes a point where yes, you would know, or no, you would not know. And both cases, it's the DM's job, because he's your eyes and your ears. He's also part of your brain,
Yeah.
or at least he knows what you did. You just rolled up your sheet, but he should already be able to look at your sheet and go, okay, you probably know this and you probably know that, and you've done this and you've done that before you even ask those questions. Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't a tuna fish sandwich. Those were gross. Should never, never, never. I like tuna fish sandwiches, but a tuna fish sandwich sitting in a lunchbox for 6 hours is just mush.
Yeah. You need a spoon.
Yeah, right. But the DM should help you with what you know. Just making a roll, that's, I get it, but at the same time, it's like maybe there's no chance. You just came across an aboleth for the first time. You got no clue. Nobody's seen one of these. You're down in a place where nobody's ever been before. You know what I mean? Or something like that. There is no chance that you would know about it. And now you're going to be the people to go and tell the story that maybe the next party will have heard that, oh yeah, so and so went down in those caves and there's these crazy monsters that do this weird shit. And then your next generation characters would maybe have that knowledge.
And you can always just change what the monsters can do. Make a variation.
But see, that's the other thing with the monster manuals. I just thought of, like, I ran across a monster in a game, and I wasn't the only one wondering why this monster wasn't doing this thing that we knew it could do because we've been playing for 40 years, but the DM had forgotten, or never ran one before, or it was in a module or something. It was like they just read the first couple of paragraphs, didn't read the entire stat block and text, and we're like, if he would have done this, and he's like, oh shit, I didn't know they could do that. You don't want your players having that kind of info right off the bat. You know what I mean? That's why changing the monsters around is a good idea, but you shouldn't have to do that every time just because everybody knows that this monster can do that because they read the book versus actually ran up against one.
Yeah.
And you know what, Cal? That is a good idea. I just made a video about that a while ago. Um, I made this short video about what do you do when your online game gets canceled, which is you hang out with those guys anyways, because chances are you don't know them that well. Even though, like, one of the groups I'm playing with, I've been playing with them for almost 2 years now, right? And I really don't know a whole lot about them. Some of them are like in and out. They show up, they play, and they bail, right? And they don't sit around and chit chat before, during, or after. But I'm trying to make it like if your game gets canceled, you already scheduled the time in your schedule. You already said, okay, I'm playing this game at this time, and so can't make it, and the other person can't make it. Well, let's just make plans for what we're going to do, or just shoot the breeze. Just hang out with these people and get to know them a little better, so that you have a little more. Uh, investment with this group of players. You're supposed to be brothers in arms. Well, you know most players are pretty good about that. But now that this guy's like a big fan of this or that, you got like more things in common. It's like, well, shit, I don't want him dying and maybe leaving the game. Let's get to know each other a little better and hang out. And uh, maybe even communicate in between games. Like, hey, I had an idea. If we did this, next time we game, let's make this like a goal, or see if other people want to do this or do that. When we finish this adventure, let's maybe you know let's us decide what we're going to do. Not Okay, well the DM's got this module planned for the next thing. It's like, well, okay, cool, but we want to do this, you know, either before or instead of, because we're supposed to, have some say in this. Where unless you're like working for the king, and every game is a new mission where you're doing the thing for the king. Well, we've saved up some gold. Let's buy a wagon and some war dogs, and buy some extra spears and things like that. You know what I mean? Right. Exactly. George. We all know what to do with the Medusa, but the characters shouldn't. You know, almost everything that's probably ever come across a Medusa is right there as a statue. They didn't bring back that story. And if they did, they ran and they didn't kill her. So why would the characters? What's up, Ages Musings? How you been, man? I haven't seen a video from you in a while. You been busy doing other stuff, or? But yeah, yeah. A
He
game
spends all his
should.
time on Bears Channel. He spends all his time on Bears Channel now.
Gotcha. I see how you are. But yeah, the players should be able to start, almost creating their own adventures. Right. Yeah. Just talking character knowledge versus player knowledge. The players should, uh, do things besides just shell out money for upkeep of their equipment and paying for training. Deciding, as a group, hey, let's chip in on, half a dozen war dogs, maybe some guard dogs, maybe some ponies, or, oh, I don't know. Here's a crazy thought. Let's hire some freaking henchmen. You know, that was a big thing that AD&D really, kind of tried to hammer home is, you got some extra money, hire some fighters. You know, hire some fighters with some bows, and next time you go into that dungeon, you might all walk out alive this time. Even the henchmen, if you, strategize and plan properly, and maybe even, oh, I don't know, practice some drills before you go into the dungeons. Like, okay, let's mark out some hallway formations and things like that. They are, you know, kind of like soldiers. That should be, kind of second nature. You see something, you shoot it. We're in a dungeon, um, unless it's a flump or something like that, and even then, kill those things. Those things are stupid.
You don't like flumps? What?
I'm just a joke, but it was like the only good monster in the Fiend Folio, I think.
Yeah, which is sad is I realized I don't have a PDF of the Fiend Folio. That's the only PDF I don't have of the olden stuff. I can't believe that. Damn it. So I was thinking about taking all the old PDFs of the original AD&D and scanning them and then making it into one giant book. I don't know how many hundreds of pages that would be, but that
Oh
would be
well, it
awesome.
depends. I mean, if you're adding uh, Dungeoneer's Wilderness Survival Guide,
Yeah, all
manual
that.
guides, flumps are the best.
Ages, I have one question.
Oh, who wanted to join us?
Are you getting any sleep?
Oh, Raven, how long you been there? I did not hear the noise. Get in here.
Hi,
Hello. How you doing?
I'm back. Hopefully my
From
hopefully
outer
my internet
space?
will hold out. I've been having problems with the internet all night.
Is it because of the weather kind of thing, or is it just something?
Probably we're getting some pretty severe wind gusts, and we've had nothing but rain, 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 and more rain. So I'm sure it has something to do with it.
Yeah,
I know
Bees
yourself.
above there. He's getting his electricity was out earlier. That storm went up into the Appalachians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I live on the other side of the country, but we ended up with a storm that knocked out power for
Flumps are the best.
6
You guys are
hours.
killing me, man. I'm gonna have to throw a flump in one of the next games just for you guys, because knowing my party, Justin's gonna want to cook it and eat it.
Is he Cajun?
Yep.
No, he's Canadian.
Oh,
What about his
Sleep. What is
character?
the sport you speak of? I know, right? Ages. Uh, I'm usually running on like 5.5 hours, and at my age, that's like a nap. You know, I could literally do a 24 hour straight sleep, only needing to get up to pee, and I even it's like I've noticed that it's like if I when I wake up, it's like if I like keep my eyes closed when I'm like hitting the restroom or something, or getting a drink of water, I can go back to sleep a lot easier. But as soon as my eyes are open for like a full minute, it's like, oh crap, I'm awake.
Yeah, you jest, but I actually have a chronic and not insomnia. It's the other way around. What's it called when you sleep all the time?
narcolepsy.
Thank you. I have slight narcolepsy. So if I let myself, I could literally actually sleep 24 hours.
You lucky bastard.
Yeah, you're lucky. So
Oh no, here's the worst part. I hate sleep. Sleep is one of the most vile, time-wasting things that has ever been invented by nature.
Yep,
No,
I agree.
no, it is a
I'm the
blessing
same way.
of the gods.
they must be young people. That's what it is.
No, no,
I'm
not.
32. 33.
I have kids older than
Don't get me
you,
wrong.
so-
I like the way I feel after I sleep, but that's 8 hours of my life I could be doing other things.
Yep.
Oh, trust me. As you get older, you'll realize you wasted a lot more than that. Sleep was one good thing at least.
Mm-hmm.
But on that, I'm about to let y'all go. I gotta see what's going on in the house. I hear noise moving around my house here.
No
So I gotta
worries,
see what's going
man.
on. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
it's
great
getting
talking
pretty
to y'all.
late, so
You too, man.
not
You
surprised.
too.
So yeah.
So now we're gonna have a half-hour discussion about sleep, right? No. Um, Imagine the flumps gaining powers of being floating mounts for flares. Um, yeah, that Justin lives a half hour away from you. That's a shame, dude. Not that you haven't met. That he lives a half hour away. But bump. No, man, you guys should hang out. Uh, our friends Ullman and Brian from World War II, they live less than 15 minutes away. They met through this channel, and now they can hang out and game. And when I get out to Texas, I expect to see them at least twice a week. No excuses.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Sorry. I'm currently focusing on some.
I've literally never used a flump, but in the game I'm running right now, there's a bunch of critters I've never used, and I'm pulling them out because like some of the players in my group have never played before, like Raven, and some of them have never played D&D, and some of them have played D&D, and I've pulled out monsters, and they're like, "What the hell is that?" I'm like, "That's for me to know, and you to never find out." Uh, like the green monkeys, Raven. Those are something that I've thrown them at parties from time to time, but nobody else does. They're not spectacular, but they're odd enough to make people misconstrue them for a couple other monsters. They could be a kind of fungi. Um,
Question is, do they fling diseased covered poop?
the green monkeys, no, they're not even really monkeys. I just described them as monkeys because they look like monkeys. If you saw the picture, it's called a catch. Um, they're this like green monkey sort of shaped thing that climbs in trees and have bumpy, leathery skin, and they're a voracious appetite, but they also have some camouflage abilities. So, they can easily hide in the trees and you just drop on the party and just start, doing the monkey thing on them. Claw, bite,
Like
rake with the back feet.
oh yeah, I seen a I don't know if it's in any of the monster manuals, but I seen it was a parrot style monkey. Basically, it still had claws, but it actually had feathers on its arms. It climbed into trees, had a huge horn on its beak that kind of almost came off its head,
Mm-hmm.
and it would climb up into a tree, and it was so large it would just impale somebody like a like one of those cave things that hang from the ceiling. Basically, a forest version of one of those things that'll just drop from you. That looks like a stalactite.
Oh, those things are great. I love those things. Oh my
And
god,
that's
those
pretty much
are
what this other thing was just a jungle version of that. So that's exactly what it does. It climbs up there and then just drops on you with its horn-like beak.
yeah. Cal wanted to make catch burgers, and they would have been nasty. I can guarantee you that. Uh, like there's this monster called the Remoraz. I've never run into one as a player, and I've ran them I think 3 times now as a monster, and it's as terrifying as a dragon because it's a cold dwelling like giant insect kind of creature that's got this molten lava sort of internal organ thing going on. It's just it's nightmare. It's actually the thing I think that Conan ran into in like the first or second book, and they never named it in the book as that or as anything. But it's just is a brutal like I want to say like 15 or 18 hit die monster. It's really nasty. They are freaking badass, and nobody ever throws them out. Mind you, it is a pretty nasty creature, and it can easily rip the party a big gaping hole where 2 player characters used to be minimum. Um, but I've been looking through the books, and when I made the world that I'm playing, I actually went through the 3 basic Monster Manual 1, Monster Manual 2, Fiend Folio, and I just made a list of the only monsters that exist on my world. There's a whole bunch of crap that don't exist here, and it's been a lot of fun. Hey, what's up, Per? Yeah, Remoraz is just it's kind of like the Rock in a way. How many times have you guys ever run into a rock? The big giant freaking eagle that can pick up an elephant in one claw and fly off with it for a snacky s'more.
Yeah, something so damn large that would, in 90% of cases, ignore something the size of a party simply because it's not
Oh my God! Look what the
big,
cat drag
simply because
did.
the individuals are not big enough to make it worth the time to try to catch them.
How many times you guys
That's one of the things.
Hey, kill that!
That's that's one of the things I've always
Huh.
hated about the way people play those
I
type of
can't hear you.
giant
Can you hear
monsters.
me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'll be right back.
That's funny. But that's one of the things I hate about this playing giant monsters. They let's go for the human. Unless it's intelligent, 90% of the time, something big enough to take like an elephant is going to ignore a human because it's too small to make it worth the waste of energy. Unless it's starving. Now, if the humans pick a fight with it, that's a different story.
Right, mages. There are so many great, cavern type dwelling monsters in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, rocks are again one of those things that you know one rock could make an entire area, a mountain, a forest, and surrounding areas, just like a no man's zone, a no man's land. You don't go there because the rock will get you, because you're as big as an elk ish, and it's always going to be hungry, and an adventuring party would be like him
Oh,
coming
there went
across
Raven.
a deer. Raven,
Well,
get
man,
back here.
Raven got made a real bad sex change. Jeez Louise, did you really pay money for that Raven, for that face, Raven?
Holy crap. Raven, what have you been eating? What's up, little brother? How you been, man?
Nothing much.
Sorry, I could not help myself. The timing was perfect. She literally disappeared, and you popped in just right after her.
Oh,
So how's the cigar shop?
good. Gonna go there tomorrow for old-fashioned Sundays. And no
Ooh,
Nice
that
cigars.
reminds me. I'm gonna have
I
a
never
banana
went.
split later. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot.
and it's not the ice cream we're talking about.
I get
Old-fashioned.
that.
The
It's just
finger
that
of
I went.
doom. Look into my
Oh,
eye.
hey, I didn't see my caramel topping. What the shit?
I
Someone ate
blame
it.
Jack.
Sorry, what was that, Connell?
I said I blame Jack. If you can't find something, it's food related. I blame Jack.
No, so that sucks. That was like the part of the banana split I was looking forward to the most.
Caramel.
Yeah, or was it butterscotch? Either way, um,
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to that. Well, I got the bananas, I got the whipped cream, I got the ice cream, got the chocolate syrup. Banana splits are definitely in my future.
Guess.
That
Guessing.
that right there is chocolate syrup and butterscotch or caramel. Dear God. I actually have, I don't know what it's probably a medical issue, but I actually have this issue. If I eat too much sugar in one sitting, the back of my throat burns.
Don't lie. You just don't
That
like
much-
nuts in your mouth. But to be fair, I don't, want nuts in my mouth either.
The crunchier the nut, the better it tastes.
I hope you can find some. I know exactly where mine is.
I have
I just
chocolate mint upstairs.
wait,
So even
chocolate,
up-
what?
I
Chocolate
don't-
mint.
Yeah, chocolate mint.
Oh yeah,
So
mint chocolate chip,
Choc-
best
so-
ice cream ever made.
oh dear God, no chocolate toothpaste ice cream. No, thank you.
I hate toothpaste flavored shit. That's why I like the mint chip. Ice cream. It does not taste like
I don't know.
toothpaste.
I liked it personally. I like butter pecan ice cream.
That's good.
That
That's
is
good.
a good ice cream.
One of my favorites now is. Do you have Blue Bunny out there?
Yeah.
Okay, banana
Blue Bunny's
split ice
everywhere.
cream. Banana split ice cream is like the wand of wonder of ice cream. Because every bite you're going to wonder what the hell you're going to have.
See, the
Because
problem
it's got everything in it. It's got nuts. It's got chocolate. It's got strawberry. It's got caramel. It's got, bananas in it.
that's like a Rocky Road or Moose Tracks or I don't know if they have it here in the States, so I'm not going to say it. Hooligan Surprise, which is very much everything in the ice cream, nuts, cherries, marshmallows.
It was online, but I seen it totally online, so it might have been fake. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was real. I seen an ice cream called Anime Girl Spit.
We know what site you're on.
Yikes! I'm not even. I got nothing for that.
Hey, it kind of got
Actually,
pointed out to
ironically, I found
me
that on Keepsake.
earlier.
Sorry.
I'm not going to say by who, but has anybody seen hide or hair of Shauner in the last couple days?
No, I just brought that up. Nobody's seen him in. It's about 3 or 4 weeks, and Rick from 28mm hasn't been seen in like 2 or 3 months, and I hope they're both okay.
I got a obituary. I don't know Shauner's real name, but it was like Sean Michael Driscoll, and I know Driscoll was his last name.
Yes.
So, if that's the case, I hope he's. If it's not the case, I hope it's not the case. I hope he's still amongst the living because I, keep this between me, you, and no one. Just keep it between us. I kind of actually enjoy watching the Skyrim videos. They amuse me. But
No, that's not Jackie. That's crafting. Yeah.
But,
I know from observations that, he's not been well for a long time. And I assume he's a grown ass man that he can, get things taken care of.
yeah, Mage. Yeah, I know that was the one that got pointed out to me, and I hope that's not. I mean, he's no spring chicken.
Could you send that to me, Mages? Because I know a little bit more about him than anybody else, and I don't want to say anything. Because I did the same thing. I wasn't going to say anything about that, but I did a search, and I really hope that's not the case. I really do. Despite him and I not getting along for a while because of something that somebody else did, not me. Oh, you did? Okay, good. Well, we could always just ask Rick because if anybody would know, it would be Rick. And
Shadow, I'm about ready to send you the link.
I don't know much. I have virtually no opinion about Shaner. My one and
That's
only
good.
experience with him was him saying that I was a waste of space on Max Leo's show.
yeah, well,
Doesn't even know me, and he immediately calls me out. It's like, dude, you. I don't even know what to say. I mean,
yeah, I've been keeping an eye out. What's up, Raven? Welcome back to the
Raven, by
show.
chance, do you have a crystal ball?
Yeah, I got
She's
several.
got like six,
We might have to use it. Mine doesn't
and
exactly
if you
work
pay
anymore. It's
attention,
too many
occasionally you can
dents in
see
it.
one of the crystal. Sorry.
but you
This
got to
one.
polish it more.
Oh, that's the trick. I keep dropping it on people's toes.
Oh, if you pay attention, occasionally you can see one of the crystal balls go floating by in the background of
It
the
might need to be
camera.
charged. Leave it out in the full moon. Next full moon.
And make sure it's on a ley line, um, and on an even numbered night, and or is it
But you
odd?
realize the concept of charging is a modern term, right? Usually it was just used to enhance the beginning and it was stayed that way.
Yeah, no, you're right, Mage. But I liked his Skyrim videos, and he was a person just to crank on a little bit. I mean,
we had some really good times together,
yeah,
and he's been on my show scores of times and vice versa. But uh, uh, somebody accused me of doing something that absolutely wasn't the case. Jackie loves the guy, and to think that I would do that is ludicrous. And he's got my email address and he knew how to get a hold of me, but he just flipped out and you know he knows where to find me and I know where to find him. And maybe one of these days we'll have a man to man talk. I'm you
or
know
not.
I really hope he's still around and just going through something that's better than the alternative.
Well, to
Yes.
have a man-to-man conversation with him, it takes two men, right?
I knew that's where you were going, but I wasn't gonna play on that. Especially if he's
Well,
no longer with us.
last
Um,
Saturday in Bruce's game, we found a perfect item for Shadow.
What's that?
oh,
Is that bong?
An arm-fisted cold iron dildo that could be used as a war club. We gave it to our barbarian.
um, ooh,
He's proudly wielding it because it's just a human arm in a fist position, so he's proudly wielding it.
no, no, no. I have you seen my war clubs? Hold on a second.
It reminds me, Monday I have Dragon Bane. I'm enjoying the fuck out of that game.
I saw it. Did not like it. Crafting. You ever seen this one?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's badass. Cool.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when baseball bats, unless you get a really good one, are not as stable as people think they are because they're not meant to hit with as much force as people think.
Oh, these are
That's
all
why-
Hit somebody across the head only a few times, a bat will break much quicker than you would expect.
I'm not saying you should
not
do
these.
this.
These are handmade.
Okay, those are good ones. Okay.
I'm not saying that you
Nice.
should do this, but if you're at a sports store and you're wanting a good workout, get two kid-size aluminum bats.
Uh-huh.
They are the right balance. You could be a Ninja Turtle, and when they hit something of a roundish shape, they make a beautiful ting noise.
I've got like four of those actually.
I'm not saying this from personal experience or anything.
Uh-huh.
And remember, boys
Well,
and girls, work the joints, knees, elbows. Anyways,
And don't
don't
bogart it.
remind me. I took a baseball bat to the back of the right knee in a fight once. I fucking know.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mike. That's one of the symptoms, though. Believe it or not, of several conditions. And I mean, you can go back and look through my catalog, and you'll see we had some good times, um, and I was one of the two people he uh, got help writing his book. Not a lot, but Max Liao and I were both credited. Jackie Max Liao and I were all credited for helping him with the book. And to think that I would want to get him, in any kind of trouble, you know, uh, is just ludicrous. But
Yeah.
time will tell. People come and go all the time, and it's funny. I was just actually listening to "Say Goodbye to Hollywood" this morning from Billy Joel, and that's exactly what I was thinking.
I didn't mean to bring this up and take it down. Sad.
No, no,
I
no,
just
no. We already broached the subject earlier, and you weren't here for that. Um, it's the same for a lot of people except Condor DM and Grim Jim. Grim Jim can go fuck himself, and Condor, he should fuck himself with Condor, or vice versa. I
no
hate
one.
those guys
All
with a
right.
passion, and were I ever to meet them, I'd let them know. But since I don't talk to them, no need for it.
So Raven, have the raccoons found the chainsaw yet?
No, no, thank God they have not. They've been pretty. The rain keeps them pretty subdued. One has taken up residence in the garage. Junior, the little runt of the litter that always stays here with us, he doesn't leave with his family. They come marauding through the neighborhood
I find that
every night.
unusual because you like that per. Um, I find that unusual because raccoons like to, wash things. You would think that they would just maybe, I don't know, wash them fucking selves, those nasty little bastards.
Well, yeah, they
They don't
wash
wash
their hands in
themselves.
the water bowls, and then I have to clean the water bowls out. And
Which is
Well, yeah, they
funny
wash
that you
their
brought
hands,
that
but
up
not the whole body.
because Condor, I just made this mistake. Condor is the trash panda of the internet, and he should always be referred to as such.
Oh no, that's not nice. He's the wish version of what's that guy who did All Dogs Go to Heaven? Don Louise.
Dom DeLuise.
Yeah. Then again, I was told I look like the low child between John Belushi and no, Brian Bless earlier today. So I got nothing.
Hey, that's no worse than when Bear screwed up and ended up having
Yeah,
to
I
eat it
don't
off.
like.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, agreed. Per and Mages.
Oh yeah,
You're better for that. Mind you, this is all stuff that happened like over a year ago, and if you really want to know, I can tell you in on Discord or something. But it's just if somebody has a problem with another person, uh, you know, most of us are hundreds, if not thousands, of miles away. We can all be contacted through Discord or a comment section or whatever. You know, just hash it out. Work it out, and be a man about it. And if you can't fix it, then uh, leave each other the fuck alone, I guess. Um,
But unlike other people, I will walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500.
500 more.
yeah, but will you make
Da, da,
monkey
da.
nose for a Klondike bar?
I've actually never had one of those.
You're kidding.
No, but I'm sure
And
there's
that's
been
not a
few.
fat joke.
Not a fat joke. Never had one.
Those are awesome, dude. They're freaking awesome.
I
It's
like. Don't get me wrong. I like ice cream, but I just like ice cream. I don't need all the decadence that goes along with it. And to me, those
absolutely do.
see,
You do.
no. Going to back when it's safe to go to the ice cream truck before they became pedophiles on wheels.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's where roughly 45 to 75% of missing children go. But yes,
What you get the ice cream sandwich that looks like it was ice cream onto chocolate, sandwich. Those generic, the most generic version of them is the best version of them. I go to your Allwins, your dollar store, whatever. Those are the best.
I like those too.
In
they
the world
were
of
the
ice cream,
best.
Connell,
They
you are
were the
poor.
best until they started making them the size of granola bars without telling us.
Yeah, that sucked.
Now,
But
a Klondike bar is like an Eskimo pie, except the chocolate is thicker and there's no stick. The hard chocolate on the outside. It's a little thicker, and there's no stick.
I'll try one. I have 2 kids. I'll bring home those drumstick ice cream things.
Put up bumps, George.
Hey, boo boo. Oh, I got a joke for you guys.
Uh oh.
Let me put my cigar down.
Because he
What's
needs
left of
both
it?
hands to tell this joke.
Yeah, I'm not Italian, but I do use my hands. Leaving
Not
that one
touching
alone.
that one.
Not touching that one either.
Definitely.
Hi, Bruce.
And I'm not shaking your hand either.
So 2 Irishmen are on a boat fishing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them looks at the other, like, "Oh God, I think I got something." And he just pulls and cranks it, pulls and cranks. And all of a sudden, there's a great big oil lamp. The old-fashioned oil lamps. And he jokes with his buddies, like, "I bet you if I rub this, a genie will come out." The other one's like, "Nah, no genie will be coming out of that." So he rubs it. Poof, a genie comes up. "Fuck me," he says. He's like, and they're like, "So, you're a genie?" "Yeah." "So do we get 3 wishes each?" "No." "Look at me. I'm old. I'm tired. Just give me your wish so I can fuck off." So the guy in the back is thinking really quick. He's like, "I got it. I got it. I know what I want. I know what I want." And the genie's like, "So, calm down, you. What do you want?" "I want the whole lake to be nothing but Guinness Stout." As soon as he does it, the genie goes boom, poof. The other guy turns around on him and is like, "Oh, you dumb slod. Why would you wish for that?" The guy's like, "What's wrong?" He's like, "Now we got piss in the boat."
Good. Nice.
I've had to work with it. That's not how the original joke goes. I find some jokes, if you can work with it, they tend to get better.
It was a good
I've heard
accent.
before, but does anybody here know the brown pants joke?
No,
Yes.
but
No,
I
the
know
what?
causes brown
It's the
pants.
pirate joke, right?
Yep.
No.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, I got to tell these two then. All right. One morning, the air is crisp, the air is clean, and then the guy in the crow's nest screams, "Enemy ship on the horizon!" Captain says, "Bring me my red shirt." First mate goes out, grabs the red shirt, brings it back. Captain puts it on. The fight ensues. It's an all-day fight. They don't lose a single man. And afterwards, the first mate's like, "All right, why'd you want me to get your red shirt, Captain?" "Because if I get shot and bleed, the men will not see it, and they will fight on." Oh, that's really badass. Next morning, guy in the crow's nest goes, 20 enemy ships on the horizon. The captain says, "Bring me my brown pants."
That's good.
Be careful with that one. It's an antique.
I've never heard that one before. That's funny.
I think the only joke that really beats that is my dating life. Now, I've done bear shows the last couple of times, and I haven't been drinking. I haven't really been drinking since.
This morning?
No, I don't really want to publicly say what was going on with me, but Shadow, you know what was going on earlier this year, right?
Yep.
So since all my treatment's done, I haven't had a drink. I haven't had liquor. I haven't had beer. Nothing. And it's not that I'm going to give it up, because Grandma McIntyre didn't raise no quitter. I just haven't had the urge to drink. So, yeah, I'm a little bit more awkward sober than I am drunk. I'll give people that. But I'm a gamer, so fuck yourself.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to turn into a Shadow up there who's a teetotaler.
Hey. When you're a dad, you'd be amazed what you'll do for your kids.
Oh, trust me, I stuck with their mom for a while. I understand.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
So Jade is starting to run his game. I don't know if he's going to record it or not.
Is Jade coming back? What's the deal? I haven't seen him in like a year now.
Life has kicked him square in the dick. And he's just become, he knows what's important in his life. And
Sure.
working is will help pay for everything else. So that's what he's doing, and I can't fault him for being responsible. Not all of us can fucking retire.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I'm
can.
in forced retirement, thank you.
Well, speaking of work, I am bidding for working catering a wedding that I don't want to do, but I need the money.
Well, then you bid extra high.
I am. I'm bidding. It's 120 people for a wedding, and I'm charging $175 per plate. I really want them to say no.
Did
And
they
yeah,
get a blowjob with each plate? What's the deal?
dude,
Actually, believe it or not, for a catering job, that's not too bad.
it's reasonable. That price is actually reasonable. It's not
For
a
a little
buffet
while, I wanted
wedding.
to be a chef, so I looked into what catering could bring, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And people pay this.
I do not have the infrastructure to be a caterer. I like what I do, but at the same time, I also like being able to pay bills, so I do this on the side.
Well, part of my interest was my grandmother was a wedding cake caterer for a while.
Oh, that's money.
Oh yeah.
All right, we're not going anywhere.
Really? I usually catch you guys right before you decide to close shop. I should have
Yeah,
waited
but
next
you and Raven both came on at the same time. Normally, I would have closed 7 minutes ago, but yeah, it's been forever, and Raven's been trying all night to show up, and now she's here. Um,
The only reason why he's still on is because you showed up, Raven. He would have told me to hit bricks.
No, that's not true.
Oh, it is true. We do have that kind of relationship.
Since when?
So, have you guys heard about the second moon?
Oh God!
Yeah, the asteroid that's going to be coming by. Yeah. So we got
It's not a
one
moon;
moon.
it's a space station.
We got one moon that fucks with our
It's a
water
bunch
and
of
controls the high tide load size. It affects us. I mean, that's where the term lunatic came from. We're what,
Right.
60% water or something like that. So of course
Yeah.
it's going to fuck with us.
Speak for
Now we
yourself.
get two?
I am.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay, it starts at 15:54 EDT. Now, I don't know how to do military time. It says it starts on Sunday.
At what time?
It's at 15:54 EDT.
Okay,
Subtract
that's
12.
so
Subtract 12 hours.
Yeah.
So that's like what, 3 in the morning?
Yeah.
Roughly.
No,
Is that,
No military time.
No,
if
if
it's
it's
more
at
than
50
if the hours are more than 12, subtract 12.
If it's at 15, then it's going to be like in the afternoon.
okay. All right. So it starts tomorrow afternoon. And then they know that it's leaving at 11:43 EDT, November 25th. Oh, wait a minute. What asteroid? That
It's
doesn't make any
asteroid-
sense.
It's asteroid M.
M.
If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Asteroid M. It's an X-Men reference. Magneto makes an asteroid that all the special mutants can live on, but this asteroid won't be mutants. It will be the Fae, and they're all waving down at our dumbasses because they know.
Uh-huh.
The
Okay, well,
weed folk.
This article here, this is from phys.org.
See, what I'm waiting for is for the second moon to reveal the truth about Planet X.
There's
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Okay, this thing's going to come and be in orbit for a little while, and then it's going to just take off. It says it's going to. It possesses no threat to the planet. It will travel about 2,200 miles per hour while maintaining a distance of around 2.8 million miles from Earth. By comparison, the average distance between Earth and the Moon is 238,855 miles. How do they know this shit anyway? But okay, here's the thing. An asteroid, okay, is going to just temporarily be in orbit till November 25th, and then it's going to take off. An asteroid does not do that. This thing has entirely got to be something
well, you
else.
see,
Actually, it depends.
yeah, go ahead, Connell. Is he in the? Is he in the?
No, I'm about ready to send him the link though.
Oh, okay.
Like, it depends, Raven. Like, it doesn't make sense for it to stick around so long.
It's not my
But
choice.
there is
I'm
such
gonna
thing
finish
as planetary gravity slingshotting, or something
Well, yes,
gets caught
but
below
how did it
gravity
even
long enough
get
to shot up.
that way to begin with? Okay, it says the Earth will capture a miniature second moon this week, according to NASA scientists. The new moon is actually a tiny asteroid dubbed 2024 PT5. It will start orbiting the planet in a horseshoe path and stick around for a little less than 2 months before escaping Earth's gravitational pull and going back to its regular orbit around the sun. Now, wait a minute.
See what it is? It's actually my home away from home, and I need a vacation.
Oh, okay,
Tell
it's coming to
Elvis I
pick you
said
up.
hi.
Can I come too?
I said, tell Elvis I said hi.
Yeah, he's driving this week, so
Elvis didn't die. He went home. Okay, Agent K.
holy crap, that was quick, Bear.
Woo, woo, woo. This is the
Hey!
woo woo police. Pull over, Raven. This is the woo woo police.
Well, I made a joke earlier, but I actually kind of want to hear Raven's theory for Planet X if she knows what that means.
You know, it's not Monday. Just saying.
I'm just curious. I don't even know if Planet X is on that iceberg because Planet X was invented like during Godzilla's age.
Uh,
I thought that was supposed to be
So
chemical.
do you know what Planet X is, Raven?
yeah. I haven't looked into it. I know what's being said about it, but I don't know if that's really true or not. I need to do a deep dive into that. Supposedly, the Egyptians called it the Destroyer, and they talk of a time that this thing came very close to Earth, and it.
Oh no. The Planet X I'm talking about is there's a second Earth in perfect geosynchronous orbit with us that
That's
we
not
just
Yeah,
Planet
it's
X.
called
always
Counter-Earth.
on the second side of
score.
Earth.
That's
Yeah,
not-
I've heard of
not
that.
Planet X,
Oh, that's not Planet
Counter-Earth.
X.
That's
I did
Counter
not
Earth.
know.
Planet X is
The only
Yeah.
time I've ever
nearest.
heard this was on Godzilla, and it was called Planet X.
Okay, Godzilla translated into English always has some very interesting changes made, right?
Oh, okay.
Never forget they do a
Fair
thing
enough.
called localization when they translate.
Just ask
It's
Sailor
talked
Moon.
about in the okay, it's oh gosh, the name of it. Oh, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. It's a Bible. It's a channeled piece of work, and it's
My God, our heads are tiny. Hyper.
Well, that's because Shadow always forgets to pull the thing off the screen.
Colburn.
He's
That's
distracted
it.
by the wind.
It's
Yeah, I was
talked
gonna
about
go
in the
look for the
Colburn
notes.
Bible. And
The beasts, they live inside of my head.
Oh God,
you
such
should
a great
ask everybody.
song. Oh my God, I got to put that on my playlist.
Freaking get the hell out of it.
Awesome.
What?
All right.
What?
Anyway, this
That's
Colburn
great.
Bible talks about it also, but it was the last time that it came through. It was written about in some supposedly. Now this is allegedly because I have not researched all of this. Came through at a time where the Egyptians said that it caused such destruction that some people were eating their children to survive. It had
They were
destroyed the
doing that
crops. It had,
anyways.
huh?
They were doing that anyways.
No, I don't think so. But it's a very hard time on the planet. It really messed up stuff.
Hey, wait, let's not talk about cannibalism. I'd hate for Mr. Mark to be left out.
Mr. Mark. Who the hell's Mr. Mark?
Mr. Mac.
Wow, you're doing good. Raven, all I have to say to that is too hot to handle, too cold to hold, but call the Ghostbusters because they're in control. I'm throwing a party for a bunch of children all the while the slime was
What
on
happened
the dope.
to TCG?
So they packed up their group, got a grip, came equipped, grabbed the proton packs off the back, and they split. Forgot about Vigo, the master of evil, tried to battle my boys. It's not legal. That's all I have to say. It's woo-woo.
Yeah.
Come on, lady. It's
Yeah.
woo-woo.
Well, with this thing about the second moon is not woo woo. It's all over the news, but I'm saying it's not an asteroid.
I mean, is it really a moon? I mean,
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
My summer home.
It says it's actually a tiny asteroid dubbed 2024 PT5. It will start orbiting the planet in a horseshoe path and stick around for a little less than 2 months before escaping Earth's gravitational pull. Now, how do you do that? How do you escape the gravitational pull once you're already pulled in? is under intelligent control, and it's got to be some type of a ship or a craft disguised as a asteroid. Because
Yeah,
what
right.
asteroid comes into your orbit and then leaves? They know it's going to leave on November 25th. How the hell do they know that? How
Because
can
they're
you determine that?
Because they're smart people.
Beans.
It's
No,
called math.
and it's not
called
really an
math.
asteroid. If this is just a chunk of rock aimlessly floating around that's going to get caught in our gravitational pull, how the hell is it going to get out of our gravitational pull without another force pushing
So,
upon it?
It's
Nathan,
still
have you ever
math.
heard about elliptical orbits or slingshot effect?
TCG brought that up earlier about the slingshot.
I've not researched the slingshot event, but I just.
Elliptical orbits are not perfectly circular orbits.
Well, yeah, I
They're
know they're not, but how?
Okay. Slingshot effect is when something gets pulled into your gravitational field but still has enough momentum that it gets into a loop and then it shoots out the other side of the orbit. And that could take, depending on the speed it moves at, hours, days, months, or even years. So you gotta, we're gonna play our game we always play, my love, which is Occam's razor.
Yeah.
Is it more likely that this thing is caught in an elliptical slingshot orbit, or it's a UFO disguised as an asteroid that's being intelligently controlled to sit by the moon and look at us because reasons?
We're a bunch of angry primates that like to throw poo at each other.
Do you miss me, Raven?
I do. Yes, I do. I'm just saying that's just okay. Yeah, there is a slingshot effect, right? Okay, but
so what it really is?
How do they know? How can they calculate that thing's going to leave?
Crazy thing called
specifically on November 25th at the exact time.
So once upon a time, Raven, there were people running around the darker ages of our civilization doing math to prove things, and people were calling it witchcraft and magic. Now it's commonplace. You understand? So by using the math, they can they can look at its trajectory, they can track it, see how fast it's moving, where it's heading, what path it's on, and then calculate the odds that it's going to do what it does. That's how they discovered planets, for God's sake, was looking at the weird orbits and then the gravitational effects that were on those orbits and saying there needs to be another mass there to be affecting the orbit of that planet that we know about. And that's how math was working for us. And that's how math has always worked for us in astronomy. Astronomy is math.
Poor Galileo. He's got such a bad rap.
Yeah. So is astrology.
Astrology is not math. Astrology is woo-woo.
No, astrology and astronomy used to be the same science until one of the popes declared it not so.
They weeded out the crap in that one category and kept the good stuff in the other category.
Astrology is very mathematical. Because it all depends on the degrees that certain planets are in alignment with each other. There's squares, trines, aspects. Yeah.
Okay. For those of you watching who have never seen Raven and I do this before, you don't have to white knight for her. You don't have to simp for her. She and I actually love each other, and this is just how we play. Okay? Relax. Claws in, shields down, swords in the holster.
And if you're enjoying this sort of content, we're going to have a repeat this Monday where we're going to do it for like 4 hours. Except Jackie will be where I am. I'll be where Raven is. Bear will be up. Raven will be where Connell is. And
Bear will be where Raven is. Or something like that. Who knows?
Bear will be right. Bear's the only one in the right spot.
God, I would definitely. If I end up watching this, I might have to start drinking.
So I saw a little bit of your live stream earlier tonight.
Already? Hang on. You guys been on for 3 hours already?
Yeah.
And I only get an invite at midnight? Almost 1 a.m.? I'm very insulted. But anyway, go ahead, Raven. You were saying?
I stopped by your live stream earlier. I didn't say anything in the chat, but you were breaking up a coffee mug. What was that all about?
So I talk shit about D&D on a regular basis, and I now end all my streams, whatever I say, peace, love, geek, be heroic. Furthermore, D&D must be destroyed, because I am now Cicero referring to Carthage, because that's just the way it is for me in D&D. So about a week or so ago, someone said, I noticed you're drinking out of an ampersand mug. If you were really against D&D, you'd destroy the mug. And I went, $50 super chat? I'll smash it on camera for you. No one took me up on it. I was drinking out of it tonight. Someone made the comment again. I said, well, still waiting for that $50 super chat, and I'll smash the mug on camera. Squirrel Hermit's in the chat, and Squirrel being Squirrel goes, boom, $50, smash the mug. All right, baby.
Okay. Wow.
So I smashed the mug.
That's some big dick energy. Nice, Squirrel. I haven't seen him in forever.
And then Squirrel felt bad and immediately went and bought me a new Star Trek and superhero mug. And said they're on their way to you. Replacement mugs, but thank you.
So I've been kind of joking around with some people who don't do the YouTube thing that I've known from gaming over the years, and I've brought up Bears. I've brought up Bears game multiple times with them that they need to check it out.
Which game are we talking about?
The superhero one.
And who are you talking to?
Friends of mine from different.
Oh, nice. Keep going. I'm listening.
So right now, me and the creator of said system are having a little bit of a, not argument, but a little bit of a conversation. So he thinks that I cannot be a superhero. He thinks I cannot play a superhero worth a damn.
Oh, whoa. Now you're putting words in my mouth, son. That's going to be fighting words for me. I said you can't play a superhero. That's all I ever said. I didn't say you couldn't play a superhero worth a damn. I just said you couldn't.
So, hey, this is
Nice
my story.
fur.
This is my story.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, so what's the issue? Well, in his system, superheroes don't kill. 2 of the 5 people's like, yeah, you're fucked. And the other one is you can't cuss. Then they all basically agreed, if you watching you play a superhero game where killing is not an option and can't cuss, it's going to be like watching you play a paladin in 3.5 days. I'm like, I can do it. I'll just play Red Hood with rubber bullets.
Told you.
Yeah. I need to see it before I believe it.
I can do it.
Funny, I was literally about to start a stream, and I sent Connell a message going, what are you up to? Hanging out with Shadow. Checked it out. Nah, send me the link. I'll come. Sure, why not?
No, sorry I didn't jump in earlier. I was gaming with Bruce.
How long do you guys play for? 12 hours?
No, we only did 6 tonight.
Good God.
Yeah, Bear, I used to be in that game, and I would literally do that game on Saturdays. Then I would go do the Quantum, my show, right after. And then I would do the Quantum show. So I would be doing like 16-hour every other Saturday.
I was right there with you from Bruce's game to yours.
Per, I wish to speak to you. Listen to me carefully, Per. You may believe in Herr Connell as much as you want, but at the end of the day, he's a little bitch who cannot help but want to murder and swear. Oh, Connell, you know I'm right.
I am a hero amongst me people.
Oh my God, that was so
awesome. Just fine to tell you, being a superhero.
You would?
Listen, speak English.
The camera.
I am speaking English.
Yeah.
No, you
just not American.
Weird. What the hell? What?
This is going to Pornhub or Cat Hub. We got asshole.
I never do 6 hours in live games where we do 4 hours, maybe 5 tops. That's what a couple of breaks. Oh, Crafting Gamer's back, Shadow.
Oh, okay.
Move.
Come on down here, Nick.
Come down here.
What the hell was I thinking?
Shadow, in Restream, you're going to see the second setting of arrangements. If you use that one, it'll make us all bigger on the screen. I think it's the second or the third one over from the left.
Please. Get
There
down.
you go. That's the one.
Okay.
But yeah, no.
Did I say StreamYard? I meant Restream. Sorry.
You make a character for me. You set the date.
If I make a character for you, I'm going to have so much fun with it.
I want you to have fun. I want you to have fun.
You have no idea.
Yeah. Damn it. I moved this thing over here because you're standing over there.
Little boy.
Come on. No. And no.
And join the game that I'm starting for Imon. It's either going to be Saturday or Sunday afternoon. So I'm trying to get them to go to Sunday so you and maybe Janet could play because your Saturdays are tied up playing Bruce's game.
Every Saturday or every other Saturday?
Every other Sunday is what I want to shoot for.
Yeah,
maybe
that would
more
work
once a month.
That would definitely work for me. Every other Sunday. Jade's got a campaign that he's starting and I want to be in.
That's nice.
You like Jade?
I do. I said that's nice. What part of that was in Spanish? Está bien. Muy caliente. Chévere.
I don't speak Spanish. I know
barely speak
Ringo.
English.
Ringo.
No. Soy gringo. Tú es pinche gringo.
Okay, I know Gringo. I didn't know the first two.
He's not wrong.
See, here's all the Spanish.
In Mexico,
Here's all the Spanish.
Go ahead, TCG.
Here's all the Spanish I know. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. Guess where I got that from?
That's a long way to go for a bad joke. Connell, in Texas and on the other side of Texas, the Cajuns,
Hey, what's up, Law Dog?
have an expression which is the mi mariposa es muy grande.
Your butterfly is huge? What?
They called the Texas Rangers pinche renji. Pinche gringo, pinche renji, pinche pendejo. Can you guess what pinche means now?
Small.
Fucking.
Like
it's like
I know what.
Yeah, it's actually technically worthless.
Yeah, but it means fucking ranger, fucking whitey, you know, whatever.
Because there's actually another word, but I'm not going to use that word for the F word.
But pinchy is the really good one. So, for example, my ex-Colombiana, when she was always saying to me, when we're in Colombia, if anybody asks you anything, you look them dead in the eye and you say, no lo sé, soy turista, por favor, no robes mis órganos. Which means, I don't know, I'm a tourist, please don't steal my organs. And I said, so anybody ask me anything, that's what I say. She's like, yep, that's what you said. So I said, if we go to Starbucks and they ask for my name for the cup, I just say, no lo sé, soy turista, por favor, no robes mis órganos. She goes, yep. And I said, and they're just going to write on the cup, pinche gringo. Pinche gringo? That's me, thank you. You know, gracias, gracias. So yeah, Spanish is a beautiful language. You should learn it.
Please don't steal my organs.
You're Americans. You kind of should learn it at this point.
When I came,
yeah, I'm not going to even go there.
When I came back to the States,
hello, dog.
High school. No, I was finishing up. I would be finishing up what you guys call junior high, and I was into high school. And these were the choices for foreign languages: Spanish, Latin, and French. Well,
that's only three.
You said
they didn't teach you how to count either.
I said I spoke Latin because I spoke.
No,
Latin.
you said there was 4 language choices, which were Latin, Spanish, and French.
And you only gave us 3, so they didn't teach you how to count either.
German? Right. Was it German by any chance?
Yeah, it was German.
We just had German and French and Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, I picked French because I already kind of spoke it as is, and I just wanted an easy A. I should have went with Spanish.
Vraiment, tu parles français, voilà.
We had Spanish and French.
Was it
non-existent anymore? Non-existent.
Oh, Connell, picking on you should be fattening. It's so good.
Why do I like you?
Yeah, well,
because I keep you honest.
You're my play. What did he call me?
I love you like a play cousin.
Play cousin. Yeah.
Do you know what that expression means? Do you know what a play cousin is?
No.
Somebody who's not technically family, but they are family, and you hang out with them all the time.
You know, when you're growing up, and there's Uncle George and Auntie Evelyn, but you're not really related to them, but they're still your uncle and aunt regardless. And then their kids are your cousins, even though they're not really cousins. That's just play cousins.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So there you go, Connell. I love you like a play cousin. For what it's worth.
I was living down.
It's funny. I just heard a song today. I should look it up. It's like, we should just be cousins.
Whoa! What part of the America were they talking
was that
about?
Was that an Appalachian?
But on the album cover, it's a guy and a girl, right? You know, Southern.
That doesn't help it. That does not help it.
Hold on. It says we should just be cousins, but then right next to the girl, it says, "But what about the baby?"
Wow.
No.
What kind of music are you listening to?
Oh, AI generated. A lot of AI generated music lately.
There's a lot of really good stuff, man. I've done 136 songs so far, and not all of them are bangers, but a couple of them.
Oh, there's the one I've heard. It's the Scottish one. It's one of yours, Bears. I can't think of the name of it, but it's the Outlaw Highlanders. No, Lowlanders.
So you're talking about the one by the band called Claymore called Highland Hero.
Yeah, that's it. I really like that one.
It's a really good one. You know, I don't understand Restream at all. I can never type in the chat in Restream.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that a setting I haven't got going on or something? I don't understand. I'll have to look into that.
Not a clue.
AIDE degenerated Q.
Yep. That's it. That's it. All right.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Your kind of love drives a man insane.
Hey,
You broke my will. Oh, what a thrill.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Probably Dennis Quaid's best fucking movie.
Ooh, I don't know. White when he played Doc Holliday, I really liked him as Doc Holliday.
His Doc Holliday was nothing compared to Val Kilmer.
I don't know. I think they were both good. I don't know if I could pick one over the other though. They both brought something different. Dennis Quaid gave you kind of a later in life version. You know,
you drop Wyatt Earp on the table, you drop Tombstone on the table, you can take that Wyatt Earp, throw it in the litter box. I'm watching Tombstone every time.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
I'm your Huckleberry. Your Daisy if you do.
I really wish the whole with Tombstone, the whole Latin off that they had with Ringo was actually a real thing. But most of the historians I get, that never fucking happened.
Yeah. Who are you going to believe? A bunch of historians or the people that were there and said it happened? And that's Raven makes bread and butter on that. I remember you're there, Raven. I didn't forget about you. How could I ever forget about our little witch?
Hey, take care, Cal.
Night, Cal.
I will see you hopefully before Saturday. Real quick, guys. Cal, let's try to see if we can't hang out a little bit earlier than the regular game time. Just for shits and giggles.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome, George.
Oh yeah, I visited Doc Holliday's grave back in December. Cool.
Where is that comment? I'm not seeing it.
Right at the top.
That's what Camp Master Steve said.
Yeah, Restream's got a little bit of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, it just popped up now. That's weird.
You can put the chat on screen, right? You know that, eh, Shadow?
What?
You can put the chat on screen.
Yeah. But it just popped up on my side after you guys had seen it.
No. What I'm saying is in Restream, you can put the YouTube chat on screen beside our heads. There's a little toggle on the top of chat.
Don't make his head blow up.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought the Great Atlantean would. So, boom. There you go.
Okay, I've never seen that before.
Shadow is like an ancient vampire off from Vampire the Masquerade. After a while, his brain is kind of calcified, and he can't really learn anything new.
I'll tell you this right now for free. He's no fucking antediluvian. Don't you get that in your ideas now? that there's a caitiff if I ever saw one. 7th generation, no less.
Now,
yeah, I have nothing but stakes for vampires.
Here I am, stuck in the middle with you, Joker to the.
Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. There you are, man.
I've yet to see. Everybody gives me shit about it, but I've yet to see that movie.
Pulp Fiction?
No, it's the other one.
Reservoir Dogs?
Yeah.
You've never seen Reservoir Dogs?
No, but everybody I've talked to is like, dude, you'd love it so fucking much.
You'd probably enjoy it, but if you haven't seen it,
I don't know what that is. Did Bear? Since you've seen the movie,
a caitiff is a clanless vampire. One that is without clan. They are caitiff.
You got half that right. Did you notice in that scene where he does the thing with the razor that the actor they picked? Did you notice anything unusual about him?
For the cop or for Michael Madsen?
No, not the cop. The guy who was sitting in the chair.
That's the cop.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was a cop. You're right.
Yeah. What, he was missing his ear?
And probably partially deaf.
Oh, interesting. Never noticed that.
Next time you watch it, listen to his voice, and you'll hear that distinct tone.
Deaf sound?
Yes. And I caught that right off the bat, and I'm like, oh, okay, now I know how they did that. It's kind of like... Cool. In Silent Running, how they did the robots. They found a couple of people with no legs.
Oh yeah, the thing when he's doing the chest compression and the thing, they basically got an amputee and made a cast of the actor's mask and put it over the amputee's head. So
Oh,
they could cut
damn.
the arm off in the camera. It was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's lots of cool practical ways to those effects. Jerry Rafferty, Steelers Wheel, was very opposed to violence, and he was unsure about using the music for the scene. So Tarantino shot it and then sent him a cut of it and said, look, watch the scene. If you like it, give us the permission to use the music. If you don't like it, we understand. Rafferty watched it and he said it was really disturbing and it was really uncomfortable, but the music really made the scene work, so he gave permission for it. That's power, man. Like when you get someone that does that, that shows the power of the art that they're looking at, right? That they're able to look at that event and go, yes. The other good one was Led Zeppelin for School of Rock. You ever watch the School of Rock DVD special features where they have the appeal to Led Zeppelin, where they're doing the concert scene and it's Jack Black going, please, because Led Zeppelin would never license music to movies ever. So you got all the kids together and all the audience that's there for the show, and they were just like, please, Led Zeppelin, please let us use the song. And apparently, what's his name, Robert Plant, was quite amused by that. He went, yeah, all right, that's funny.
They used the song Immigrant in Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah. Now they do it more, but they didn't up until that point. School of Rock was the first time Zeppelin let their music be licensed for a film.
I've never been a huge...
Wow, I didn't know that.
Old age will do that to you when you're running out of money.
Yeah, when you're looking at those inland revenue bills and you're like, I'd like to keep living in my castle.
I've never been a huge Jack Black fan.
I can't stand the guy.
But he's done a few movies. He's done a few movies as like a side character. High Felicity, I think that's one with John Cusack.
High Fidelity?
Fidelity, yeah.
Is English a language you speak by any chance, Connell?
No.
High Felicity?
Not well, at least.
High Felicity? What a movie.
I know, right?
I knew I was getting it wrong when I was saying it, but I was like, it's a John Cusack movie. Fuck.
Yeah. No, he was good in High Fidelity because he was playing someone that, like, anytime Jack Black plays someone that's not far from him, he'll do a good job in that because he's a piece of shit. Like they shot the Jackal here in Montreal, right? The Richard Gere movie about
Bruce Willis.
Yeah, and funny how I went Richard Gere instead of Bruce Willis as my star choice for that one. And Jack Black was such a pain in the ass. Everybody hated working with him on set, and he was nobody at that point in time. He was just becoming someone, and people fucking hated him. You know, some people are just assholes, man.
I put him in the same category as I do Patton Oswalt.
Oh, I can't stand Patton Oswalt.
Can't stand either. Patton Oswalt was eyeballing Jackie in person like he was a steak, and I almost beat the shit out of him in a game store.
Well, it would have been a short fight. He's only 5'1" or whatever. Get it? Short fight. Raven's lost. She doesn't even know what the fuck we're talking about anymore. She's like,
I'm listening to you.
with Tiamat in the sky.
I was checking out this moon stuff here.
Waiting for the asteroid to come take her away. The asteroid's name is Calgon, just in case you're curious.
Take me away. Secret, huh?
My daughter came down.
Pretty sneaky, sis.
The other day, last night or the night before. No, it had to be last night. And says, Professor McGonagall is dead. Professor da-da-da. I'm like, what? Maggie Smith? She's like, I don't know, but Professor McGonagall, however the fuck they say in Harry Potter. And I'm like, yeah, she died last night. I'm like, oh, she's only like 91 years old, you know. It tends to happen.
Yeah, people, you know, age is a real thing.
I won't go out like Sean Connery. Just
no,
stop aging.
For some of you.
Just stop.
No, you know we're just indulging you. Come on. Come on, man. You know that all the health workers told us to just pretend.
If this is the Matrix, I want to talk to my programmer. I got some complaints.
Yeah, you look like a Karen.
Wow.
Sorry, I couldn't resist that one.
He just walked right into that one. It was just like...
No worse than what I did to him earlier.
We don't want to hear what two consenting adults do in the privacy of their own homes.
With a cigar.
Hey, sometimes a cigar...
Hey, as long as no scars are left.
No, that's how you
You're
keep
pretty
score. What are
easy
you
there,
talking
huh,
about?
crafting? Wow.
That's pretty, no scars is pretty fucking vanilla, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, what a cute kitty!
It's going to eat the camera.
kitty.
This is the one that's always making so much noise. This is Mo.
This is Mo,
Mo.
a deer,
Mo.
female deer. I don't know if Patton Oswalt's wife died under mysterious circumstances. Did
Yes,
she?
she did. Yes, she absolutely did.
I did not know that. All right, Raven. What other than the asteroids and the moon? What's the best woo you got for me today?
Okay. That was the thing. I was just. There's so many rabbit holes I go down every day.
Yes, we're aware.
You put me on the spot. I did some further investigating into timelines,
Oh, this will be good.
and now one of the theories is that every time you are faced with a decision, and you go right or go left, okay, you go right, that there is a break and another timeline is started where you went left, and that you can sometimes meet your other selves on these parallel dimensions and so forth, right?
We can learn skills from each other. And I believe my debunking was if I decide to scratch my ass or I don't scratch my ass, does that create two different timelines? One where I scratched my ass and one where I didn't scratch my ass?
I don't think that they're. I would hope not. Because you take 7 billion people on this planet, and if everybody's
that's a lot of timelines. Like, did I have
that's a lot of timelines. I would hope
Well,
that it would have to
not
be
only
something.
that would guarantee we're all immortal, because in every dimension where we die, there's one where we don't, and that would just
Yeah.
go on forever, and that would explain why I'm still here.
Okay.
Trust me, you don't want to live in a world like that.
I'm just gonna say, other than Connell and TCG, we're all roughly in the same age range. We're within 10 years of each other, us little old people here.
Oh, you're
And I'm also gonna. What was that, TCG?
Okay, so you're the second person to invent a rock on a stick?
It's like, I understand that it's English because of the words you're using, but I don't understand what you're saying.
English, do you speak it?
Don't speak freaky deaky Dutch, okay? Anyway, my point was, I'm starting to think at least one of us did some really good blotter at one point in the past, and it's still kind of ghosting. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of like
I
this
can
on that
literally,
one.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
He's the guy who fell out of the back of the van in Fast Times at Richmond High.
No,
I remember that movie.
No, that's okay. Connell could barely say the title of it, so we're good.
Oh, and there, my reference was rock on a stick. Is you're so old, you're the one that invented spears with wood stone tips.
So someone's caught Connellitis, I see. How's that working out for you? Please give me that way so we can help children with Connellitis. Look into my eye.
There's a new chamber that's been discovered above the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. And now there's a whole conspiracy around that because they're trying to suppress it.
But that's not new. That's we've known about that for a while.
No, but it's back in the news again.
No, Bright Insight did a video about it, and that's why you're talking about it, because you saw the Bright Insight video, didn't you?
Oh, I haven't seen the video yet. I've got it in my queue.
See, that's why I love talking with you, is because I watch a lot of the same channels you do. I just have a different experience while watching them.
Do you watch the Y-Files?
Of course. Love the Y-Files.
Yeah. I like that show, but there's a couple things on there I have thought that it's not entirely accurate, but I still like the show.
Nurse likes to debunk them. She watches them, but she debunks them. Connell, you have so little left.
Because of aliens.
You have so little left. Don't yank on it like that, son.
I actually can grow it out. It's still there. Don't worry.
I suspect if he shaved his head tonight, tomorrow morning he'd have it all back.
I look like Uncle Fester if I shave my hair, if I go bald. I've done it once or twice, and I'm like, all I'm missing is a fucking light bulb. Fuck.
There's a part of me that wants to see that. And then there's another part of me that never wants to see that.
I would chip in $10 for that.
Yeah, you know what? I'd throw in $10 too.
Raven?
You in for 10
Sure.
bucks to help get Colin to shave? Okay, we got $30 on the table. TCG, can you cough up a tenner?
In a couple of days.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, $40 on the table to shave your head there, Connell.
Hold on.
I just wrote a mug for 50 today.
I think the problem is he goes to like a really expensive barber and he's like figuring I'd only make like $8 out of it.
Go to Walmart, spend $10 on a pair of clippers. You think I go to a hairdresser for this?
I spend for my hair and my beard. I spend about $75.
I spend
Where's your vagina?
40 Yeah.
Where's your vagina, sir?
There's no
The ex-wife got it in the divorce.
Clearly. Is
There's
it where you
no
keep your
great
balls?
way to put it. Every time I go to like a Great Clips or something of that nature, they fuck up my hair. I
Okay,
don't know
again.
what it is, but white women do not know how to give me a haircut. So I go to this barber that is just fucking expensive. But he does the old school hot towel, shave, clean, straight razor. I feel
Yeah,
like
once or twice a year is a treat. But to shave your head, man, a pair of wall clippers are $20 tops.
Here they're probably 65.
No, you can get cheap clippers. I'm going to punch up Walmart.com and find cheap clippers for them. I'll do it live.
I know the last.
Just go to
pair
a
we-
secondhand shop. Go to
Oh yeah, that's what you
go to a
want.
thrift store. They
A
always have
haircut
one of
and-
those in there.
A haircut and monkeypox at the same time. Sure.
I don't think you can get monkeypox from hair clippers. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you're my mother
Actually,
talking
have
about
you heard any of the
in
new stuff they're
1986
saying?
right now.
Actually, it sheds. So who knows?
And what's its life cycle when it's off of the human body?
Oh, I don't know.
Probably not long.
It sheds off your skin. So what? It's fungus based now.
No, it doesn't
You're just a
shed
living
like your
mushroom?
the term shed doesn't mean like what you think it does. It's not like when a dog sheds its fur. It's more like through your pores, I think, or something like that.
I repeat myself. What is it? A fungus based virus?
Well,
I've never
I don't
heard
want
that
to go
kind
too
of
into
bullshit
that, but
for anything. That sounds like, okay, if we're gonna go conspiracy theory, that straight up sounds genetically altered. There is no fucking virus that can get other
All
people
right.
sick through your fucking pores.
So just so we're clear, the
That was-
three known and studied forms of transmission vector for monkeypox are bodily fluids,
Mhm.
blood, and sweat.
Oh, I didn't know it could go through sweat.
Oh, you know what? I might be thinking of. It wasn't even that. It was the supposedly the Vax does that. But I'll have to find the article.
The monkey punch. Shock the monkey.
Oh yeah, that's a
Peter
good song.
Gabriel.
You're gonna monkey with the monkey. Come on, Colin, do it. You know you want to do it. You want to go, monkey, monkey. Come on, you want to do it. Come on, Colin, come on.
Or you could just do the monkey like
Get out of here, old man. Gen X.
Johnny Bravo. Johnny Bravo. Anybody? Come on.
I watch
What a
Johnny
great-
Bravo.
Jankies, what's that? Some sort of breakfast cereal?
Mhm.
Right. Y'all
It's the
understand what
best
that
thing
dog
Greg
is.
Brady ever did.
Was that Greg Brady who did Johnny Bravo?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
See if
Dang.
I-
Totally
Well,
good.
it was the second best thing he did. The first best thing he did was Florence Henderson.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for it.
Ooh. And the girl who played Marsha.
Well, Marshall was easy.
Marsha. That was a Jan statement, sir. You're a Jan. Oh my god!
So
At least Connell's a Cindy.
I remember watching the reruns as a kid. That show drove me up the fucking wall.
Never watched it. Never had any interest.
Well, then you missed out on the Brady Bunch Goes to Hawaii, which gave me the greatest meme for my entire life, which is, did I step on a tiki doll and no one told me? Because my life feels like I stepped on a tiki doll and no one told me.
Okay, that is pretty good.
I think my favorite episode was the one with Joe Namath.
I remember that one.
I think Bobby pretended to be sick so Joe Namath would come visit him.
Oh, wow. You ever watch the Brady Bunch movie that they made?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, my God. It was so funny. It was insanely funny. Just for, like, when what's his name? The actor who played the father on it, who was, like, Midnight Caller and all that actor, whose name I can't remember. He's like, yeah, I'm going to need you to come in on Sunday. That guy, that actor, whose name I can't remember.
Oh, Gary Cole?
Yeah, Gary Cole. He does the best Father Brady ever. And when he's giving Cindy the lecture about, well, Cindy, that just says that you're a tattletale. And when you're a tattletale, you're not only telling a tattle on your friends, you're also telling another tale. And that tale is that you are a tattletale. Now, do you want to be that telling those kinds of tales, Cindy? And the girl's just got this look of like, what the fuck on her face? It's hilarious. Oh, yeah, you need to watch that movie, Shadow. It's a funny movie. Like, it
I liked
made me
him on
laugh
Suits.
a lot. What?
I liked him on Suits. Gary Coleman.
No, Gary
Gary
Cole.
Coleman.
Cole, yeah, Cole. Man, I'm fucking tired. Leave me alone. But he was on a TV show.
Now I've got the Office Space running in my head with Gary Coleman as the evil manager now.
Oh, dude.
I'd watch that.
Did any of you guys watch Crusade when he was in that?
I did. Yeah.
That should have gone on longer, but
It really should have, yeah.
but alas, no.
I'm pretty impressed with Raven. She was within 1 month of getting Bear Sunshine. She took 5 guesses per.
I did not.
You
I
so
did not.
I
You
did
so
not.
did.
I
What did you guess? What did you guess?
Gemini.
That wasn't your first guess.
There was.
No, your first guess was like Taurus or something stupid like that.
No.
Yeah, well, it's on tape. We'll go look at it later in our
Go look at it.
within 1 month. Whoopty shit. 1 in 12 odds. Fuck, I'll go gamble 1 in 12
And
odds.
I'm confused about that too because well,
I don't act like a Cancer.
no, you gotta have Gemini really strong in your chart somewhere. I'll get my astrology book out
Or
and we will look it
It's
up.
fantasy football for Wooo.
No. You've got Gemini. It's probably your ascendant or your moon sign.
All right. Well, here's
anything.
Janet. What's my moon sign?
Janet.
I mean, Jesus. I was gaming with her earlier. Raven.
Fat,
Okay.
drunk, and stupid is no
Let
way
me
to
see
go
if I can
through
guess your sun sign.
life. That's still the first burn I ever gave you, Connell. Animal. And dude, be honored. I gave you an Animal House burn. That shows the respect I have for you.
I showed my Mag. You
No,
want to see it?
okay. Listen, people. I have some Gemini traits. I have some Cancer traits. I have some Leo traits. I have some Sagittarius traits. I have some Capricorn traits. We all do.
Mm-hmm.
Horoscope is nonsense. It's 100% woo-woo.
No, it's not.
That's why it sells, Bear.
Exactly.
No, it isn't.
I've
It
never
isn't.
looked
It's very mathematical. Okay,
I've never
every
looked at a
planet
horoscope.
to do your whole chart. All right, you've got 12 astrological signs. It's like a pie chart that you cut into 12 pieces. Each one of those is one of the zodiac signs. If you have a planet that falls into one of those signs, you're going to have with that effect, what that planet represents in that house, depending on which house it is, it all means something. If you don't have a planet in that house, it's not really a major part of your personality, but it still has relevance. It's all relevant. And it goes in degrees too. So you could have, see, Saturn in Pisces in the first house, and depending on what degree it's in, determines how strong that effect is.
Yeah, I've never really looked into my horoscope or anything like that, but out of curiosity, because I do watch Kung Fu Panda occasionally. It was on one of the Kung Fu Panda things, the years of the animals. It's really weird how, I mean, not 100%. I agree with Bear on that one, but it's really weird how dominant traits from the year of the goat actually fit me perfectly. And I
But you're
wasn't.
talking about Chinese astrology. That's a totally different animal than Western astrology. But yes,
I don't believe in zodiac at all. But in the Chinese astrology, I'm a metal dog. And when you read the description of metal dog, it is 100% me. Just saying.
I still want to know if she can guess what house or
I
what.
always pictured you being more into alternative music.
Nah, I'm a metal dog.
and you look at what is your opposite sign, and you want to lay low in that year of your. It's called your enemy year. So for dog, I know that one is dragon.
So
And
in
that's
there is that, but also in your year, that's a shit year for you always. If you're dragon and it's year of the dragon, that's not your year.
no, that's opposite of that. It is your year. It's
Oh
not
no. I
good
have
for the
literally had
opposite
Chinese
sign.
people explain this to me, darling, because I got all excited about being the year of the dog one year, and I'm like, "It's year of the dog," and all my Chinese friends are like, "Why are you getting excited?" I'm like, "Because it's my year." They went, "No, no, 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 sweetie. That means it's a bad year for you. Don't fucking make plans." And I'm like, "Really? Yeah, you don't make plans in your year."
And that's funny because Gary, the numbers guy, the one that's on YouTube all the time, he
What
does Chinese
authenticity? What ethnicity is Gary the numbers guy?
Caucasian.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'll trust the Chinese people.
Yeah.
That's just the opposite of that.
So what year is supposed to be your good year? If
And he was citing examples of
You're opposite signs. So, like for me, for the dog, I think dragon is my opposite. So, year of the dragon's a good year for me.
no, it's
Be a
not
good
supposed to
year
be a
for
good
the
year
goat.
for you. But
Again, this has been explained to me by Chinese people, Raven.
okay, so has it been a good year for you?
I don't pay attention.
Come on. So has this last year been a good year for you? Yes or no?
It's been a good year for anybody, but I'm not dead, so I guess it's been a pretty good year. I'm on the right side of the grass still. Could you imagine Raven and I having dinner together? How frustrated that Raven would be. I'd get food thrown at me at some point during the meal.
That's what I was just gonna say. Be food fight, I think.
I'll be sitting there eating my steak going, well, that's complete bullshit, Raven. And and before I get the steak in my mouth, a fish hits me in the face.
No, I'm thinking more Bear's actually expecting it. He dodges, and someone behind him gets hit, and then it's a whole food fight in the restaurant.
Well, thank you, TCG, for giving me that Bill Murray energy. But, yeah.
I think it is the opposite. But anyway, because he was talking about the different people that in a certain year when they came into like a lot of money or a lot of fame, a lot of popularity, all that was always within their year, whatever sign, But I don't know. I don't know that much about Chinese astrology to argue it any further than that.
No, I don't either. I just know that the one time I looked it up, it was kind of really interesting and kind of eerie how much the year the goat fit me in.
How
Holy
what?
crap.
Oh, so that's part I couldn't hear you.
That's how much the year the goat fit me.
Mm.
But a friend of mine kept going, "Oh, your year of the monkey, your year of the monkey." It's like, okay. Then I find, of course, like I said, I watch Kung Fu Panda. They actually have the full list, and it's like, year of the goat, the year I was born. It's like, holy shit, that is actually really accurate.
I think Shadow's a goat too.
Oh,
I looked this up one time. I'm a horse. I'm a fire horse.
I'm still trying to wait. I'm still waiting for Raven to tell me what's if.
Yes. That's what, okay. Yeah, I have my concentration book there. Hey, just hang on a second. Let me. My first hit was Pisces.
Nope, that's what I have.
So you are?
Yeah.
All right, let me think here. I'm striking as an Aries. Taurus.
Nope.
Oh my God. Strike 2? Shit. Usually I'm much better at this. Okay, not a Taurus. Libra?
Nope.
What is it?
Technically, I'm a triple Virgo.
Really?
Yeah.
Too easy. Letting
I
that
was
one go.
way
Merry
off.
Christmas. That was your Christmas gift, Connell. Me not saying anything about you being a triple Virgo.
Yeah. No.
You got
no, my
sun, moon,
ex-wife.
and ascendant all in Virgo?
Yep.
Wow. That's interesting.
My ex-wife paid this lady.
Oh, Law Dog. High five, buddy. Thank you so much.
My ex-wife paid this lady to tell do the whole thing, and you're the house of the Virgo. ... So you're a triple Virgo. I'm like, is that common? She's like, no, doesn't mean anything. Well, it's really up to you to decide. I'm like, yep. There's that. There's the waiting for.
Thing about Virgo is either the whore or the nun.
Well, I'll let you figure that one out for yourself.
You know, but
What percentage of Virgo is little bitch?
Virgo is it's an earth sign. It's ruled by Venus. And Virgos are perfectionists. It's really difficult to.
I don't give enough of a shit.
Virgo is probably one of the more difficult signs to master. Actually, huh?
Are you sure about that perfectionist? I don't get that from Connell.
Yeah.
Actually, there's two things I'm very much a perfectionist on: my food when I serve it,
Okay.
and my writing. That's like the only two. Everything else I can give a rat's ass.
They're
I think that's
also,
a Chinese thing, isn't it? Rat's ass.
Virgos need their need some private time away from everybody to kind of recharge.
Who doesn't?
Some signs don't. Some signs can't stand to be alone and need constant outside stimulation.
All right, hang on. We have to plug Shadow in. His battery's running low.
You have to what?
No.
Plug Shadow in. That was the warning that his battery's running out.
That wasn't. You don't have to plug him in. You have to recrank him. He's more like the old Pee Wee Herman doll. You just pull a string on the back.
Virgos are really hard on themselves.
Virgos are really hard.
That's Connell.
Virgos are exhausting.
Again?
I said Virgos are really hard on everybody because Virgos are exhausting, just like Libras and Capricorns and Sagittarius and Aries and Taurus and Cancer and Leo and Steve. Steves are the worst. Not a lot of room for Steves. They know what they did. It's bullshit. It's all
Apparently,
bullshit.
the Pisces
No,
are
it
excluded
isn't.
from being annoying.
No. Pisces are food.
No.
You fish them
Well,
out,
I
you
guess
eat
I'm
them up,
food.
and you throw them back.
So are cancers then?
No, we're bottom feeders. Get it right.
Crab cake.
Crab cake.
Crab
claws.
I love crab cakes. Oh, God. Now you got me hungry.
I'm not a big fan of crab.
Oh, I love crab.
Crab thermidor.
See, I eat the cockroaches of the sea. I eat shrimp.
Yeah, I like shrimp
That's
too.
lobsters. Lobsters are the one who are genetically related to the cockroach.
Yes,
Okay,
but
Oh, you're kidding.
the shrimp actually plays the same role as the cockroach.
Really? Well, they don't look anything like a lobster.
Well, have you spent much time looking at a cockroach? I haven't.
Raven, are you aware that crabs are genetically related to spiders?
Oh, hell no. Don't ruin that for me. Don't even. I'm going to forget. La, 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 I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
I gotta say one thing. If there is one thing in nature I can thank it for, is that it didn't give the surface animals the claws.
Yeah. Well, it did one.
What, the coconut crab?
No. The scorpion.
That's not an animal. That's an insect.
That's scorpions are not real. Okay, Jamal? They're just something someone made up one day in ancient Greece, and everybody went, okay. That's why they're the worst sign, Scorpio. The worst.
No,
And
they're
everyone
not.
knows it. They're the worst.
No, they're not.
Raven, just to
They're
prove
not
to
the
you
worst.
that I know more than I ever let on that I know, do you know what the best sexual pairing in the astrology is? The best. The top shelf number one sexual pairing. Cancer
No.
male, Scorpio female. Okay? You know what the number one worst relationship? Cancer male, Scorpio female. Why?
That tracks.
Because the Cancer at some point in time is going to trust his Scorpio female, and he's going to roll over and show her the unarmored belly, and she, being a Scorpion, is going to go because she can't help herself, and she's going to destroy him for that.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it's all bullshit.
Was it the fox and the scorpion story, or the toad and the scorpion story?
Yeah, the toad and the scorpion is what I was just thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Scorpios are the worst sign. They're mean. And it's not that they want to be mean. It's not that they set out to be mean. It's just they abhor weakness. And when they see it, they must attack. They can't control themselves. But that's okay. Because I dated a fucking Aquarius. And I'm a Cancer. I'm a water sign. And they're a fucking air sign. And you know what the worst thing for a water sign is? An air sign. Because what do air signs do? They blow across the surface, making waves and getting you all pissed off all the time.
Or they evaporate you and dry you and suck you up.
But it's all bullshit.
I see.
I'm just out of curiosity. So, Raven, what do you have to say about Pisces?
I have Pisces as my ascendant. I like Pisces.
Yeah,
I like
don't
that.
know enough. All I know is Pisces is my birth month.
Well, Pisces are very, very creative. They're ruled by Neptune. So they're very in tune with the subconscious level of things. Pisces is one of those chameleons of the astrological chart. They can, whatever crowd they're in, they can just fit right in. They can go from one social group to the next, to the next, to the next, and just blend. They can just be a chameleon and blend right in. They usually have a diverse amount of
because of you.
what?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. I'm just
Usually have a when they get into partnerships. A lot of times they'll emulate their partner, and they're very, very, very compassionate. They're the 12th sign of the zodiac for a reason.
Yeah.
And
all right, who's eating what, and why are you not sharing?
I think it's bear. I'm not sure.
I told you I was going to have a banana split. Do you think I was going to wait that long?
You just don't want people to see the banana in your mouth? What?
I don't eat on camera.
I used to do that at this call center I worked at. There was this one French kid who was like super homophobic. So every time I'd bring a banana for lunch, I'd wait till Olivier looked at me, and then I'd start eating the banana while staring in his eyes. Oh my God. He'd get so upset.
Maybe.
Well, Bear's heard the story, but I actually had a homophobic player. So to mess with him one time in Palladium Fantasy, I made an entire trans village. For no other reason than to fuck with him.
Raven, what's your take on Bear's worst sign? We haven't heard your take on him. Oh, this should be.
Why are you encouraging this?
Go ahead, Raven. Go ahead.
Are you talking about the Scorpio?
I don't know. I don't know what she's talking about. Her, explain yourself. In the meantime, I'm going to say, a fish won't do anything but swim in a brook. He can't write his name or read a book. Fool the people is his only thought, and though he's slippery, he still gets caught. But if that sort of life is what you wish, you might grow up to be a fish.
Wasn't that in Hudson Hawk?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Could
one
you
of my
tell me
favorite
who? Could you tell me who originally sang it there, Shadow?
No.
Were you with him? Were you hanging out at the same time? Bing Crosby, baby, come on.
Yeah. That's before my time.
Every version I've heard was always been Or the crooner, Frank
Bing
Sinatra.
Crosby was a crooner. Sinatra didn't do it first, did he? I don't know. Hang on,
I
let's
don't
see.
know. Every version I've heard, it's always been Frank Sinatra.
Sinatra did it, but I know Bing Crosby was kind of famous for it. Sinatra did do it. What year? Let's find out.
I love 90% of the time, most of us are just too lazy to look things up, but Bear is always Johnny on the spot.
I think that from the movie.
It was introduced by Bing Crosby in the 1944 film Going My Way.
There we be.
Don't
I'm not
fuck
fucking with you. I just know Frank Sinatra saying it. Am I wrong?
You said who did it first.
Oh.
You literally used
Oh,
the
yeah,
word
you're
first.
right. You're right. You're right.
Don't selectively edit. You're not Raven. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. Come on, Raven.
All right, Scorpio.
Yeah.
Scorpio is one of those signs that kind of gets a bad rap
Because of its
because of the very thing, the story that you pointed out. But
Because of the things they do?
yeah, I actually have a lot of Scorpios in my life. I always have had, but there's so I've got a soft spot for them. I get along with Scorpio. Actually, Scorpio and Capricorn are a good pairing. But Scorpios, they rule the 8th house of the zodiac, which is the house of death and taxes, and inheritance. Scorpios know how to go deep. They go deep under a rock, kind of like the animal does. But they're an ambush predator, and the people with Scorpio in their chart, they are the kind that will all of a sudden, just like you said,
Such a child.
you roll over and show them yourself underbelly, and that, or they'll just blindside you. That's the thing that runs out from underneath the rock, stings your ankle, and then zips right back and is gone in a flash. If they're an ambush predator, and they have the people that are born under that sign have that tendency.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Hi.
He just
How
got
you doing, Captain Jack?
with the waiter.
Yeah.
What restaurant were you been working out there, Haas?
See, I was thinking more he's cosplaying as the Penguin.
Yeah, that's what it
I
really
was
is.
going, he was serving at a wedding reception.
That's too nice for homecoming.
No, that's in the week anyways, I think, and I am going? I don't know.
Really? What's your lucky name?
Let me ask you a question, buddy. How many women told you clean up nice?
How many?
How many women told you clean up nice?
A few.
Mind you, he dresses like that every day.
Not every day. Not on Friday.
He dresses more like he's auditioning for the Doctor, and I think it's fabulous that he does, and it's a great thing, Jackie. Don't lose your sense of individual style, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
You are a class act and an individual. Remain so.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
No, Connell, I have nothing nice to say if you stop fishing.
I wasn't looking. I was agreeing.
Oh, Connell.
You want to stick around? I got a lot of work to do for RTC.
You're still going to church tomorrow, right?
Probably won't because my mom's sick.
What? If I'm going to church tomorrow, you have to go to church.
Wow, that's a really good way to spread religion and make people come to God, eh? Force him.
He's already Catholic. The damage is done.
Doesn't matter. Where does God exist, Connell?
In your heart.
Where else?
Everywhere.
Exactly. So why do you have to go to a building where a bunch of men want money from you to be in touch with them?
Because
Thank you, Bear.
I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but he's also a Catholic. Therefore, I get to give him shit, and I'm Uncle Con.
Maybe he'll be a reformist, and he'll be the one who changes the religion for the better because of his great brain.
Yeah. That, or he'll be the second guy that writes a John Deere letter and nails on the door.
A mule is an animal with long floppy ears. He kicks up at everything he hears. His back is brawny and his brain is weak. He's just plain stupid with a stubborn streak. But if you don't, hang on. If you don't go to school, you might grow up to be a mule. There you go, buddy. That's just for you. Jackie, keep thinking for yourself, brother.
Well, I'm gonna go do the things I gotta do.
See you Monday night.
Yeah,
See you Monday.
yourself around the bedroom for a while. Tell yourself you have a headache and pass out. I get it.
Yeah,
Oh, so do you like his gift?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
yeah. Jonathan, kid with long-ish hair, gave him a birthday girl gift card.
Like
And
the sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
bye bye.
Greatest
Hey,
kid ever.
Shadow,
Yo,
do you go to Walmart?
yes, religiously.
Walmart, our local Walmart has these really awesome prop chainsaws that actually have a spinning chain, quote unquote, chain on them. They're really awesome. I'm really tempted on buying.
I was just going to use my regular chainsaw, but okay. It saves on buying fake blood.
You know what
Well,
the
no,
best line
what I'm
In
thinking.
RoboCop 2 is after he kills the fat cop, and the girl goes, "Jesus, I thought you were just going to scare him," and he just goes, "Doesn't he look scared?" That is the best. Do you understand? That's like why use a fake chainsaw when you can use a real one and get genuine terror out of the brain?
I get that from the Mad magazine when they were doing a take on kung fu movies, and there was this big fight scene, and they said that's expensive or something. It's like, no, we just use real swords, saves on fake blood.
My first Mad Max magazine was the one for Jurassic Park.
Your first Mad Max magazine was the one for Jurassic Park?
Not Mad Max. Fuck.
Mad magazine just went out of business like last month.
There's a part
It
of Carl
did?
right now that regrets giving me the link. Yeah. Yeah.
Love
Look,
Mad
magazines
magazine.
are dead. Magazines are dead.
Yeah. So
Print is dead, whether we like it or not. It is dead. You don't make money printing anymore.
well, unless you're printing money. But
There's a lot of things that
Off-grid's
need to
going to get a
change,
summer
but one
drink.
of the things that would help, a lot of things that need to change with money in this country, but one thing that would help is that we just gathered up literally half of the entire collection of cash and destroyed it. So that's part of the problem. There's literally too much cash.
There is
We can
more.
start with yours first. Mine's
Let's
off
go.
limits. You got to find it.
From my understanding, there is more American money in Europe, and it's not even real money.
Raven, why do you have a soft spot for Scorpios and
Fire,
Capricorns?
I was eating
Because
bananas.
Scorpios are the most passionate, and they're they can be romantic. If you're on the right side of, if you're in favor,
Very fucking romantic.
in their favor, then
Yeah, I was going to say, can't all signs do all things?
Yes.
well, yes, they just have
And-
a tendency. It's just like anybody can play tennis, but some people have a
That is
natural
not true.
athletic
Oh my god, that is
athleticism
not
to 'em.
true.
Shadow, why must you confuse her woo with facts? Why would you do that? That's just inconvenient.
That's like
I
saying
don't
all
know.
people can cook.
It's the Scorpio in me.
It's the
Yeah.
Scorpio in me. I am the
He's-
Scorpion King.
He's a Scorpio moon, so that's pretty.
Per, have you seen how we all play? We're going to interrupt. It's going to happen, and Raven knows that. My God. Okay, Raven. All right, everybody.
She
shut
knew
up.
the job was dangerous when she took it.
Exactly. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to spread your woo-woo amongst a bunch of cynics.
Whoa.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh
My dad is a Scorpio. My two closest girlfriends were Scorpios. I have several boyfriends that were all Scorpios, so that's why I have a soft spot for Scorpios.
That's the truth of it. Several
And what are you?
Yeah, I'm a Capricorn.
So
Capricorns
that's why
and
you have a
Scorpios,
soft spot for. Go ahead.
they're a good pairing.
Are they? And why is that exactly?
That I don't know. It's always it's just been in every astrology book that I've ever read. When they do the compatibility, they're very compatible.
I can tell you firsthand, two Virgos should not get married.
No, definitely not.
Oh God, no. In fact, if you're in love with someone and you find out you're both Virgos, do not get married because your love is not more powerful than the astrology woo-woo stuff. It's racism for women. Please.
per she's invited to every show I do, every show I will ever do, and you can see 4 hours of this nonsense. Well, at least 4 hours
Shouldn't it
Monday.
be like
So
the Allen Show? Whatever happened to Quantum Show?
they were all possessed by Satan, and I stopped hanging out with them.
Oh wow. Okay.
I was gonna go on that show, and then I stopped by in the chat, and someone mentioned something about me not believing in ghosts, but saying I don't deny your experiences. I just personally don't believe in ghosts. And the guests went off on how I was closed-minded and I needed to open myself up to experiences, missing the entire part where the qualifier was, yeah, no, Bear's, he doesn't believe in ghosts, but he's okay with other people believing them. He doesn't deny their experiences. They missed that little part. They just went on the he doesn't believe in ghosts part, and they went off. And then when they got off of me, and I was still listening to the show, they started talking about not having aligned their or resonated their crystals properly or something, and then that their chakras were out of alignment. And I'm just watching this going, oh my god, these people are insane. They are really fucking insane. Now, what makes you say they got possessed by Satan, Shadow? Shadow?
Sorry. Yeah. I went on the show. It was my idea actually for Nathan to start the show, and I wish him the best of luck. But I went there, obviously as the cynic, hopeful, um, but it stopped being that a while ago, let's just say, and um, they had already made up their minds. Nathan and I, we were talking about, finding answers, but it's like, well, you know, you got to have, compelling evidence for compelling claims. Let's find some evidence, and anecdotal evidence is not evidence.
Fair play. My takeaway was, wow, look at all those tree hugging, dirt munching druids. Huh. I got no use for this shit, dude. All this California New Age theosophic bullshit, I have no use for it. It is absolute horseshit. It's weapons grade woo-woo, and people ruin their fucking lives for it. Shirley MacLaine, for Christ's sake. Come on.
Yeah, I find it funny that Arthur Conan Doyle, the creator of Sherlock Holmes, was so into it. It was just like, so what? Do you not read your own books?
You can forgive them in the 1800s. Come on.
You are aware several of his books left connotations that perhaps there was something more, such as the Hound of the Baskerville.
Yeah, but the whole, deductive reasoning just went right out the freaking window.
Well,
explain the placebo effect then.
Right.
I'm going to send you back to this thing called math. Look into it.
The placebo effect is a mathematical certainty. Okay?
The part about the a lot of New Age stuff is just out there, way, way, way far out there.
Dumb.
But what it has done to the benefit is opened up a whole field of research into the power of the human mind and the power of the subconscious mind ruling our behavior. And that's the part of New Age that I really like to sink my teeth into. Is
that's
because
New Age.
It's an empowering. It's empowering. Number one. Number two, it helped a lot of people. I really love what's his name? No, Dr. Joe Dispenza. And here's a guy who was he was a chiropractor. He was in a triathlon and he got run over by a truck. And he broke his back in several places. And they told him he was never going to feel anything from the neck down or walk ever again, so on and so forth. And he was a young man at the time. And they had to strap him to a bed and then turn the bed upside down. So all he could do is just look at the floor. And he had an interesting experience laying there like that. Can you even imagine what kind of a living hell that would be? Anyway, he literally he's walking just fine to this day. And what he did was he used his mind and the power of his brain and his intention, along with knowing something about the body has its own intelligence separate from your consciousness. That's why it will send white blood cells to a cut, to clog it up. You don't have to think about that. You don't have to tell your body, hey, I've got a cut here, do something to clog this up and
Unless you're
make
from
it
the
stop
royal
bleeding.
family.
The body just automatically does that. You don't have to tell your heart beat, thank God, because I forget and die. um, so working with the body's intelligence and knowing that he had intelligence, he was able to heal himself to the doctor's amazement. And so now he goes and he teaches this stuff.
So he mastered the placebo effect. I believe it enough. Therefore, I'm going to fake it until I make it. I'm walking. That's great. That works. I mean, that's great for him. But I'm a big fan of modern science, medical field. I don't want to
Mhm.
become
I'm an
made
excellent
up.
example. The placebo effect, at the very least, is bullshit for some people. I was placeboed by my doctor because of back pain. I actually thought he gave me pills. 3 weeks later, no pain relief at all. So I know you're not supposed to, but I had some other of my family try it. Nobody got anything. He placeboed me, and I got no help from it.
So to answer Law Dog's question, I don't believe in quantum physics. Quantum physics is horseshit. Quantum physics is where they make up stuff to explain the stuff physics can't make, it can't explain, and then they all go, yeah, that sounds good. And they got lucky on dark matter. It seemed like there should be dark matter. They said there should be dark matter, and then they discovered dark matter. That was normal. That's just science. Quantum physics is fucking witchcraft.
It is not.
I don't know enough.
Quantum
physics is real.
I'm not saying it's not real. It's witchcraft. They can't prove half the shit they say. Or more than half.
That's my line.
There. And Sam Beck is still out there somewhere working to make you have a better life.
The next leap will be the leap home. We know. Poor Sam Beck. What the fuck do you want?
If all the shows were time traveling, I hated the ending to that show the most.
Everyone hated the ending of that show, dude. Come on.
I've never seen it, but I do want to see it.
God is the answer. It picked up.
It's always the answer.
It's an amazing show. But the way they ended it was really bad.
They just picked up German philosophy. God is the answer for everything.
Well,
I truly believe that, so I will probably love it.
So they did a test of 2 gentlemen that had heart surgery. Same procedure, same age. They got 2 subjects that are, without being related, they were a lot alike. So they took 75 people and they prayed for the first patient, and they did not for the second patient. And that first patient recuperated amazingly fast. The doctors were amazed. He got released from the hospital and just fine. The other one stayed in the hospital the full duration and some. So explain that. And they've done all kinds of experiments like that.
Did they repeat the experiment multiple times and prove that it worked every time? No, they did not. That's science. Science is when you can repeat it and have the exact same result every time.
Repeated that.
They have not. There have been plenty of times they've tried and it didn't work, Raven, where they tried to do the prayer thing and the person didn't recover faster. This is the problem with woo-woo. 1 or 2 successes does not prove. There is a literal statistical probability that you're forgetting, which again brings us back to math. And the whole idea is that there's a chance. And in that little thin veil of the chance, those don't count.
Where is this study published?
On what? Statistical math?
On the statistics of those patients prayed for and those not.
It's not a question of there being a study published. First of all, you have to get out of the view that studies are real. Okay? Studies
That's
are
rich
manipulated,
science.
and they are based. No, the studies are not science. Studies are opinions, and they do
Yeah.
little studies, and then they go, "This is what we think," and this is what. And 9 times in 10, studies have huge gaps in them. They have you left out information. Studies can be manipulated to prove points. Studies also are manipulated by who funded the study, and you got to look into that stuff. You can't just say there was a study. You need to know how many people were studied, how many times they repeated the effect, what their control measures were, how many people were in the control group, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is very, very intense to do a good ironclad study. Number one. Science requires for something to be. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, I'm sorry. That's very cute. Take that Bigfoot hat and run with it.
And there goes the camera.
Science requires you to be able to repeat the experiment and get the same result in the same conditions always. So,
Right.
Every time.
by dropping my wallet, no matter what I do, it's always going to do the same thing. But it's not going to land the same way. It's going to move, it's going to bounce differently. And that's where statistical mathematics come in, because there's a lot of factors involved in this little thing. Studies are dangerous. People love to quote, the news loves to quote studies, but they don't look at the studies, they don't dive into the studies, and they don't study the studies. So there's that lady from Harvard just lost her lawsuit. The one that plagiarized half a dozen people and falsified data, was a professor at Harvard of psychology. Humans,
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
well, sometimes it's fun to read real news. Just
Wow.
Well, yeah, most of that news that's on the mainstream is a bunch of
Here we go.
bullshit
Here we go.
to begin
Okay,
with.
now hang
Climate
on.
change. Let's start with climate change, shall we?
Okay, so climate
We'll talk
change
about
is
some
real, my love.
bullshit.
My love, climate change is real. It is measurable and it exists. The argument
You're
is
right.
what
It
causes
is,
it.
and it is measurable. And if you go to the ice core samples, you will see that it's just a cycle. There's nothing
Okay.
our SUVs are
No
doing
one-
differently
listen.
to the atmosphere. It has to
Raven.
do, and our weather, our everything has to do with the sun and what cycle the sun is in. But
Well,
if you
good
go to the ice
news.
core samples, you will see a pattern, and we're right on track for where we've been in the past. It's a
Okay.
bunch of
And the
bullshit.
good news is, because of the warming of the planet, the ice wall that surrounds us will melt and eventually flood the flat Earth, and we'll all die. So we're good.
We have no idea what the human effect.
No one is
has done
arguing
to
the
this
existence of
planet.
climate change. We are arguing the cause of climate change.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
the argument.
the cause of climate change is the sun. It's not our SUVs. It's not
We
our
don't-
carbon
well,
footprint.
Hold on. We honestly cannot say that we know 100% what the human effect has done to this planet, because this is the first time around. It's not we disappeared for 1,000,000 years and came back.
Hold on to this. I have to answer
That
Law
we know
Dog,
of.
which is why I said you have to study every study. You cannot just take the word "there is a study" as the law. You have to look at the study and study the study to see how well it was done. So I agree with you. There are good studies and there are bad studies.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, there's a lot more bad studies than there are good studies because there's money in them.
Do you
Exactly.
know how they age wine, Raven?
Yeah,
You know the process?
yeah, they put it in big barrels.
No. To prove an age of a wine. My bad. Let me rephrase it. If you got a bottle of wine that's from the early 18th century, do you know how they prove that it's from the 18th century?
No, wait a minute. It has something to do with the carbon, the amount of carbon, is it a carbon atom?
There is an atom in there that did not exist until after we dropped not one, but 2 bombs. To say that humans do not have any effect on this little glass ball of ours is arrogant and asinine. We do not know at the end of the day effect that the human factor has caused to our planet. We don't know if the SUVs, the gas, the lead that back in the 80s with the lead. We don't know what the nuclear bombs have done. We're guesstimating for most of it. But do I think the humans have had effect on this planet? Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
I'm not saying that they haven't had any effect. What I'm saying is they're attributing the whole climate change camp is contributing. It's saying that we contribute to all this, and it's never been happened before, and we're killing the earth and doing all this.
we've
I said,
never
no,
been at
we're
this
not.
part of history ever
We
before
haven't.
until fucking now.
Elon Musk is a lizard person.
I think he's dangerous.
Personally, I can sum it up real easy for me. When Gates and every other millionaire and billionaire sells all their oceanfront property, I'll believe it. But until that day comes, and trust me, they have a greater ability to understand what's really going on and get the right information than we do. Okay, because they have better connections. When they start selling their, beachfront property, I'll start worrying. But until then, and last time I checked, they're trying to buy up more now than they've ever tried to buy before. I'll start worrying.
Bill
And see,
Gates, also a lizard person.
I
Absolutely
can't.
confirmed.
the CO2, we need the CO2. The CO2 is what the plants breathe in.
Hey, I don't need nothing, lady. You don't tell me what to do, okay? I do it myself. I don't need your CO2, your H2O. I don't need any of that, okay?
Welcome to the show, Net Zero, but
Who was it? What movie am
it's
I
never going to
thinking?
happen.
And CO2 levels have been at one point much, much higher than what they are now, and everybody was fine.
You know what's really interesting? North America has more trees currently than it did at the turn of the 18th to 1900s.
I read that.
There are
about
more trees in North America currently than there were in 1899 to 1900.
How do they know that? Somebody count them?
Because, no, Jesus. I love how on one hand you believe absolute insanity without any smidge of fact, but then when I tell you that there are more trees now than there were then, did they count them? That's like Shadows. I'll believe in Bigfoot when he comes in on a car, but Jesus exists. Like, it's the same level of like not applying the same critical factor to things.
Well, I can say the same for you. There's some things like that you're so
Really,
close-minded about.
when do I not debunk you with critical thought, Raven? When do I just go no?
No, there are times I just get tired of arguing and I just let you go.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's a high school argument. Don't be a mean girl. No one likes a mean girl.
I don't picture her being the mean girl in high school. I just can't
No,
picture.
Oh,
Wes,
she's like the girls from The Craft.
I was thinking more like Practical Magic, but yeah.
No, the point is, Raven, they actually do have an idea of, they can look at it and they can see because they know where the old growth forests were cleared. We have all the history of all the logging that's been done in North America for the last 200 years. We know all this stuff. And they can just take the satellite pictures and say, wow, that's an awful lot more trees than there used to be here. In the time since we've been taking satellite photography, the tree cover of North America has been increasing. Why? Because pulp and paper companies and lumber companies understand that this is a renewable resource. So they have to plant more trees so there's trees for the future.
Right.
That's a good thing.
Plus, it looks
Those
good.
trees are cleaning our environment. Those trees are cleaning our oxygen and our air. That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yet there are still idiot Californian eco-terrorists going out and spiking trees where lumberjacks work so that their chainsaws explode and permanently maim and hurt them because idiots in the Sierra Club told them to. Told them that they're killing the planet. You're making Mother Earth bleed. And that is fucking
you know what I find hysterical? If we were to disappear from the planet, right, all humans, right, there would be even more trees than we could ever imagine in less than 100 years, and the world would get along just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The world doesn't, to quote a movie that I've seen twice now because of somebody, the world doesn't need us. It really doesn't. We need it.
Well, yeah, otherwise we'd be floating in space. And
No. I mean, yeah, I get that. But we're a flea on the back of this particular.
I'm just going to say, yeah.
Net Zero, I don't even know what to do with that comment. That is the weirdest thing I've heard all day.
Oh, I know. No, I know where it came from, and I agree. Unfortunately, it's God's cruel joke that I'm stuck with you because you also live fucking forever too. It's more or less the quote from the Deadpool Wolverine movie.
What?
I'm Wolverine.
Which one are you talking about? The nail polish?
I'm hoping living
Oh,
in the
dog.
worst case
Where's
scenario.
Carly?
Never mind.
Hey, Raven, shadow people, go.
Huh?
Stop
Shadow
stirring
people,
the pot,
go.
damn it.
Shadow people?
Go.
Figment of your
Hmm.
overactive
Well,
Come
imagination.
on, Raven. Give us the
I
shadow
have
people.
seen one, and they're
I did
scary as
too.
hell.
I saw one.
I've seen one. I've seen
I
one.
saw one.
Yeah,
And he
Jackie
had
and I have both actually. I've seen one or two, and Jackie had a period of time where he was seeing them, and I never told him about it, and then he told me about it, and he increased his prayers to include that sort of thing, and no more.
So when I was
Shadow.
I've
little,
seen the black dog.
I've seen a
Of
black
course,
dog.
I didn't sleep. I hadn't slept for like 2 days.
Okay, here's a question. Do you guys know what shadow cats are?
From the X-Men, or
The term shadow cat. It's that thing
Nope.
when you thought you saw a cat move out of the corner of your eye, you turn and look and there's no cat, but you swear to God you saw that cat move or you saw something move in the corner of your eye. They're called
that had to
shadow.
do with the rods and cones in your eye.
Well, whatever it has to do with,
That's
they're
how
called
you can
shadow cats.
perceive the other dimension and see
It's
that
not
stuff. It's
another
out of the corner of your eye. It's always out of the
Jeez.
corner of your eye. Yes, it is. Okay, so I have a picture of a shadow being that I need to get off that other computer because I was painting in this house that we were renting, and I had on a white T-shirt and a white baseball cap, and this picture was taken down. Somebody standing at the end of the hallway looking down, and I was all the way down with my two nieces, and there's an outline of a person in black standing right behind me. And this hallway, I would see stuff out of the corner of my eye all the time. I'd be sitting there with the door open and working at my desk, and I would see something go down the hallway. And I would look to see where the dogs were or where the cat was, you know. I kept seeing this all the time. And then one night, a picture got taken down off the wall and thrown at me. It was only about like this big, not a big picture, but a little thing. There's no explanation for that. We were in Florida, so it's not an earthquake zone or anything like that. Had a laundry basket. The dogs were following me because they followed me everywhere I went, and was carrying this up the stairs. And I saw this blob, and about that time, this thing went right across where I was walking, and I just dropped the laundry basket and said, "Fuck this." The dog even had tucked his tail and went down the stairs. He was
But that's
racing
not
me to the
shadow
bottom.
cats.
And normally this dog, he was, part German Shepherd, part lab. He was huge. He wasn't afraid of anything, but for the first time I ever saw him tuck his tail and run. So there was, come to find out, there was a motorcycle that we had bought that had been wrecked, and I suspect that it was the person that got killed on that motorcycle. What
Was
I
his
thought it
name
was.
Artemis?
So first off, Raven, when it comes to dogs, do you have any idea how sensitive they are to your state of mind? You panic, they panic. If you are truly afraid and there is nothing for them to guard you from, they will panic and be afraid.
Well, I mean, I was shocked. Before I was afraid, I was just stunned. This thing just went whizzing right past my face and hit the wall of the stairs there, and I'm like, "What the hell?" They were already
But Raven, that's not what a shadow cat is. I'm
no,
talking
but
about
it's a
something
shadow person.
completely. Okay, I'm talking about something completely different, and I was going to regale you with a tale that you might find interesting had you not run over me about other dimensions.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Shadow cats are when we detect movement out of the corner of our eye and there's nothing there, and it's happened to all of us. It's a thing. But I discovered something when I was working with a very large group of African Americans, and I was at a party where I was the only white guy out of like 20 or 30 people, and I literally went, "Dude, do you have a cat?" To the other, he goes, "No, why?" I said, "Oh, shadow cats." And he goes, "What's a shadow cat?" So I started explaining shadow cats to him, and suddenly I've got an audience of 25 people staring at me, and they're all like, "What are you talking about? That doesn't happen." I'm like, "Yes, it does. People see them all the time." They're like, "That must be a white person thing." And then they're like, "Yeah, if I saw that, I'd burn my house to the ground." Ah, ha, 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 ha. But the thing is that the rods and cones in our eyes having a different number because of our genetic ancestry? I don't know. But I do know that a large number of black people that I was hanging out with had no clue what a shadow cat was and thought it was the craziest thing they ever heard in their life. Yet Irish people see them all the time. So I don't know.
Alcoholism.
But it ain't a fucking alternate dimension. That I know. Exactly. It's just raw alcoholism. It's genetic booze memory.
Well, I do think that there's an influence based on your culture that you grow up in as to whether or not you're even open-minded to that sort of thing. And you have to be somewhat open-minded to that sort of thing, really, for it to manifest in your reality. So,
Okay, I still don't believe it's
So if enough people
I cannot
believe
hear
in
you.
Bigfoot at once, he'll be summoned into town square.
Did enough people believe what now?
In Bigfoot all at once, he'll be summoned into town square.
Well, anecdotally, and this is only anecdotally, Art Bell, one time on his show, had all of his listeners focus on a manifestation of a UFO incident, and the very next night was the Phoenix Light, or that night was the Phoenix Lights.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah, you can go back and listen to the Phoenix Light shows he did where he talks about it too. Last night we did this thing, and then this happened. I don't
Really?
know. Yeah.
Because there is such a thing as what they call a golem.
Gollum or Golem?
And there's another name for it. Yeah.
Tulpas?
Tulpa, thank you. Yeah, Tulpa. Those are very real.
Tulpas can't be real.
Well, they are to an extent.
If they were real, Father Christmas and the Easter Bunny would be a provable fact.
And yet
Well,
you see Santa Claus all over the place, don't you?
Mass and Sarah, no.
And at Easter time, you see Easter Bunny.
I don't remember the last time I heard of an Easter Bunny sighting.
Hold on. Easter Bunny shows up at my house every Easter. There's 4 of them. They're cooked, they're breaded, they're fried, or they're turned into soup, and they're served as the main meal of the day. Bear's like, fuck this, I'm out. I've served my kids rabbit for the last about 10 years for Easter.
That's kind of morbid. That's really kind of morbid.
Have you met Connell? This
He's
guy
serving rabbit on Easter.
Saint
That
Nicholas.
is morbid. Funny, but it's morbid.
The saint that is known as a good old jolly old Nick. He's the saint of children, archer, seamen, and prostitutes. Not saying
Really?
that one leads into the other, but that's who he's the saint of.
I'm not touching that one.
And he was a real person at one time.
So was St. Patrick, and St. Patrick was not even Irish.
Well, there were no snakes in Ireland either.
But there were druids.
Yeah, who were snakes, because they use the symbol of snake because they're actually Middle Eastern. OGG is writing a manifesto, in case you're wondering, guys. I don't know if you've been paying attention to his comments, but he's just having a conversation with himself.
Wow, I missed all this.
Tibetan tulpas. Yeah, love that. I can just not see it, but
Just thought you should know. I'm worried about him. I think he's drunk.
I'm more worried about net zero. Who do you blame for the Sahara? You mean the movie?
I think Net Zero left.
Fuck this, I'm out.
yeah, off-grid gamer. You're right. Yeah, St. Patrick was a British slave. Exactly.
So
He was
British.
half Roman. He was half Roman and half British.
So he's British. So that's what was wrong with him.
He was half Roman too.
Yeah, well.
That was the other half of what was wrong with him. Patrick.
Take care, Omen. Hey, Omen, are you going to be there tomorrow?
He already left you. That was like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, shit. Sorry, man. I'll just hit him later.
Bug him tomorrow?
Yeah. We've got a game.
My Bud Sky. What the hell is Bud Sky? Is that like some
Risky
new version of Bud?
I drink. Is it brewski? No, that's
I
not
see
right.
Bud Sky. Or maybe it means Budsky.
Butsky?
Laudanum. You drinking laudanum? Damn. Oh, Wyatt, leave me alone.
Oh, the Shadow People was his name. From the Dark Shadows.
Oh yeah, I
Barnabas.
used to watch that show.
Barnabas Collins was his name.
Artemis Collins, and his love was
I don't remember.
Rosette.
My mother loved that show. I never saw it.
Mhm.
I grew up watching reruns of that show. Well, that's not true because it went off the air and it came back for a while.
Well, they did a new version in the 90s.
Yeah.
Take care, Net Zero. Holy shit.
Seriously, like I'm telling you, he's been going.
Yep.
He's in my game tomorrow too.
OGG, yeah?
Yeah.
I
hope
think
he's
he's a little
happy.
hungover. He's going to be a little hungover at your game tomorrow.
Hey, you know.
We can blame Shadow.
You can try.
No,
I'll just deny it.
Shadow, what the fuck is going bada bing at your house all the time?
That's my phone that I can't shut off. Those are Discord messages. Speaking of Discord messages, I've got no less than 3 different links to the same.
Okay, so yeah. I'm waiting to find out if it's true or not.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some other research because that one doesn't really have any info on it yet. There's no pictures, and I have to go check my notes.
If that is true, I'm
I
gonna
have
feel like
dossiers
shit for
on
a
all
little
of you
bit.
guys.
Who are you talking about?
Shauner.
Oh.
Because I have dossiers on each and every one of you, and I have to go check my notes.
You got shit on me, bitch.
Well, I don't want anything on you, man. What I
Come
do,
on.
But I was thinking of just going and talking to Rick. If anybody would know, it would be him.
He hasn't posted anything in 4 weeks. And he's been fairly religious about posting at least 30 things a
Yeah,
day.
I want to think that he just got hit with a DUI.
Why would you wish that upon anybody? Fuck.
This is better than death.
Yeah.
Except,
No, and I will say this.
I don't know.
I will say this openly and publicly. Don't like the man, but don't want him dead.
No shit.
At all. That's a sad thing.
He's been a part of the hobby in a lot of ways and done a lot of things for a very, very long time. And, anybody, can have that come to Jesus moment and get better, I've seen it. And we've lost a bunch of people this last year. I don't want to see anybody else go.
At best, he's just said, fuck it, I'm out.
I seriously doubt that. That's not in his character.
Man, no,
No,
DUI
because if he said I'm out,
fucking
he would have deleted his channel. He's done that before. He would just say I'm out and delete it. He wouldn't leave it up. So
I need more liquid. I'll be right back.
Agua,
Y'all make me thirsty.
agua.
Debunking Raven is thirsty work.
it is. It absolutely is.
Giggity goo?
Excuse me?
Giggity goo!
Yeah. Hey, I got one on YouTube as well. It's really small. It's got your name and it's an index card in my Rolodex, and that's about it. No. I mean, you're the only guy who's been to my house, dude.
Feels like
Amen.
somebody
Amen, brother. Squatching you. That doesn't sound. No. Exactly, Per. You know, and if you go back uh, to the old days,
maybe
Shauna was hysterical. Shauna was a
maybe he's
lot of fun to be
hiding.
around. Okay, that'll work. Um, he was hysterical. He was fun to hang out with,
A P
and
Diddy
you
party.
know, we're talking about the same Shauna, right? There's
I
no
don't
way he
know
went
his
to a P
friends. Do
Diddy
you know
party.
his friends?
A
This could have
couple
all
of them.
been hit. You know, the Shauna show could have all been an act.
Oh God, that would be a better troll than if J. Scott Garraby was trolling us.
He really doesn't give a shit about role playing or anything. He's just trolling the fuck out of us because he's can.
Giggity. Giggity.
Goo.
No, it's Quagmire After Dark.
Oh, giggity.
Awesome off grid. I hope you're having fun because I got
How would
more
you
fun
work
stuff
that?
planned for the hooligans tomorrow. Uh, and kudos to Raven, her first time gaming, and when the entire party except the paladin decided to shove off and leave the island to the invaders, Raven and the paladin stayed behind.
When was this?
You know what my problem
Last
with
week.
paladins are? You know what my problem with paladins are? They commit war crimes. I have proof. Go back to when Shadow was with us and Bruce's campaign.
It wasn't a war crime. It was putting an end to the violence.
It's not, you're right. It's not a war crime the first time, but
As a Canadian, I'm not allowed to have an opinion on war
on war
crimes.
crimes.
Yeah, thanks, Per. Yeah, she's awesome. It's her first. It's actually literally her first game of D&D. So the fact that she stayed behind with the paladin when everybody else bailed. Um,
I have a question.
hmm.
How the fuck did Raven get sucked into this grouping?
Because I met her through Nathan at the Quantum Show, and we just started hanging out.
She was
Okay.
less crazy. She was the less crazy of the crazies.
Literally.
Making
And had an actual open mind and was willing to, you know, take other possibilities as possible, as opposed to having her mind completely made up. I know that doesn't seem like that on this show, but you know,
that's cool. Off grader, Finian more than Canuckian. Yeah, whatever.
I don't know what that is off grid.
Fenian.
What's a Finian?
What's a Fenian?
A Finian is a person from Ireland. It comes from the term the Fianna, that was an ancient war band during the king. Which king was it? Can't think of. I want to say about.
100% Red Hot Dog, 100%.
Yep.
Anyway, it's an Irish
Yep.
thing. I want to say Cormac. No. Paladins are idiots.
Thanks, Mike. I don't know where Raven went, but I think it was to make a quick dash to Walmart or something. Who knows? No, Walmart's probably closed where she is.
To buy more dream catchers.
Fianna Gael.
The Fianna, the Gael. My Gaelic is not with me tonight.
Non-existent.
No, it's Gael. N-A. It revolves when it's a person. Yeah. Cormac MacArt, yeah. Was the king, the high king that when the Fianna was around.
Cormac MacArt turned himself into a salmon and dove into the river. That's how drunk our Irish cousins are. They think people turn into fucking fish.
TCG, you
I'm
still there?
Irish Romanian.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm winding down.
No. Well, we don't want to hear you crank yourself back up.
My Shadows used to people trying to crank and get on this show.
I was waiting for that. I thought it was going to slip by, but nope.
So I'm Irish
Something...
from Cork, and I'm Scottish
Oh.
from the part of England that used to be Scotland. And I'm Danish. So I'm a Celtic Viking, which means one of my ancestors ran too fast one way or not fast enough the other.
Yeah.
I'm the same as.
By the way of Cork, my grandparents, my dad's parents moved over to America in the 60s. So by Cork,
Are you
Cork,
having a stroke?
and my grandma. I'm out of a particular medicine and I get twitchy.
Clearly.
So this is just
Raven,
me.
you were saying you are what?
Same as you.
Irish, Scottish, Danish?
Little French, too.
Yeah, I was waiting for that part.
What part?
Got a little French thrown into.
Irish Romanian.
Irish Russian.
Did
you're Russian? Yeah, risky.
Yeah, so my addiction to potato chips is completely not my fault.
It's just pre-vodka? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. I'm just turning it into vodka in my system.
There is actually a medical condition where a person eats and they actually ferment the food in their stomach and literally get drunk as they eat.
Really?
Go to bed.
That was fucked up, too, but it was funny. It was more the timing, but don't go to bed crafting. You're more than welcome to hang out with us.
Who are you yelling that at, Connell?
Crafting.
Crafty gaming.
Why are you telling him to go to bed?
Just because of the timing was impeccable. I'm literally like Paul Muad'Dib based on genetic testing and eggs of all the European land races due to the royal admixture of distant families.
I need to spend some serious time talking to somebody with a true Cajun accent, trying to pick it up via audio. I have this on YouTube. I have this clip of somebody reading the.
I'm just going to leave that
Christmas
one up for a while. That was for you, TCG. Yeah, I made a New Year's resolution that I was going to be able to do a Christopher Walken impression. And I just remembered that I made that New Year's resolution.
It's not hard to do. You just got to find a way to speak.
More cowbell.
I literally did that when I worked in radio. I was bored one day doing traffic and weather, and I just went, "Don't take the carry. It's bad. You lose a lot of time." And then I stared at the phone, and no one called.
How is that?
I did one as Sean Connery. I did one as Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was fun. That's how I knew no one was listening to us, except our own broadcasters, who would then call me up and go, "Dude, I almost had an accident. I was laughing so hard driving and hearing."
Boom, 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 boom.
What I'd like to do is go back now and be able to do one like this.
Oh, yeah.
If you're on the Highway 20, it's going to cost you time. You're better off to go to the Baja. That'd be way more fun now.
Yeah, what happened to him, man?
He's in Mexico now. He lives off the grid. He also invented glue.
Wasn't he the governor of Minnesota?
I was the governor of Minnesota. They called me Jesse the Brain. Bet you didn't know that, huh?
I want to know who.
I love watching interviews with that guy where he just makes up shit. You just go, "Really, Jesse? Really?" It's like Hogan doing that too. Now.
I saw him recently, and I literally didn't even recognize him.
Hogan?
No,
Hogan or Jesse?
Jesse's in his 80s, man. He's old.
He looks like the crypt keeper. He looks like the crypt
Yeah.
keeper.
Yeah, I also got a shock. Most of you guys probably don't remember who Chris Rea was.
I know.
Okay, you remember what he
I know
looked
that
like back in
name.
the '80s?
Yeah.
And you know how he changed a little bit a couple albums later. You know, his hair went from blonde to brown, dark brown, and then he went from that to looking like the Crypt Keeper. It was just like, oh my lord,
One of
what
these
the
days,
shit?
someone is going to super chat for Bear to do a one-shot role-playing game with nothing as his impressions as NPCs in his game. That'd be funny.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be really funny. They go to the blacksmith. And he's like, "Listen, brother. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna beat the metal, brother. I'm gonna bang it, brother, and then you're gonna get a great sword. What you gonna do and how much you gonna pay?" That'd be fun.
That would be a lot of scripting to pull
Why would
that
be
off.
scripting? Still
He's, I guess I'm reading it wrong. One-shot role-playing with nothing but his impressions, meaning the way I read it was you're playing all the characters, all the
as
NPCs.
NPCs. You got to keep reading. I know it's hard
Yeah.
to keep reading, Connell. I know, but sometimes you got to keep going to the end of the sentence. Oh my God! We all passed. You know, boomers and X's know how to handle that. I'm an Xer too. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
My son Laszlo, I scratched myself, and I'm like, it's merely a
Just a scratch.
This is a fresh
Only
one.
a flesh wound.
He's like, he's like, you pansy, it's only a
Your arms come off.
scratch.
No, it hasn't.
I'm like,
Rub some dirt on it, walk it off.
Right, I'll do you for that.
I love Laszlo.
One of my best friends and I used to do we love the no Concord, it doesn't fit my idiom, sir.
Idiom,
yes.
sir? Yeah.
Right. And so basically whenever we're like out running errands or in the car and one of us is telling us,
Who said don't fear the Reaper, Per?
and we just
That's my
fucking
band.
freeze on a word, we're like, then one goes, idiom, sir? Like we just do that.
You silly can
My two favorite skits of all time was one with Monty Python. Are you here for the 30-minute argument or for the hour argument? That skit. And the other one is in the Saturday Night Live with Richard Pryor and Chevy Chase. If I say this word, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Skit is fucking hilarious.
You like that feeling, right? Where no one laughs after you say something, and then you sit there feeling self-conscious.
I don't care. I'm just telling you what
It's what we do to ourselves as Irish. It's part of our Irish ancestry. We say something and expect that everyone's judging us. Why? Because we're judging everyone all the time.
Okay, now, Per, I have to leave this one up for a while because he's right.
I'm a Vigo. Ask Raven. I don't judge.
Shadow loves to dance at the Blue Oyster, don't you know?
I knew you were going to say something like that.
He is the Blue Oyster.
Yeah, Dead Parrot's my favorite.
Dead Parrot's okay. It's overdone. My favorite sketch, I think, of all time is Rowan Atkinson's Welcome to Hell sketch. Have you ever seen that sketch, Shadow? The devil welcoming everyone to hell.
No, I haven't.
He's telling everybody where to line up, and he's like, pedophile, adulterous. My God, there's a lot of you over here, please. Then he just goes, Christians, Mormons, Muslims, Buddhists. I'm afraid the Jews were right. Over here, please. It's just a really great sketch, man. It's really worth checking out. It's that guy is probably one of the funniest, most underrated Brits because of Mr. Bean.
Omanow introduced us last Christmas to Blackadder's Christmas Carol.
Blackadder's Christmas Carol.
I will be watching it. I will be watching again this Christmas for the rest of my life.
The best Blackadder for me is always going to be Blackadder Goes Forth. Like that is like,
yeah,
it's like the peak, and it's good that they stopped after.
But there's so much good stuff in Blackadder. The second or the third? The third. I swear, Baldric, if the prince insults me again, our contract will be as cracked as this cup. But, sir, that cup's not cracked. You do walk into these things, don't you, Baldric? It's like just that is the genius of that fucking character. Him and Baldric just railing on each like that's so good. And then fucking Rick Mail, rest in peace, as Lord Flashard. Send a car around quick, or I'll go over there and give your wife something to hang her towels on. Woof! Like, it's just amazing. Like, that shit is amazing.
I haven't got to see the entire show.
Oh, I've
'cause
seen
it's
every single
impossible to get
episode.
on
It
to.
is.
You can get every episode of Blackadder.
Oh no, not. It's not that. I'm thinking of the Hugh Laurie and Stephen Fry.
Jeeves and Wooster.
Yeah,
Or you're talking about a bit of Laurie and Fry.
No, where Fry plays his
Jeeves and Wooster.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you, sir? Quite positive.
You ever see the bit from the Fry and Laurie show where they do the Treaty of Westphalia? That is so fucking funny. Oh, we appear to have forgotten Luxembourg. Oh, no. Well, I don't want it. It's just like, I love that fucking sketch.
Did you see the Christmas special where Mr. Bean played Doctor from Doctor Who?
Yeah, Rowan Atkinson, that was a really good one.
The American movie Doctor Who is canon, and it drives me up the fucking wall.
Patrick, what's his name? Jesus.
I love the Doctor.
What is that actor's name? He was in With Nail and I with Richard Grant.
Yeah, I can't think of his name right now.
Paul McGann.
But the fact that they had Eric,
he is my favorite Doctor. I love Paul McGann as a Doctor, and
I love
the radio plays.
Baker. No,
has anybody ever seen the Peter Cushing?
Yes, of course. I've seen both Peter Cushing Doctor Who movies.
I haven't.
They're good.
But Eric Robertson, Julia Roberts' brother.
Yeah, that one was
Eric Roberts.
He played the Master though.
But him as him as a Master to me was a little bit of a.
It was all right. It was fine for the way the story was told, that he gets possessed by the dying Master, and so he's just using his body.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's what we're having.
Do you know Yuri Bezmenov? Yeah, of course everybody knows Yuri Bezmenov. He's the guy who introduces the term useful idiots. Is Raven gone, or is she? What's going on with Raven?
I have no idea. I'm assuming she'll be back, but not sure.
You kicked the woo out of that conversation earlier there, Boo.
Did you just call me Boo?
Yeah, I'm tired. Hey, Boo Boo.
Yeah,
I will.
You don't even know the beating I'll put on you, boy. The beating I put on you will be legendary for two things: its severity and its duration.
Bring it.
Your entrails will become extrails.
Your extrails.
Pain.
The most accurate line from the Kevin Costner's Robin Hood was, "Fuck me, they made it." It was the most historically accurate line in the entire fucking movie. Well, there is a good time to get into the Doctor, and there's a bad time to get into Doctor. Right now, I don't know, but my recommendation is you watch the first Doctor, watch the second Doctor, you skip the third Doctor, you watch the fourth Doctor, and just carry on. Because the Doctor who does kung fu and drives a car drove me up the fucking wall.
Pertwee? John Pertwee?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Doctor Who is not James fucking Bond.
Oh, that was so far from James Bond.
But that's what they were going for. At least that's what it felt like they were going for.
I didn't pick up that vibe from it. I was a little weirded out by him. I'm not going to lie.
He reminded me of a very, very off-brand Roger Moore James Bond.
I will foam you. I will foam you so hard until your insides are out and your outsides are in. Until your entrails are extrails. Fuck, I love that movie. I love that movie so much, man.
You know, I was always wondering. I kind of looked into it, but the scene where Heath Ledger is just taking it one lance after the other. That's fucking spaghetti that they were throwing at him, or pasta of some sort.
I believe you.
Oh, I love that movie. The soundtrack was probably the best part of that movie.
It's a good movie. I like that movie a lot.
Angel. He grew up to be the Joker.
Doctor. Do you mean Dr. Detroit?
Why skip all the doctors? I've seen some of Matt Smith. You mean Bobblehead, Dr. Bobblehead. Tom Baker is the best doctor, but that's the doctor I got introduced
my
to.
new favorite's Christopher Eccleston. I can't stand my former favorite.
The Angry Doctor? You like the Angry Doctor who says, fuck this, I'm out after one season.
Yeah, from what I hear, he didn't like what they were going to be doing, and having watched some of the stuff they've done over the last,
nothing to do with that. Christopher Eccleston is renowned for refusing to do repeat performances. Chris Eccleston does not like getting caught in the same role. It's a big thing for him. That's why he doesn't do sequels of movies he's in that his character survives and stuff like that. It's just the way he is.
Doctor Who is always...
It's really weird. My head almost matches the circle on your shirt. So it looks like the top of my head is like just this yellow.
Oh, yeah, I see that now. It's actually Captain Hammer.
Oh, nice.
I like my shirt. It's a French bulldog. No, it's a boxer smoking a cigar.
Yeah, now I'm subconscious. I gotta try to match your head. The Ravens.
Anyway, you could just swap me and TCG's positions, and then put me on top of Connell, please. He's not allowed to be above me. Everything is wrong.
No, back up.
Oh God!
I'm gonna shove that bottle right up your ass now.
That ain't my ass, son. There's that good Catholic sex education coming in. Sex is bad. Don't do it. Amen.
I like most of the Doctor Who's, even the woman Doctor, Jodie
Whittaker.
I don't blame her. I blame the fucking writers.
See,
the writers
dropped the ball. I've always loved Doctor Who most of my life until they did what they did with Tennant and Rose Tyler. I know a lot of people didn't like her, but I thought that love story thing that was going on was awesome. And then the way they
no. Doctor Who does not have romantic relationships with anybody.
That's not true.
That's not true.
He's had in the past. I don't like it, but that's
therefore, if he's had it in the past, he has them. Therefore, your statement is inaccurate.
And I thought what they did, not just the way they did it, but the fact that Rose Tyler would even walk off with the clone of the Doctor and not go, no, this is bullshit, and just slit his throat and go, no, you're coming with me, okay? Because that was true love type of thing. They did that, right? Okay, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'm done with Doctor Who. And then I see this clip of how suddenly the Doctor's been gay the whole time. I'm like, what? Impossible.
Yeah.
Goes out. I will never watch Doctor Who again. I'm done.
Okay. The Doctor being gay doesn't bother you, but the Doctor having a girlfriend bothers you. Connell, I think you might want to get out of the closet soon. Sure. No, I believe you, Connell. Absolutely, I believe you. As a Catholic, I would be saying the same thing too.
Yeah. So tell me, how many of Shadow's videos have you started?
None. None, because there are none. And if I ever did any, do you honestly think I couldn't do better than that? Come on.
You know how much money you would make of a fucking video of Connell being tied up like a greased pig and being just abused by like 7 BBCs?
I'm glad I don't know what BBC is, but okay, now I do. And thank you for that visual.
Okay, with Doctor
I'm sorry,
Who,
big black cock.
I figured that out with the hand jive thing you were doing there.
Willie in the hand.
Doctor didn't have
But yeah, it was just like, okay, I could understand if she was only referring to the John Pertwee doctor, but if she's trying to tell me that every single doctor has always been gay, what was her name? Oh God, I can't remember her name.
the other Time Lord that was
No.
Baker.
The sidekick that was in like half the Doctor Who's.
Donna?
No, maybe I don't know.
Old school,
Old school.
or new school? Oh God. Okay. Well, each doctor, for the most part, had their own companion. There was a few crossovers.
Yeah, just now.
So,
Yeah.
Right. Hold on. So, do you want Dr. Sylvester McCoy, who
That'd be
plays
Ace.
a father-ish figure, hooking up with his teenage companion who likes to blow things up with a made-up dynamite?
I loved her.
So that's
yeah.
awesome.
Sylvester McCoy didn't have a relationship with Ace.
That's what I'm saying. He wants a romantic relationship with him. So apparently that's
Okay.
that's now on the
No,
list.
I never said that at all.
Connell, sweetheart, sweet summer child, you are making shit up now.
How am I?
He never said what you just said.
I'm not making shit up. I guess
There's just because it's a man and a woman doesn't mean they're going to hook up. That was more like a father-daughter relationship. But Rose Tyler and David Tennant, that was different.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
She ended up.
Listen,
with the
Connell,
doctor.
I'm just going to deflate your entire argument by using your favorite doctor and saying one name. Are you ready for it?
Tila.
Leela.
Oh, Leela.
That was the other Time Lord.
No, that was the fourth Doctor, and they were in love.
That was right.
Yeah, because if you didn't hit that and you were a Time Lord, you lose your Time Lord privileges instantly. Just saying. And she's not even my type, but seriously. Right. It is after dark. It was just it was not cheesy. It was insulting the way
You
they
know, I
did
was a
that.
Time Lord when I was in Vietnam. I was a Navy SEAL, but I was part of the Project Hooo. And what it was is we dressed up like owls and scared the Viet Cong by traveling through time to have sex with their mothers.
Yeah, I'm done with Doctor Who. I might watch old episodes, ones I haven't seen, but when they did that, it was just like, just
She ended up with a doctor. She ended up with a doctor that was half human, half Time
okay.
Lord.
Let me ask you a question, right? Okay, maybe it's different for guys. I don't know. Maybe I should ask Raven. Would you settle for a clone of your one true love, knowing that the original was out there somewhere else, wanting to be
But you can never
wanting to be with you, but couldn't? Could you live with yourself with that?
Right.
Sorry, I just choked on my answer.
I want all these doctors' credentials. Just say it. I realize it's Hollywood and it's fiction, etc. But it just, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It would be
So
like
my problem is all I'm is going. Think of the threesome.
if you're into that sort of thing, yeah. But and
Wait, I get to have
Devil
two
And-
versions of the love of my life. If I'm into that sort of thing,
well, no,
how are you not into that sort of thing?
because I've met because there's a whole lot of women out there that I hope would say absolutely not.
Love of your life wants to be with you, but now you've got the clone of her who wants to be with you. But you could have both.
because it's different with
want
guys and girls,
to be with you.
or at least in my mind it
Well,
is.
I'm a guy, so I'm going to see it from a guy's point of fucking view, aren't I?
Yeah, but I'm looking at it from the way it was in the story. It was Rose Tyler, and now she gets a consolation prize. You know what I mean?
The main doctor, couldn't say those 3 words that she
He
wanted to
was
hear so
about to,
fucking bad. But he can't. He wasn't going to
because he was
because
gay.
he knew
Apparently,
that he couldn't.
that's literally what I saw when they brought Tennant back, saying how hot. What the hell was his name was? I'm just like, what the fuck? Yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
I was basically telling himself that he was hot. He's just his next generation.
No,
So you're telling him
no,
something.
because then he said, "Oh, I guess that's what I am now." And she's like, "Well, yeah, you've always kind of come across as being gay without saying the word."
So you're putting sexuality on an alien. He is not human by no stretch of the imagination. He is
He's
not
actually
human.
half human.
That's right. I was also saying. I was sort of thinking about that. But either way, you're putting human morals and thought processing on basically in mortal. I mean, he could eventually die. I mean, he's not God. High G, I will live fucking forever. But he'll outlive every person he ever gets with.
So we return to the
There was a
backward
moment I was
logic
thinking
of,
to myself, how the fuck did I get stuck in this conversation? The last thing I remembered was we were fighting the predator in the jungle.
That guy down there diagonally, he invited you.
One of my favorite people to hang out with.
Agreed,
What can I
agreed,
say? I'm trying to
agreed.
work
I just
trying to work out some time where I can have that guy and that crazy Dutch bastard do a review on 13th Warrior because we've talked about it half a fucking
aliens are
dozen times.
gross. The cloning. I can't wait to game with you tomorrow, dude.
Which Dutch guy? Victor?
How is Victor? I just keep seeing posts from his Kickstarter, and that's it.
He took a vacation from YouTube.
Um,
He does basic
expert.
Yeah, but that's about it.
Yeah.
What were you saying, TCG? You were saying something. What did you say?
I was just saying that we get back to Connell's backward logic of he can't have a relationship and yet he can be gay and have a desire to have a relationship.
Listen, you little panty.
What's a
Listen.
timey-wimey?
We were off this shit. We were talking about real things again, but now you little girly boys are talking about your make-believe space captain. Knock it the fuck off before I come over there and slap the taste out your mouth with my cock.
Hey, blame for her.
I'm right there
I
with
was
you
just
on
going to
that.
keep my mouth shut. He wanted me to continue.
Listen, you watch your dirty whore mouth if you talk about Purr. Purr is a treat and a privilege for us to know him. Purr is a blessing upon us all.
I agree.
Which
Purr for me
sickens
is
me
like
because
sugar.
I
Too
hate
much of it makes me sick.
positivity.
Because you hate what?
Positivity.
Oh, I've noticed that. I thought you were
enjoy-
just not feeling well.
I enjoy dark things.
That's good. Yeah. Victor's a cool guy.
Moral cesspit.
God, you've been on for 5 hours. Are you about ready to turn into a mushroom or a pumpkin there, Hoss?
Can it be both?
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? I don't know if you guys follow politics online or anything like that, but Jesus Christ,
Right,
is
right,
Anna
yeah.
Kasparian just getting hotter and hotter the more she fights with Cenk?
You know what? You're kind of right.
Like the more she fights with Cenk about his lefty bullshit, like I'm like, damn girl, I got to reconsider you. Like, Jesus Christ. There we go. Got us off Doctor Who. Feeling good about myself.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go take a victory lap. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Oh, God. That was such a great story arc. I literally almost cried when I saw all those little gold things
The
flying.
ring of
Oh,
projections.
dude, I was just like, oh
so
my
sad.
God. That was so beautiful, not to sound all sissy or anything, but that literally was one of the most powerful moments I've ever seen on a screen.
Yeah.
It's
it
just
was powerful.
Determined. What's
Red
that
Dwarf.
from?
Back when it was
Okay.
good.
And it's literally to
The
this
first-
day. I think Red Dwarf was one of the absolute finest science fiction productions of all time. There's so many things that I it did, and it did great, and it just, we were truly blessed, those of us who got to see it.
I had a plan. We were gonna get married.
We're gonna raise
The dead Dave. Dead Dave. Roll dead Dave.
Dead Dave. I used to no. I've watched it. I haven't seen all of.
And
all
wasn't
of the
what's her
episodes.
name from Altered Images the best Kachansky, hands down, personality wise?
I'm picky about my Kachansky.
You like the later one?
No, I hated her.
Okay, just check it. She was just like, she was a lot of fun. Let's put it that way. And now I have all altered image videos coming in on my feed all the damn time. Because that last one was just like the exact opposite, almost literally, to everything, because, Kachansky disappeared from the show for a good long time. And then when they brought someone back to play her, I'm just like, what the fuck is
So,
this?
sorry, wait, who's your favorite Kachansky?
The girl from Altered Images, the singer.
So Claire Rogan. Yeah, she's my Kachansky as well.
Okay. Yeah, she was just. I could picture her, especially in the first episodes, of actually hooking up with Dave the way it's supposed to be. The other one, never in a million years, she'd hook up with Rimmer first.
Anyway, Red Dwarf was good until the creative team split and the wrong guy left. The sight gag stayed and the witty guy left, which was the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Raven has yet to see it, and she's going to die laughing when she does.
We're talking Jape of the Century. We're talking April, May, June, and July Fools.
Best episode ever. Best episode ever.
Good episode, Queeg. That episode was so good.
That was. I literally.
Going in a circle for 3,000 years. That's what you think of me, boys. It's just so funny, Ollie putting them in their place. Oh my god. It's fucking after 3 a.m. here. I really should go to bed.
Yeah, I was going to. Oh, it's actually 3 minutes after midnight, so I was going to call it at midnight. Thanks, everybody. I love hanging out with you guys.
Avocado time.
That's real.
I will get to hang out with you. Red Dwarf.
Enjoy your game tomorrow, and remember, furthermore, D&D must be destroyed.
Well, it's my last D&D campaign until Arduin comes out, and then I'll probably retire the books. And you might actually like it at least in mechanics. What it does, no other game does.
I don't like D&D anymore.
Well, it's not D&D. It's a fantasy role-playing game.
Is it using strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, charisma, rolling a d20, 3 to 18, levels, classes, armor class, hit points?
Some yes, some no.
Is it a clone of D&D or an offshoot of D&D?
Depends on kinda-ish because of its roots. But
furthermore, D&D must be destroyed.
But it's not a class-based system like we've all grown up with.
Does it have levels?
It does have levels, but they're. Pardon me?
Does it have hit points?
It does have hit points.
Does it have armor class?
It does have armor class.
Furthermore, D&D must be destroyed.
I think you'd like some aspects of it. What it does.
I would.
What?
I'm sure I wouldn't.
I don't know. It depends.
I literally now refer to D&D as the McDonald's of role-playing. Just like McDonald's, a couple of times a year I get that urge to have it. Mm-hmm. And then just like after I'm done having the McDonald's, after I'm done running 3 or 4 sessions of D&D, I'm like, oh God, why did I do that? Oh, Jesus. Ooh.
I had BRP sitting right there on the shelf. Why the hell did I do that? What's wrong with me? And it's okay. People who love D&D, please continue loving D&D. Please enjoy D&D. It's a personal thing.
I get that.
I'm starting to dig Index RPG.
Yeah. All right, I'm out. That's the low watermark for me. I can't stand it.
I had fun playing it, but I won't run it.
Let me rephrase it. I'm digging it because I really enjoyed the DM.
Well, yeah, anytime JD,
But
yeah, absolutely. He could take freaking shoots and ladders and turn it into a great game.
Who's running it?
Jade,
Jade.
yeah. Jade.
Oh, Jade? Oh, cool. Maybe you'll get to play with me one day, Connell, and I'll show you what
I want to be a superhero. I want you to show me the way of the
Show
hero.
the way.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting too, Bear. That's. I cut my teeth on more villains and vigilantes than I can shake a stick at.
It'll be ready when it's ready, unless I win the lotto, and then it'll be ready faster.
I get it. I don't want to rush
It's
it.
all money now. It's all money.
Knowing things about the industry and how things are done, I totally get it. I don't want it rushed one iota.
Well, it's not that. It's just we had a great successful backer kit. Then we lost backers who didn't pay their bills. That sucked. We lost a lot of money there. Then we lost money on money transfers and stuff like that. We also, the Canadian dollar was worth shit at the time I got the money transfer from Stripe, so we lost a lot of money there because it was American converting to Canadian, and it was like Canadian was doing well at that point in time, so we didn't get as much as we should have. And then inflation has been a bitch, and that means the artists I've had to hire to replace artists, guess what? It costs more. So, it's just, it'll come out. Yeah. It's just going to take longer because I got to pay a lot of money out of pocket for it. C'est la vie.
Well, stay healthy.
Yeah, well, that's the idea, right? If not, don't worry. Shane and April can get it out if I die. And the game's written. It's just now we're doing the polish and all that stuff on it. Then we go to layout. Then we got to pay the art. And then I got to pay a metric shit ton of print coupons, which was the biggest mistake I could have made, was getting talked into doing a POD on this. I should have just done it as a PDF with a POD option later for people to buy once it was out. But I let people talk me into stupid things. Well, that's life.
My hardcover will have a prominent place on my shelf. Admittedly, it won't be used
I'm
that
glad to
often for superheroes. But the system, from what I got from our game, is simple enough that it would be great for when, all right, I have to run a superhero game.
It's a very good game. And I say that because it's not my game. It's a game I've hybridized from a very good game. So its DNA is what's good. Anyway, I honestly got to go to fucking bed, guys. I'm so tired.
Me too. I will see you guys tomorrow or Monday.
Peace, love, and geek. Furthermore, D&D must be destroyed.
Take care, everybody. Happy trails.
Good night.